Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant good evening to you wherever you may be. Everything is going very smoothly and perfectly without Brendan here. I'm Joseph Moodrock, stationed remotely in Ohio. Alongside me metaphysically is JT in Washington State. And I believe we now have the Michaels brothers, Scott, and our newcomer, Sam. Is that right?
Yes, assuming
Perfect.
get out with headset I'm on.
All right, what have we missed? We're about 14 minutes into the 8-hour race. So, like I said, everything's going perfectly.
We had a nice clean start here, 33 cars taking the green flag today. We've got all 5 classes here, which is great. Currently, Pinnacle Motorsports 727 leads the race overall with a nice, healthy 8-second gap. So far, it's a nice smooth start for the first 8-hour race. Another 8-hour tomorrow.
We'll be so perfect tomorrow. You won't even believe how great everything's going to go. Anyway.
Yeah, apologies. I was still finishing setting up things our end. Yeah, welcome to High Plains. We, as you can tell, we are on a little bit of a different crew lineup this weekend. We are missing our
fearless leader,
Brendan, fearless leader, yeah, as well as our backup fearless leader Ryan, who unfortunately, well, best wishes to him. He's dealing with family stuff away from the track. As Joseph's introduced, I am Scott Michaels. I guess your host at the track this weekend. I'm joined by my brother Sam, fellow SRC Mivano Corsa esports driver, and more importantly, Denver native, so he was my left to the track. We've got Joseph Moodrock, and later on, I think around halfway, we're going to have Brendan join us.
Yeah, that's right. And he will hear nothing of this. Everything went off without a hitch, other than the text that I sent him. Other than the text that I just sent him in a panic, which was, "How do I go live?" ? But yeah, it seems like it's been a really the field's really spread out quick.
Yeah, we've already a couple of intervention vehicles already on the back straight. Got some onboards with Big Mission Motorsport, who I believe I've got Dan of Big Mission Motorsport stood right behind me, and he was telling me that they were something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 on the grid, and those cars have set off really well in GP1. Unfortunately, one of their onboards has just died in front of me as I was speaking, but other than that, yeah, we've got Pinnacle Motorsports in the lead. I did notice it was the on pole position today was the Volkswagen Golf TCR of Rotor Motorsports, and they've dropped back to second and lost 10 seconds.
Yeah, it was an all Colorado front row, so it's just one of those things. I wonder if you look at the entry list, it's about a third Colorado team. So you do wonder how many of these teams is this basically their local track? Do they have more laps around this track than anybody in the series? And I kind of imagine that they would.
Yeah, and that's going to be the case for Big Mission, of course, but they are also a team we see all around the country. I think we'll get down on a mic once we've settled down, but I believe they've brought more cars than usual here. But yeah, they're obviously a team we see a lot all around the country. But yeah, in GTO as well, as you say, we're a good solid Evoc Motorsport, I believe, is a team that I haven't seen before. Stratus number 58 has now moved up to second.
Evoc, okay, so Evoc is that is DJ Quinn, who ran in the Toyota Supra entry that we've seen a couple times.
Interesting. Okay. So, and that's a Colorado team. Is that correct?
Are they Colorado? Let me double check that.
So we then so Evoc are running fourth behind Rotor Motorsports, who have just dropped down to third. We then have JTR Motorsports Engineering, the 696, which is the car that we typically see right at the front of the field driving away. Their BMW M4 GT4 has been dominant when running this year, I think it's fair to say. They've struggled the last few rounds with electrical issues, we believe. Might be good to catch up with those guys and see if it's a common issue. I know that at Daytona they had problems, and Road Atlanta as well. Daytona, the problems started very early. I think they still won at least one of the races at Red Atlanta, if I remember correctly, but they were, yeah, definitely a little bit hobbled. I remember watching that car grinding to a halt on the way down from the final couple of corners at Red Atlanta a few times. So extremely fast car, but it's, yeah, we'll get into the, I'm sure we'll get into the BMW M4 history over the last few races as we get into the 16 hours of racing we have this weekend. We then have the Stratus 59 car, and yesterday, Joseph, I know you were watching qualifying live timing while we were setting up cameras. The Stratus MPO1s were really quick, really early yesterday, but obviously they weren't on the front row, so presumably they were overhauled later on in the day. Sam and I have, but I don't think any of us have visited this track before, and Sam and I saw it for the first time yesterday, and we were really, really, genuinely pleasantly surprised with how challenging, certainly the second half of this track is, and it certainly should be suited to high downforce cars. We were actually, genuinely almost shocked from looking at the map. We were expecting a sort of, and the fact that we're out in the middle of the plains in Colorado, we were expecting a NOLA type, very flat circuit, but there's absolutely nothing like that at all. The undulations and camber on the corners around the backside of the track, so many blind turns, really, really challenging combinations of corners. It should suit those MPO1s really, really well. I don't know if you have any comments on that, how qualifying developed yesterday, Joseph. I don't know how closely you were looking through the afternoon.
Well, not terribly closely, if I'm honest, but I did check the, obviously watch the grid. We see in the background there, that's the 197 overnight car that's being brought into pit lane. I believe that's the only entry they brought today. As the Works 45 car puts in the fastest lap of their race so far. The thing that I was most surprised by is how close the classes are. I'm trying to remember if we've had GTO and GP3 be so close to each other before. In the running, this is a 2-minute plus lap. Well, give or take 2 minutes for GTO and GTU. The GP3 cars are only about 12, 13 seconds off the pace. Oh, we've got another slow BMW now. That didn't sound like that was under power to me. Nothing in the race control log for that.
I can hear Dan talking behind me. It sounds like that's one of the big mission cars. Is it? Oh, it wasn't. Okay.
I've got it. Race control's calling it in as the 61, I think. They've had it's listed as a brief mechanical and continue. So once they've gone out of shot down the hill towards turn 10, it looks like they have continued. 9-4 takes third place in GTU over Factor Fab Racing.
It's interesting looking back at the start. As best I can tell, the cars on the outside for turn 1, so the second and fourth place cars, would have the inside for turns 2 and 3, and they had both jumped first and third at the beginning. So I'm thinking that outside starting position was pretty beneficial at the very beginning here.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not entirely sure how they lined up. We didn't quite catch that, but once we can get some onboards sorted out, it's a really fast turn 1. It kind of reminds me a little bit of a sharper version of the Mid-Ohio turn 1, and it goes directly into a slow right-hander, almost like a hairpin. Before it unwinds onto the back straightaway. So I could definitely see, especially if the car on the inside has a overshoots turn 1 somehow, I could definitely see how the second car in line could get a little bit of advantage. Frankly, they could get an advantage just by picking up slipstream on the long half-mile run into turn 4.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was as we were interrupted by that slower BMW. That was the point I was going to get to. Is that the MPO1s, in theory, should be very, very fast here, except for that back straight really is quite long, especially if you count. From the track map, turn 3 looks like an acceleration zone, but Sam and I were out there at the Marshalls post for 20 minutes or so yesterday, and every single car was having to lift for that corner.
It's a tight, it looks like it should be a really easy turn, but it's actually a really, even though it's not a big angle turn, it's a very sharp turn.
Yeah.
I'll look at the track map. It's got a pretty tight radius to it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll find it eventually, but there's a great track map. Oh, here it is on the High Plains website, as a matter of fact. That it's a 90-foot radius turn, which is only slightly wider than turn 8, which is the tightest corner on the racetrack. That left-hand hairpin as you come out of the crest of turn 7. Someone's dropped a wheel off. You can see just from that dust just how windy it is here. The dust just blows away. And
yeah,
you guys were feeling that setting up cameras, Scott.
Yeah, it's funny. When you're in Denver, you feel very little wind at all. But yeah, you come out into the plains here, and it's extremely exposed, even with all these elevation changes. So
it's like all the wind's built up.
Well, I mean that is how Florida works, which I'm used to. But yeah, especially around the first half of the track. And yeah, again, I don't know if we've really made much of a point of this, but it really does feel like a track of two halves, where the first half is very traditional racetrack where it's the corners are separate and they're there, and there are straights and they're there to sort of sort everyone out. And then the second half is a real driver's challenge, which obviously in a multi-class series is going to be really interesting to watch how the faster cars deal with the slower cars through there. Especially again, the MPO1's going to be dominant through that part of the track, but where do you overtake? I do feel like the track there's a lot of combinations of corners that allow room for, so cars will be swinging over from the left to the right going into turn 6, for example, and that leaves the inside of turn 6 open, despite the fact that it being sort of the 5-6 area being a combination corner. You still do have room to get around if you've got pace. So yeah, really, really impressive, interesting track.
Yeah, there's looks like this camera might have already gone for us, but it's one of those tracks where every corner is kind of a commitment corner, which I really wasn't expecting. Particularly in the faster cars. I'm not sure that this will quite be the case in GP2 and GP3, but having done a couple, there's a great little version of the track that's really not that unreasonable for Assetto Corsa, and so I was doing a few laps of that just to get my bearings around here. It's not a track that I really know very well, and I was struck. Some of these faster cars, you're coming into, as I think you were talking about, the 4-5 complex. It's really easy to overcommit to that and then just completely screw up your line through 5, and then the run down into 6 is compromised too.
Looking back, I'm thinking one of those slow BMWs was the 777 from Big Mission Motorsports in GP1. They have a drop down quite a ways.
Yeah, I think that's right. Race Control's calling them for possible smoking the 777 about 5 minutes ago.
Across the line, the sister entry 336 within 3/10 of the number 70 Boulder BMW as well. So plenty of good fighting all throughout GP1 with the 567 and 134 battling for the lead. And good news, the second overnight motorsports Porsche has come out. That is the 196 in GP2. Now completed 2 laps. So that now brings us up to 34 cars. In GP2, it's still the TCS Motorsports leading over Northloop Motorsports. Still relatively close gap at 1.8 seconds. So currently Mazda's leading over BMW.
Yeah, I apologize for the slightly dead air. I'm working on trying to figure out the issue that we've got up there with the time remaining. So the correct time remaining is 7.5 hours. The race is not over, as you can tell by the green flag. But 7.5 hours remaining, and then another 8 hours to go tomorrow. See a bunch of those are bad transponder pings. I don't know what's caused that. Oh no, gap to lead. Never mind. I'm an idiot.
The overall lead has changed with the Stratus 58 in GTU getting around the 727 Pinnacle Motorsports. Porsche came in.
We should have waited a couple of seconds before talking about how fast the MPO1s were yesterday, and then beginning to speculate about why they didn't have that same pace today, because they immediately now do have that pace. And yeah, the Stratus 58 is easily the fastest car on the track right now.
So keep in mind, Scott, the way the grid is formed, GTU starts behind GP1. So the 58 had actually out-qualified, was faster than our pole sitter, which was the Rotor Motorsports car, by about 0.8.
Right, yeah, thanks, JT. That's something I'm usually keeping an eye on myself when I'm remote, is watching those GTU cars come through the GTO field. But yes, completely forgot about that. We WRL, we start the GTO cars at the front of the field and the GTU cars behind, regardless of how fast the respective classes qualify on the Friday. Might as well take a little look back to see. So Stratus 58, obviously, as we've just mentioned, have moved through to the lead. Stratus 59 are up 9 places into 5th. And they are relatively, basically the same kind of pace as 58. I think their traffic of getting through the GTO cars is going to be affecting that speed. The other GTU cars, on the other hand, are 9-4 Motorsports has only made it past. In fact, it hasn't made it past any GTO cars. I think it's overtaken a few that have had issues. So they are still running down in 12th place. Factor Fab Racing are only up 1 position since the start, and they're behind 2 GP1 cars. So that means that they must have dropped behind, genuinely been overtaken by those cars, and that makes sense because their fastest lap is 3 seconds slower than the top 4 GP1 cars. In fact, yeah, that GTU car has been overtaken by, as I say, 4 GP1 cars. So that's an interesting disparity of pace between the 4 GTU cars we have in the field. As usual, Stratus are absolutely extracting everything out of that car. Not seeing quite the same out of Factor Fab and 9-4, but we've seen 9-4 win a race this year just on surviving. I believe that was the race before Daytona, and I'm struggling to remember which venue that was at. But so we're back. Sorry,
I was just going to say that was Road America, Saturday Road America.
Yeah, I think that was the one I missed commentating on. But yeah, so that's definitely, it's a class where we're going to need to keep an eye on making sure Stratus can get their cars through to the finish. It's especially on such a, I don't want to call this the car breaker circuit necessarily, because the curbs are fairly smooth and not super, I wouldn't say they're super necessary to use. So fairly, unlike somewhere like Road America, I remember talking to a few of the GTU runners, and they were telling us that there's a second or a second and a half lap in hammering the curbs, but you just can't risk doing it. Whereas here, I don't think there's that much time in hammering the curbs, and the curbs there's no serration to these curbs. They're nice and smooth. It would be a fair bump to bump up onto one of the curbs, but I don't think it's necessary to use them. So, and the track surface itself is relatively smooth. I think the only, obviously, getting through traffic through that technical section towards the end of the lap is going to be a challenge for those guys, and just seeing if that car can survive 16 hours in 2 stints. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, but at the moment Stratus off to a great start in GTU and overall. So yeah, that's the GTU class developing. Sam has managed to join us after sorting out some technical issues and having a chat with Dan at Big Mission Motorsports. Let's see if Sam can work out which headset he's on. Good morning, Sam.
Good morning.
Right,
Very windy morning here in Colorado.
Yeah.
Wow, we can hear both of you great. This is so unusual.
It's only taken us an hour. Is it even that long? Half an hour.
We're also at it all yesterday, so let's go with 25 hours.
Okay. So Sam, you've been having a really. I've been sort of hearing little bits and pieces in the background. Your chat with Dan at Big Mission Motorsports. We're going to have him on after. He's going to come back to the booth after the first set of pit stops. We'll get an update of how their race is going. Big Mission, I believe, there's 5 cars in GP1.
Yeah.
Yep. And they've got some pretty interesting stuff going on with different configurations for each of the cars and therefore different race strategies. So do you want to fill us in on what you've been talking about?
Yeah, they've got 4 cars that are all out pace, just going moderately as hard as they can. But then they have one that is down to number
it was 199.
199, yeah, down in 10th in class in GP1. That is apparently the shell is only 3 weeks old. So they were going to run it in GP2, but they couldn't safely get the ballast in, and they had no time to test or anything. So they're 40 horsepower down on the rest of the field, but that gives them an advantage in fuel saving. And he was saying that they're hoping that they can save a pit stop, which is going to save at least 2 minutes on pit road. And he calculated out, we'll have to get the exact numbers from him, but he was saying with the pace disadvantage they have, it's going to take the rest of the field something around about 200 laps to be able to catch up just that one less pit stop that hopefully that car will be able to take.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll have to get him to check his numbers a bit later on in the race. At the moment, that car is 1:27 down on the class leader. So I would say that's not... Maybe that car needs a little bit more pace to make that strategy work. But it's going to be interesting to, keep an eye on that car in particular and see if any of the other cars in GP1 are managing the same thing. Big Mission actually have 6 cars in the race, but one of them, the 777, is in the pits. It's only completed 10 laps, so it's 5 laps down at the moment.
Yeah, he said that it should be about 3 to 4 seconds off the pace. So maybe they've had some sort of an issue to start the race with.
Yeah, there was a 2:14 and a 2:12 in there. Otherwise, yeah, they're right on that target. So see how that develops in GP1. That's definitely something for JT to keep his eye on. While we're talking about pit strategies, we had a chat with Glenn, a track manager yesterday, and RJ, who runs WRL. We should be expecting a lot of hot pulls today. That's something that Glenn is of High Plains Raceway is very happy to do.
We've already seen Glenn out on track.
We have Glenn out in the flatbed pickup trucks. So yeah, expect minimal safety car interventions. I think it would take something fairly serious to end up with safety car. We don't do code 60s here, so if we do have to neutralize the race, it will be a full safety car. But they are, as I say, very keen to do hot pulls if we have cars stranded out on track.
Yeah, apparently this race, the Sunday race last season, didn't have any yellow flags, so they're expecting a clean race.
That'll be any full course interventions. I'm guessing that's
no. He said any yellow flags at all.
Oh, well, that's remarkable. I think, and RJ said we had 0. Are you sure? RJ said we had 0 penalties last year. I remember him saying that.
0 penalties?
Absolutely none.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I find that literally unbelievable.
He said no pit lane infringements, no contact penalties, anything like that. The yellow flag thing I find a little bit more unbelievable because cars do tend to break down, but in WRL, being
in any amateur racing,
any endurance racing,
any endurance racing, being not factory teams and cars that are not off the shelf, very much homebrew modified cars, and a great variety. Even this weekend with the slightly smaller field than we're used to, but and I was meaning to get the exact numbers off of this, but RJ pointed out yesterday that this particular race, the High Plains race, has been growing every year very consistently. It's great to have some support out here on the west coast from the not west coast, the western side of the country. Sorry, I'm from a much smaller country. When I get on a plane for 4 hours, I expect to be at least on the other side. But yeah, it's great to have that. I think this is the most westerly we go, other than Kota, with WRL, and I know that there's definitely a motivation to spread out further, and it'd be great if we could get all the way up to the west coast. But definitely, yeah, it's cool to see that this event is growing year by year. We have a lot of Colorado teams, but we also have, well, first of all, Big Mission Motorsport, which is a Colorado team, but also a team that competes all around the country with us. But also we have a solid number of teams who've made the trip from further east all the way out here, and I think well worth it, having taken a couple of sensibly paced laps around the track
sensibly
in Sam's Hyundai Veloster, and seeing what how challenging it is, particularly around the backside of the circuit. I think teams are being rewarded for their commitment to the series coming out here.
Yeah, I was absolutely amazed at how interesting this track is.
With that said, they are going to be baking today. So
today is not as hot as yesterday. Yet,
oh, okay, good.
At this point, yesterday setting up the cameras was an ordeal. Tomorrow should be much more pleasant. There is no rain on the forecast, but I'm looking at a few of our onboards. We're looking at one now, and we can see there is rain in the area.
Yeah, we were looking at tracksides, and you could see, like, it's one of those things, like, out in the plains or in the mountains out there, you can just look out and you can see it just falling. It's just water in the sky.
Well, I'll correct you, Joseph. We are nowhere near close enough to the mountains.
Yes.
No, I know that. But
we're a long way out in the weeds here. An hour of farmland from Denver.
Also,
but yeah, the rain cells are very small, very localized. They move slowly.
Yes.
And one thing I found in my week, I've spent the last week in the area, and Colorado seems to have this thing where it really likes to show you, hey, I could rain if I really wanted to, and it will like spit once, but then sort of be like, we'll save it for another day, guys. So we're not expecting any rain, despite what we can see from some of the onboards. The direction we're pointing in right now is beautiful, but that's more like what it was like yesterday, where Sam and I absolutely baked. But yeah, there are localized cells around, but the forecast isn't calling for any of them to hit us today. Tomorrow, I think it's going to be a lot more overcast. We're going to be about 10 Celsius cooler, and so we'll have to keep an eye on how tire wear progresses, reliability with with cars that have been a bit more sensitive to overheating. We should see very different complexions between today and tomorrow, as far as that goes. Sorry, I interrupted you there, Sam. Did you have?
Yeah, just saying, at least for right now, it seems like the biggest cell and rain is as you look down the front straight, and that is the direction the wind is currently going, the pretty strong wind. So at least for right now, I don't think we have any risk of rain.
So just to update on the race.
Yellow, we have a stop
that looked
GPU.
like an NPL1.
Yeah, I think that was the 94 Motorsports entry.
Oh,
yeah, it was the 84.
So that is
on track.
That's the Nissan GTP liveried car, and the one that they've just dropped down to 4th in class. Back-to-back racing's made up for that position.
Did I notice that they started from last as well?
They would have started. So we were talking about this while you were out of the room, Sam. WRL always starts GTO first, no matter how GTU qualifies. And as we were saying, the two Stratus cars yesterday were faster in qualifying than all of the GTO cars, but they still had to start behind. So that's why it took them a few laps to get into the lead. Those other two cars, not Northloop, 9.4 and Factor Power weren't quicker than GTO, so they started in about the right place. So I don't know if that's what you mean by last.
When I was running around fixing the final camera, I swear I saw that car at the back of the train during the formation lap.
Interesting. We heard over the tannoy that if you missed getting to the dummy grid on time, you would be starting from the pits, but that car, it did seem to be running about where it qualified, which was about 15th. So I imagine they were allowed to
regain their position.
Yeah, regain their position. I don't know why they would have been at the back to begin with. But yeah, unfortunately, that car being kind of known this season at least for winning a race through pure reliability, is the first one to fall foul of the heat this morning by the looks of things. They still haven't turned up Salmon on Race Hero, which is interesting. But they are dropping through the field. I don't know if they've got back going again. I think they might have actually, because they're listed as being 6 seconds behind the NFC Motorsport number 123 car, which I think I have an onboard for. So maybe we'll see them come back through.
Well, this onboard is approaching the corner now, and I'm not seeing a yellow anymore. So yeah, it's clear.
Okay, so that car's had to stop, do a system reset, and get going again by the looks of things. They haven't even come in the pits.
Is this the 84 still?
Yeah, we're talking about the 84. It looks like they're running, and they haven't even needed to pit. So,
I think they've spun to the outside coming out of turn 8 there because and picked up some debris for their trouble. Two notes in race control. Spun car stopped on track and continued for the 84. About 2 minutes later, halfway down the track, dragging cone at corner 13.
Okay, so that starts to indicate that car had a spin rather than anything else, which is a positive thing. The car's still running as long as it's managed to dislodge that cone. And the cone, I think we were considering attaching one of our cameras to, by the sounds of things.
Yeah, that didn't take much.
I think
we might have ended up with an extra onboard.
Yeah, very possible. I'm glad I vetoed that idea of Sam's. So yeah, update at the front of the field. We've still got Stratus 58, and they are actually on that particular lap. They were slightly slower than Pinnacle Motorsports. Pinnacle is. It's good to see them here. They're usually I would classify them as one of the teams who are usually periphery of top 10 in a normal WRL round with a full field. But I think being able to run ahead of teams like Rota, certainly teams like JTR and Will to Win, that's a really strong performance from them. They're relatively good even considering the field size. So yeah, it's great to see those guys. They're within 20 seconds of the lead still after 22 laps, and obviously leading GTO. We'll have to adjust that. We also do have some pit stops. We're 46 minutes into the race, which that 46 minutes went surprisingly quickly, but I guess that's because dealing with technical issues for the first 15.
Yeah, we spent a third of that not doing anything.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we were doing something. We hope
flailing in a panic.
But maybe you would expect some early NPO1 pit stops, but we have JTR Motorsports Engineering, the 696 in the pits. That has been our dominant GTO car of the season when the car's been running problem-free. So, first of all, interesting that car hasn't shown the pace that we expect of it, based on what we've seen throughout the remainder of the season. But also, yeah, this feels like an early stop for them. I'd expect that car to be able to go an hour.
So we've got a weird situation.
Yeah.
Race Hero has not gone full course yellow, but we are full course yellow. It's a double yellow called in the race control log, and you can see at the marshal's post 2 yellow lights.
I think this might be for a piece of debris that's on the front straight. I noticed that on the last lap by. It's right on the racing line just before the braking point. And then there was a course vehicle on pit exit. Yeah, you see you guys are moving over to the middle of the track, assuming to avoid that piece of debris.
Yeah, there it is.
So we're in the same room as race control here, and I thought I heard them in the background say we're going green this time by, so this might be a very quick yellow.
They haven't picked it up yet, so I assume they're waiting for the field to stack up before they send somebody out onto the surface.
Yeah, it looks like the pace car is heading into 11. So that means the back of the field should be pretty much past the front straight. So if they have a very fast marshal, hopefully you can run out there and grab it in the next few seconds.
Green flag according to, or is it? Well, race here is going back and forth between yellow and green.
Yeah, we might need to switch to a trackside that's got a more up to date.
Yeah, I shouldn't trust that quite so much.
Yeah, the marshal post is still showing yellow.
Race here
we have gone green flag, so that is the first full course yellow done and dusted. I think maybe only a lap behind the safety car.
Yeah, and from some of the onboards I'm looking at, it looks like a lot of the field didn't even catch the pace car.
Yep, looks like pace car is in.
Nice and efficient collecting of debris there.
Glenn runs a tight ship around here.
Attaboy, Glenn.
Yep,
23 laps completed.
What that has done, of course, is close up the front of the field.
We need to keep a really close eye on some of those cars. Maybe not the NPO ones, but the GTOs and production cars that took the opportunity to pit, because I think they might have been caught out by that, thinking this was going to be a longer yellow that they were going to be able to catch back up on.
Yeah, it should still benefit them if they needed to pit anyway, because like looking at JTR, we've just had the 59 and the 696 come across the line pretty close to each other, and those are the two cars at the front of the field that pitted. They're only 46 and 53 seconds off the lead, and they were more than 20 seconds off the lead anyway, so that's definitely a cheap pit stop for them. I'm not sure if it would be worth an extra stop if that wasn't within their strategy anyway, but
right, it would reduce your fuel by the end.
Yeah, I think probably by the amount that they lost there, and I think we're far enough through the stint that there was quick thinking from those teams, and I think it will benefit them. I think those teams are going to move into the lead in the next 15 minutes or so. So yeah, as you say, that's quick thinking from them, and yeah, I think that's going to benefit them in the long run. There's a lot of dust on the exit of turn 4 there. I was seeing from the onboard of an AOA car, which I don't have the number of on there. It just says AOA WRL High Plains Saturday on their YouTube feed, so I'm not sure exactly which car that is.
Should be the 85. The 85 is the one that is currently up to second in GP3 and on track, while the 15 has been in the pits for about 3 minutes now.
Cool. Easy way to work it out. From one of the other working onboard I have, I can see that the 8494 Motorsports MPO1 is back up to speed and seems to be running fine. So yeah, I guess that was just a quick spin and a dislodging of a cone.
Yeah, it looks like we've got our first pit warning of the weekend, so we need the 567 crew to keep their ducks in a row, or else we're gonna break that streak, and I don't think we can allow that to happen, especially not at their home track.
Yeah, that's one of the plethora of Big Mission Motorsports BMWs.
Yeah, so
Big Mission's like 10% of the field today.
So that's quite a bit larger operation. So it's kind of almost understandable that you expect they might not be right at the top of their pit game.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple things going on there, right? It's their first pit stop of the weekend. It's it's basically impromptu because it's coming off of the heels of a full course yellow rather than, something that you do. Okay, we're coming in 5 laps. That was kind of, come in now. So you can forgive them not being totally battle ready.
Yeah, it could have been unscheduled as well. That was the leader in the class at the time, the 567. Also, the GP3 leader had pit during that full course yellow. That was the 83 Lexus from 94 Motorsports. My timing shows they're still in there though, so that might be an issue. That gives TC Klein the leading GP3 with their BMW over the 85 AOA Mazda and the 120 R5 Racing BMW. Also, it seems TCS Motorsports has not left the pit lane in some time, having only completed 15 laps. That dropped them from second in GP2. Well, they're still there, but the 196 overnight Motorsports, which had a late start, has been circulating and is only 2 laps behind now. Either way, it's a significant gap to the leader of the North Loop Motorsports.
Got a good battle brewing up for 6th at the moment. It's the two cars that have already pitted, Stratus 59 and JTR Motorsports Engineering, have caught the Works 45 car that I'm going to remind myself what model that is. It's it's an Audi R8. I knew we'd seen that one at least once before this season. So we've got an Audi R8 followed by an MP01 and a BMW M4 GT4, all racing each other for 6th. I think the latter two are going to have a lot more pace. They were running higher up in the field before their pit stops, so we should see them work their way past the R8. But it's interesting that JTR, who came out of the pits a good 4 or 5 seconds behind the Stratus 59, have caught them pretty quickly. Having said that, no, sorry, they're 6 seconds behind. It's just Race Hero happened to update at the same time for those two cars. So no, Stratus have caught the Works R8 and are maintaining a 5 or 6 second gap to JTR Motorsports Engineering. I think that's going to be the battle for the lead relatively soon when we see everyone come into pits. Meanwhile, Stratus 58 at the front of the field has set a new fastest lap, taking advantage of a little bit of clean air after the safety car period. So that is 154.594, and that's 3.5 seconds faster than Pinnacle on that last lap. So they're quickly rebuilding that 20-second gap that they lost to the brief safety car period we just had. 58.0 is still a very fast lap from Pinnacle Motorsports. I think that makes them the second fastest car on the track. But yeah, Stratus 58 really stretching their legs right now.
Yeah, confirmation on your screen of their fastest lap in GTU at least.
So yeah, fastest lap of anyone by a long way. As well. 2 seconds faster than anyone else has gone so far. We've seen this before from the Stratus 58 car. They have a less consistent driver rotation. I think it's fair to say. The 59 we tend to see competitive the whole way through a race, whereas that 58 is a little bit more inconsistent. So they've obviously put a very fast driver in the car to begin with. We'll see if the other drivers in that team can keep them towards the front as we progress through the race. Definitely, it's got a lot of pace, that car.
So they have a 1 minute lead over those who have pitted. Do you have an idea of what the pit lane delta is?
Generally, a lot more than that. Usually it's 2 minutes or so. And for some of the cars, it can be longer. That 58 car it's got a small fuel tank, being an MP01. So that won't be one of the longer pit stoppers, but it'll definitely take more than 2 minutes. Certainly more than 1 minute. I think it'll take more than 2.
But those who have pitted are probably only around about half a stint better off on fuel, correct?
More than that, I think. We'll see how long they go. My read on this track is that it should be fairly average as far as fuel usage goes, and in general that means that those MP01s can go about an hour. So with Stratus 59 and JTR Motorsports pitting after about 45 minutes, that means they've got about 3/4 of the way through their first run before pitting. So I think honestly, yeah, I do think that was a really good call by those guys getting in pits. It was probably luck of the draw. I imagine the yellow flag came out too late to be able to make a decision for the 58 team.
I'm going to expose my lack of engineering knowledge here, but would the high altitude and less air density make it better on fuel here?
It will reduce power, certainly for the cars that are not turbocharged, and the MP01's definitely not turbocharged. So yeah, in theory, that would improve fuel mileage.
Hold on, I gotta think through that now because we're in a power to weight class.
Well, yeah, I imagine they would have retuned the engine so it gets back to the same power as sea level.
Look at that battle for fourth in GTO.
Do we have that on board, or are we just looking at the time? Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, so 59 and JTR have made their way past Works 45. And now, actually, what I was trying to tell you had happened incorrectly, that's now actually happened. And JTR has caught 59 while getting past the Works 45 car. So yeah, now we do have that battle for what's going to be the effective lead. However, those cars are a long way off the pace that certainly Stratus and Pinnacle are setting. We've had Stratus 58, I should say. Stratus 58 is in the GTU car in the overall lead at the moment. It's been doing 154s, 155s every lap.
The thing that's wild about this pace, guys, is these are qualifying times or better for these cars. The pole in GTU yesterday was a 156.2, and they're going 2 seconds faster than that now.
I think that also has to do with the amount of track time you have to learn the car, to learn the track. Just as they're doing more and more laps, we're going to see the cars just go faster. As their knowledge, each driver that gets in gets more confident with the ebb and flow of not only what a grip is, but also how the traffic works here.
Yeah, it could be a track familiarity thing. I don't know that I'm used to seeing such a big improvement from Friday to Saturday. No, I'm sure the track conditions are a little better because it's not, as Scott said, it's not as hot as it was yesterday, which would not have helped things.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually, with the wind as well, it was relatively, I'm not going to say chilly, but wearing shorts and short sleeves, you could feel the wind this morning, whereas yesterday it was just pure baking sun while we were out there during qualifying. So the track will get slower throughout the day as the sun bakes it. But yeah, this morning it wasn't that hot a morning. So yeah, I would imagine the track is in really nice condition at the moment, and that's only going to get worse through the day.
I do want to mention that with the wind right now, as I said, it's heading down the back straight, which means it's heading up. Sorry, heading down the front straight, which means it's heading up the back straight, which is probably going to be the best passing opportunity into turn 4. I imagine the slipstream is going to be pretty strong.
Yeah, so you're saying it's a headwind on the back straight?
Yes, exactly, headwind on the back straight.
Yeah, interesting point. That's especially going to be useful for those MPO1s that have more downforce and therefore more drag than a lot of the cars they're going to be trying to overtake. So getting a bit of being a power to weight formula, and those being very lightweight cars, and the power to weight requirements in GTU being less favourable than GTO, those cars need all the help they can get on the straights. So that should give them a little helping hand in dealing with traffic. Starting to see Pinnacle Motorsports get back below the 2 minutes. Actually, for the last 4 or 5 laps, they've been below 2 minutes. So yeah, that car's definitely got a lot of pace, and they've pulled 18 seconds on second place in GTO, which is the Rotor Motorsports TCR, Golf TCR.
And for the first time I've noticed in a while, they are faster than the leader on the last lap.
Yeah, that'll be traffic. As I was saying, the Stratus have been metronomic in the 54s and 55s for the last 5 laps or so. So 1:58 is 1 minute 58 is indicative of just getting a little bit caught up in traffic. But the MPO1s are going to have a harder time in traffic, so that's not insignificant. The fact that they lost 3 seconds or so on that lap to their previous pace. Actually seeing Stratus 58 now is also below 2 minutes, and they've managed to pull back out on GTR. So again, indicative, as the Stratus 58 race leader says, 57.2. But yeah, indicative again that Stratus and their MPO1s are going to lose more time in traffic than most of the other GTO cars, just because of the nature of them, where they make their speed, and the fact that that's going to be balked by slower class cars more than the way other GTO cars make the speed on the straights. I've also noticed Works 45. Sorry, Joseph, just one more thing.
I want to make sure that what you're saying is that they make their speed different ways.
Yes, in fact. glad that came across.
Yeah.
Works 45 have lost 7th place to Will to Win Racing now. So they are down to 8th. Will to Win, which I don't think is a car that pitted. Doesn't look like it. They've not been tagged on Race Heroes having come in the pits. So Will to Win 983. That's their top. No, that's not their top main car. They've got the 986 up in 4th place. So that's their second car, running 7th now, a minute and a half off the lead. One thing that's just occurred to me is I wonder how that safety car played with the big mission car that we're expecting to try and save a pit stop, and the answer I think is that it really didn't help them at all. I think they got trapped a lap behind the class leader, which possibly, I mean, right now they're listed as 2 laps down, but I think that just needs to update on Race Hero when they come across the line. Yeah, looks like that car's already down a lap. That's the 199. Yeah, okay, so they're 1 lap off the lead now, but 1 and change off the lead now. So
seems like it also didn't help the 567 because they were up in 4th before that safety car. Oh,
they
did
pitted.
Yeah.
So that would be why they dropped down and probably didn't catch the train back up again. Do exactly the same as with JTR and Stratus. So yeah, they'll have sacrificed a little bit of track position for that pit stop, but that could, I think in GP1, yeah, the leaders didn't pit the safety car.
So the 567 was leading at the time.
Okay. Yeah, we've got almost no. I think they may have been the only GP1 car that pitted, in fact, or at least the highest running car that pitted. They certainly are. Yeah, I think they're the only GP1 car that pitted under that safety car. So Big Mission really casting the net wide with their strategy options.
What is going to work?
Yeah, they've got 6 cars. that alone you would hope would work, but yeah.
You've heard of split strategy. Have you considered birdshot strategy?
Back into the 56s for Stratus 58, so they've obviously cleared some traffic and found some clean air on this lap. Stratus 59 closing up rapidly on the higher running will to win car, 986. 2.3 seconds between those 2 cars. That would be the race for 4th. We're over the first hour now, which when you include the pace laps, which I think there were 2 before the start of the race, that but they wouldn't have been included now so far. That means that in general cars are running longer than we've seen earlier in the season. It's a relatively twisty track at High Plains, so maybe it isn't quite as high fuel. It certainly won't be as high fuel use as somewhere like Road America. It's got a bit of a NOLA/Road Atlanta feel to it, but yeah, perhaps the altitude is allowing the cars to go a bit longer. Interesting point Sam made earlier with assuming that Stratus would have retuned their engines for the altitude to make sure they hit the power of the weight. I'm not convinced. I'm certainly not convinced all of the teams would have done that, just because dyno runs are expensive and engine tuning is time consuming, and also how do you replicate altitude without being here? I'm sure there are cleverer people than me who can figured out how to do that. Maybe just making the 1.25 correction. I know WRL does. RJ was explaining it to us yesterday that their calculations take into account some amount of altitude, but obviously nothing's perfect in that case. So I would be surprised if a lot of our teams aren't just running relatively safe, just to make sure they don't get caught out by.
Well, I not to call anybody out, but you know, Big Mission has run into this where they've dynoed at a certain altitude and basically come up to the track. I think it's only happened once, but they have come up to a track near sea level and been caught out basically by not correcting appropriately and being overpowered. So it absolutely is a consideration for these teams.
For sure, yeah. I mean, as I say, WRL tries to compensate for that, so that presumably so the teams don't have to keep retuning their engines for every altitude. But we have some car, particularly the M4 GT4, that tries to retune itself on the fly. So, which is really helpful when you need a very specific amount of horsepower to not get disqualified. Which I'm looking at JTR Motorsports Engineering, which is the highest placed M4 GT4, and they're not showing the pace that we usually see from them. So that says to me that they've gone extremely safe with that car to make sure that they are running within spec for the class. So yeah, interesting. That is, I believe that's a turbo car, but also as a car with very sophisticated electronics that does retune itself on the fly, depending on atmospheric conditions. So I think we sort of think about which cars are turbo versus normally aspirated. I think I imagine that that Volkswagen Golf, is that likely to be a turbo car?
At a complete guess, I would say yes.
Yeah, that's a good question. We're talking about the rotor car.
Yeah, because we know that Caymans are now normally aspirated. The MPO ones are normally aspirated. I assume the Audi R8 is turbo. Is that right?
I would guess the Audi R8 would be normally aspirated.
So the GTI is turboed.
The Golf.
Is that?
Yes.
Okay, so
It's
that would be a
turbo
high
4-cylinder.
turbo car.
Is the key that it's called a GTI?
Yeah, it's a Golf GTI TCR.
Okay.
Yeah, and the Audi R8 GT4 is normally aspirated.
Interesting. Okay, so yeah, I mean, usually, if we were in a more traditional rules,
Fix the timer, guys.
more traditional technical regulation race series, you would expect the turbo cars at altitude to be faster, but because we are very specifically restricting the horsepower relative to weight that these cars can generate, that's not necessarily going to be the case here. And as we can see, we've got two normally aspirated cars running first and second. Well, certainly, at least in GTO, we have a normally aspirated car in the lead. So,
yeah, it does make me wonder if they're going to have a fuel advantage.
That was the next point I was going to get onto was on pace the normally aspirated cars are looking good, but does that help them with fuel mileage? So yeah, but it seems like all the cars are running relatively long. Having said that, Will to Win are currently in the pits with the 983 car, so that might be our first regular pit stop from the front of the field. Usually, Factor Fab Racing, by the way, the other GTU car. So we've got two Stratas, 9-4 Motorsports, and then Factor Fab, which is our least regular entry, I think, in WRL. Pretty sure I'm right in saying that. They've been in the pits for a few laps now, I think. They completed 28 versus the 34 of the race leader, so they might be in trouble. Another car in the pits is our second place Pinnacle Motorsports Cayman. So that's two Porsche Caymans in the pits. Well, they are our first two pit callers. Normally aspirated Porsche Caymans might be an indication that the normally aspirated cars aren't doing as well as the turbos on fuel mileage.
What to watch for?
So they've gone far enough to where this is going to be a 6-stop race for them, correct?
Yeah, because that safety car period probably wasn't long enough to give them any extra time. So yeah, 1 hour and 10 minutes. If you multiply that by 6, I think you get to 8 hours. Multiplied by 7.
Yes.
7 stints, 6 pit stops. You get to 8 hours.
So the ones who pitted a little bit earlier, they're going to have to go probably more like 1 hour and 20 each stint. Otherwise, they're going to be that pit stop they took is going to be an extra pit stop. Because it came out about half an hour in, correct?
45 minutes.
45 minutes. So yeah, they're going to have around about 20 minutes to make up to be able to hit the same amount of pit stops as these guys who are pitting now.
Yep, good point. So we'll keep an eye out for that. So they need to get pretty close to where these guys are pitting now. Well, relatively. They need to get to close to 2 hours, I think, to show that they'll be able to make it on that number of pit stops. They could be expecting more safety cars down the road, but then you should. I think we've discussed this many times. I think you should always pit under a safety car. So if we have more safety cars, then that changes the strategy anyway.
Well, maybe these guys know High Plains, and they know that if we get a safety car here, it's usually a pretty short safety car, as it was earlier.
Yep, it's definitely something to keep an eye on. I think we've had another lap and no pit calls yet. It's also going to be interesting to see how much time Pinnacle and Will to Win lose here.
Let's keep our eyes on this battle that we've got on screen here, because this is the second place AOA Racing GP3 runner. Right in front of us, the TC Klein number 93, and that gap has closed up a lot on this lap. Previous lap it was 3.3 seconds. I think it's going to be under 2 pretty easily next time by.
Yeah, coming across the line 1 second.
He is not afraid to use that entry curb.
Yeah, didn't really touch the last two though, which I thought was kind of interesting.
Kind of launched
Number
the first
59 is going to blow by both of them here. No, he's going to back out of it. That's a little bit of a surprise. Well, tried to back out of it, and the 93 wanted to give him the spot so badly. It's going to compromise him through this entire complex. 85 is going to take a look, but he's not going to actually execute the move. Way better exit at turn 2, though, which will set him up for this run all the way down to turn 4.
Yeah, he's got that headwind, so he's going to have a nice, strong slipstream all the way down this back straight.
The Mazda needs it.
Oh, well, I'm not sure he does here. He's dragging him. 93 might be letting him go, but as they make their way into turn 4, he's just going to take the racing line, and that job is done.
Yeah, he made that pretty easy for him.
Yeah, that definitely didn't look like a slipstream pass. That looked like a pull out and wait for the other guy to lift.
Now, the driver on board here, Hamid Pillow, obviously announced with McLaren Racing for next year.
So that's 58. The race leader is in the pits. The 59 and JTR both were able to jump Pinnacle there by a significant margin, like 45 seconds to a minute. So, yeah, definitely those cars are going to cycle through to the lead. As we have the AOA car, I think you're about to see it go off.
Oh, yes.
Oh, straight off. Wow.
There we are.
Oh.
Also, exactly the position where I suggested putting that over the camera.
That genuinely looked like... So Sam and I drove that... We drove around the track a couple of times yesterday. That corner is so blind that if you...
In the Assetto Corsa version too.
Yeah, that looked so much like the driver just completely forgot which corner was next, because that was a long way.
It seems to be straight back up to speed. So
yeah.
The thing that's funny about this track is I can see sort of the muscle memory of turn 7 and turn 11 kind of blending together, and so you have this kind of long uphill corner, and one of them has a long run coming out of it. This one into turn 13. The other one, turn 7, it's a pretty short run from the exit to 7 to the entry to 8.
Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, going over those crests, they look very similar. So yeah, I can see that happening.
It happened to me a lot when I was trying to learn the track.
Luckily, it did not happen to us. The Works 45 Audi is in the pits, and that's another normally aspirated car. So we haven't had a single turbo pit yet. Not that there are that many of them, to be honest. It's really just the rotor car that has them, because JT.
It's just the BMWs, right?
Yeah, it looks like there's still a little bit of a rain cloud off of that turn 2-3 area. I don't know if you guys
it's heading in a completely different direction.
Oh, good news for us, I guess. Not great news for our cameras, but we'll make do, hopefully.
I was about to say that, but my understanding is they're all still running. So
Please tell me if they're not.
Yeah, we can send Sam out in the Veloster.
Yeah, there's a few cars that didn't take the green flag. You just put a sticker on that, register it in GP3, you'd be good to go.
Rotor Motorsports to the lead now. Why do I keep adding an S to the end of that team name? Rotor Motorsport in the lead now with their Golf TCR.
To be fair, Scott, they are the only car in the field that has the letters for motorsport without the S at the end.
I appreciate you cutting some slack. The 58 has exited the pits ahead of the 59 by the looks of things. That's very surprising. Are they making very, very short pit stops? Because I don't think they had that much of a lead. Unless I'm seeing the timing trip midway through the pit lane or something. So we'll see how that develops. So we'll give it one more lap to see how that turns out.
It is actually still surprisingly cool out there. It's only 77 degrees. And I've definitely had days recently where I've woken up and it's been into the 80s a couple hours prior to this in the day.
Having just spent a week in Denver, I don't understand your guys' weather systems at all.
Yeah, it goes up and down by the hour, basically.
At least
And
you
as
can
we
see
mentioned, And as you mentioned, it kind of rains, but also very much doesn't.
Yeah. Denver's the only place I've been to where I felt like it could be pouring rain and the humidity would still be like 15%.
Yes. Much nicer than Florida.
Yeah, when it's not raining, the humidity in Florida is 115%.
Mm-hmm.
So the pit stop for Stratus 58 actually was relatively long. It was, which you'd expect compared to its teammate. The 59 car lost. Well, its outlap was a 3:05, whereas the 58 was a 3:26. But you would expect it to have 20 seconds more fuel to put in, so that's about right. And they have come across the line this lap with a 56.5 first lap. With a full fuel tank. That's very competitive. 24.5 seconds behind Rotor Motorsport, and in second place overall, 13 seconds ahead of Stratus 59. So I guess, nope, I'm genuinely surprised they managed to pull that much of a lead, because they did have to sit behind the safety car, whereas the 59 car I don't think really did. I think they came straight in the pits, straight out the pits, and never caught the train, so they would have been at full speed the whole time. Whereas the 58 was stuck behind the safety car for at least half a lap. So very surprising they managed to beat the 59 out of the pits. Just a very strong position. Works 45, however, don't appear to have exited the pits. They're now submarining out of the top 10. 94 Motorsports are also in the pits, by the way, the third best GCU car. But I'm a little bit concerned by this Audi.
Yeah, he's 2 laps off the lead.
No, just come across the line now. So they are, I think, the best part of 2 laps off the lead. I'm not sure where the Rotor TCR car is on the track. Should point out that Sam and I, while we're at the track, we are in a booth that doesn't have any view of the track. So unfortunately, we'll send Sam and or myself out later on in the race with a radio mic to do a little bit of radio style commentary, I reckon, from somewhere else around the track, maybe the exit of the pit lane. But for now, yeah, we're relying on the timing screens and onboard trackside cameras. So that's Works Motorsport have come out of the pits. They're now 11th overall, behind the top 3 GP1 cars. Hopefully, and their pit stop outlap was a 4:18, which is best part of a minute slower than the Stratus 58's outlap.
The car that we're on board with, the 85 again, they've recovered from their off at turn 8. They're now back to about a 3-second gap behind the 93. The problem is that's pulled them back into the clutches of R5 Racing and the number 120. They're under 2 seconds behind them. We can't see them in this shot, but while we're chasing down the 93, we're also being chased by the 120. So there's a little bit of additional urgency in this car now.
Yeah, you can see him just right up the road there.
Yeah, and I thought that we had lost an awful lot of time here in the 85 with that off track, but it seems like they've recovered pretty well here.
He recovered onto the track pretty quickly. So yeah, he's clearly got more pace than this BMW up ahead. So I expect only a couple of laps until he's right back on the back of him, heading on the back straight.
Little Larry into 13 there.
A little bit, yeah. He usually clips that inside curb, but completely missed it that time.
Number 134 Big Mission Motorsports car in from the lead of GP1. It will be interesting to see where they come out relative to the 567, which I think is the only GP1 car that's pitted so far. Another interesting point about that is that we're now seeing GP1 cars, which typically are better on fuel than GTO cars, pitting before the Rotor Motorsport VW Golf, which we saw at the last round was very good on fuel. Only, I think, Hammer Motorsport went further, if I remember correctly. Shout out to Tim, and I miss your catering. Being at the track for the second time this season, but this time without Hammer Motorsport's offering. lunch. But yeah, so the Rotor Motorsport car still out there, an hour and 23 into the race. Again, they were very, and that is, we're saying that's a turbo car, aren't we? So that's interesting to see that car's going so far on fuel. It is still being caught rapidly, and it may end up losing the lead before it even pits, because the Stratus 58 car is now only 17.6 seconds behind, and at least 2 seconds a lap faster.
Now, the Works 45, the Audi that's in front of us, have we established whether or not that is an old Pilot Challenge entry? Because it's got the
it's got the
one.
Yeah, the Carbon.
Carbon, I think.
Yeah, it reminds me of the old 39 from Tyler McQuarrie, I think his name was. But it is
Tyler McQuarrie, yeah.
Yeah, I believe it is a 2018 one.
Audi is using every bit of track he can find. A couple corners in a row, he was dipping tires over the edge of the curb on the exit, kicking up a whole lot of dust.
I did, I noticed that car from one of the onboards earlier on in the race takes the most extreme late apex into turn 6. I wasn't expecting, that's clearly a late apex hairpin, but I wasn't expecting it to be a case of literally rim ride for half the corner. So you're about to see it here into turn 1. A couple of cars off in the grass, one of them facing the wrong way.
Ooh, yeah,
Audi. That's got to be a collision. The Audi and one of the BMWs, and they'll judgment call from race control there on whether or not that constituted a pass under yellow.
I'm wondering if that was the 70 Boulder car.
It was, yeah. Race control confirmed 70, and will it be the 25 or the 74 here?
We were a bit far away, but kind of looked like a late move from the Audi into turn 1.
Yeah, agreed. It looked like it just came in with too much speed.
We've got a little bit of confusion here.
Interestingly, that actually would have been for position overall.
Yep.
For what it's worth.
And that Boulder entry being a GP1 car.
So I don't think this call is correct, because okay, yeah. Okay, so it was the 73 Boulder car that was involved rather than...
So 73 is the Audi. Looking at the replay, it looks like it's going to the inside of one car, possibly getting too deep and hitting the car in front.
Oof. Interesting. That's a different number than what's on the entry list, but okay.
That's one of those situations where you're diving down the inside of the first car and you think you're good, and then immediately you have the realization that you've gone in too deep, and it's like, oh no. And by that point, you've already committed to the brakes, and it's a little bit too late.
We saw that with the 93 and the 58 earlier, too. The slower BMW and the prototype coming up behind it, not really being sure if it wanted to make the pass or not, and the 93 not knowing if it wanted to be passed there or not.
And just barely avoiding the collision was the TC Klein BMW.
Just to update on that Big Mission Motorsport pit stop GP1 battle, the 134, which is the only one of those cars that's pitted so far on this round of pit stops, has managed to come out of the pits about a minute behind the 567, which is the only car that pitted under safety car. So big advantage there for the 567 if they don't have to make an extra pit stop because of that early stop under safety car. We've now got the number 70 Boulder car in the pits. Is that so? Did we decided that it was the car that was spun around the turn 1, didn't we?
I need to look at what the actual car looks like, but it was a black, looked like an E36.
Yeah, definitely a black E36.
Yeah, the only other cars around were E46s, which is not the Boulder entry. Boulder is a 94 BMW.
Okay, so I think we're fairly safe in that knowledge. So they've obviously spun around in turn 1 and come straight in the pits at the end of the lap. From what I saw, it didn't look like the car was damaged, and it maybe did. I don't think it looked like a big enough collision that there would have been. They would necessarily have been damaged unless they caught the suspension badly. So
it looked like contact directly into the driver's rear.
Okay.
So
driver's left side
there,
rear.
but nothing more than that.
Well, they got the car back around to the pit, so it obviously can't be that damaged. And it's due for a pit stop, as we've got the 986 Will to Win car, which has gone, if that's their first pit stop, they've gone surprisingly far for a Cayman. They've gone a lot further than any of the other Caymans. And it is their first pit stop. So that's interesting, because their teammate car, the 983, pitted 7 laps ago. So yeah, that 986 has gone a long way on their first stint in comparison. Rotor, Golf, TCR comes across the line and are still rotating around, 43 laps now into this stint. So yeah, impressive mileage from them. Stratus, however, are now only 7 seconds behind. Just make the point quickly that any teams at the track, as we've trailed earlier on in the race, a bit of more of a community effort this this broadcast this weekend without our regular play-by-play guys. If anyone is interested in coming up and having a chat, getting on the broadcast, talking about your team, your car, your race, your drivers, or anything else related to WRL, please feel free. We're in the classroom with the stewards. I think they would be okay with you coming in and just coming, taking a hard right and coming behind the dividers and giving us a tap on the shoulder, and we're happy to have anyone on the broadcast who wants to participate.
Quite a hairy moment there with Cayman and a BMW going through turn 3 side by side. That's a very fast corner heading onto the back straight. It looked like the BMW was going to get ahead, but seems like that Cayman's got a little bit more pace and was able to outdrag him up the hill.
Yeah, I would say turn 3 you're talking about there.
Turn 3, yeah.
Yeah, I would say that's one of those corners where it's going to be very rare that you will gain time by making a pass in there, just because you would lose so much momentum onto that long back straight. So I think, unless it is a massive performance difference between the two cars, it's almost always going to be worth timing a run through turn 3 rather than trying to make the pass actually in the corner.
We've got a great number situation because there's a 761 and a 716, one of which is a
Mustang.
Yes, a Mustang, the other one being the GTI TCR. It's a 716, but I believe is being looked at for dropping fluid at turn 13. So keep an eye out for that. Hopefully not enough to cause trouble on the circuit. So we are an hour and a half in, believe it or not. We weren't broadcasting all 90 minutes of those, but don't tell anybody. But with that said, I think it'll be time for us to go to an ad break. Should be back in about 2 minutes time, and we'll continue with this first half of the weekend here at High Plains Raceway outside of Byers, Colorado.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper and Duramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes.
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Welcome back to High Plains Raceway. An interesting race. We've got GTU back in the field. I think we missed them at Road Atlanta, but they are here at High Plains for entries there. Really mixing up the overall standings quite a lot, actually. We've got a little bit of strategy intrigue already after an early caution brought a few of the higher running entries in. We're just tracking that and starting to get into a rhythm finally today. I think we're looking at the 698 in pit lane.
That is correct.
Yeah, we haven't actually mentioned the car. It's the second race Motorsports car. Not the same as their more prolific race-winning car from earlier in the season. It's an M240 IR. Still GTO class, but yeah, much more. They've been running actually behind a lot of the GP1 cars, like in the late teens for most of it. So it might be interesting to find out at some point what the story is behind that car. But yeah, they're the 696 JTR Motorsports engineering car is up in the top 5. Now that we have in fact. No, we haven't cleansed the field. As in had it. Road to Motorsport, while they've lost their lead car, they still haven't used 46 laps in to their stint. Very much looking like excuse me. Very much looking like they'll be able to cut a pit stop out relative to the other GTO front runners.
Yeah, I'm quite curious to see just how far they can stretch it here, if they can get it to the point where they're going to be coming in while Stratos has to come in for their second stop.
Yeah, that's very likely. Well, I say likely. That's a distinct possibility with the 58 car. Relatively early on the safety car. That safety car pit stop came 45 minutes into the race, and we're now an hour and 36 in. So the 59 was able to go just over an hour. So if Rota can make it another 10 minutes, they'll be pitting with the 58. Of course, they're not really racing 58 different classes, GTR. Their nearest class competitor is the JTR 696 car, which is still over 50 seconds behind. So yeah, Rota really stretching things out. And actually, that's more interesting. It's Rota in the pits this time. But that is potentially more interesting, the fact that JTR also pitted after 45 minutes. So if they need to pit soon, then Rota will have made up almost the entire pit stop. That's only going to get more extreme as well. Yeah, Rota Motorsports in for their first stop, and that will be certainly the last of our GTO cars to pit. Just looking down at GP1, we've still got NRG Racing in the lead, ahead of the 567. 567 was the car that pitted under safety car. So NRG goes around for another lap. They have not pitted yet. So yeah, so NRG are long, which is a Porsche Cayman S apparently. I don't know if I've actually. That's quite rare, isn't it, to get a Cayman in the GP1 class. GT definitely. Yeah, NRG with their Cayman managed to stretch out to 45 laps without pitting.
Yeah, you'd usually see a Cayman entered by round 3 racing. Usually the 701, I believe it is. But they are not here this weekend.
Yeah, and so the 49, I think, right, is a replacement for the 39 that they lost at Mid-Ohio. Am I thinking about that right?
So it's a little confusing because there's also a 39 NRG Porsche Cayman racing as well.
Oh, so there is, but that we just had go past us in the Martini livery.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
But didn't they lose a GT4 Cayman?
I don't think it was a GT4 Cayman. I think it was a... Well, okay. So here's the thing with Cayman, like with Porsche branding, right? Is that GT3 and GT4 were just trim levels for them. So they might well have lost a Porsche Cayman GT4, but not an FIA GT4. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So you might be right there, but I don't think it was a GT4 in the SRO sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because then in that case they for sure would have just been in GTO. But I think they've been in GP1 as long as maybe with the BRZ they were in GP2.
Okay, was the 39 at Mid-Ohio?
I'm pretty sure it's not the same chassis. I'm pretty sure that chassis was pretty unusable.
Yes.
So I don't know if they've... I think you can be given dispensation. Your points are supposed to stick with your chassis. So I'm not sure if they'll actually be able to... Oh, the 85 is in.
There we go.
I'm not sure if they'll be able to retain the points that car had earned. I'm actually not sure that it had earned points. That might have been its debut race. 761 is also in, it looks like.
At pit board.
I'm going to be honest, I thought that was Dan Suzuki for a second.
Famous. Yeah, so 761 is in the pits. We're waiting for... So Stratas have already come around and put them a lap down. At this point, the car has probably left the pits, and we're just waiting for it to come across the line. It's dropped. There we go, there it is. So, Rotor Motorsports, relatively long pit stop as compared to the MPO ones, 358 out lap, which means that they are likely to lose in the order of 40 odd seconds per pit stop, but they are going way longer on fuel, so that makes sense. They've dropped, as far as the GTO races are concerned, they have dropped behind JTR Motorsports by a minute, and they are over a lap off the lead. But interestingly, they stayed ahead of the 727, the Pinnacle Motorsports car, which was leading GTO before the round pit stops. So Pinnacle pitted way earlier and have lost out track position as well. The outlap was only 4 seconds slower than Rotor's, so I don't think it's really a pit stop. I mean, it's actually kind of surprising that it was slower because they had so much less rotor pitting, but yeah, I guess that's just on pace since the pit stop. And yeah, if we look back, if we look down at Pinnacle's lap times, they've clearly made a driver change in that pit stop because the car has gone from doing 58s and 59s, 56 and 57s early on in the race. After the pit stop, those lap times immediately have dropped into the 203, 204, 206 range. So yeah, Pinnacle Motorsports have unfortunately lost out track position to Rotor Motorsports. They're 20 seconds behind right now, and that's due to pace since the first pit stop.
You're quiet.
Now, did we see the Works Audi come into the pits after that little incident they have? I assume they're still 8, so I assume they didn't.
I don't think we've seen...
They
We haven't seen the 73 in, I don't think.
Yeah, we did. They were
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 11 laps ago.
Stop, and they lost time there. And then yeah, it looks like they lost around about 25 seconds in that incident we saw in turn 1, but they didn't come into the pits afterwards. So presumably the car is okay. So that incident cost them 25 seconds and then possibly an incoming penalty.
Yeah, I think that confirms that the contact wasn't particularly heavy between what we think is the Boulder BMW and the 45.
I see our GP2 leaders in North Loop Motorsports. On the bright side, I missed it, but TCS Motorsports came back out after a 55-minute break on pit lane. Most likely trying to solve an issue.
Yeah, the kind of nice thing about when you have kind of low turnout like GP2 does here, it's kind of a double-edged sword because on one side, it's all you got to do is keep the car running to score points. But you do have to. I don't remember what the threshold is. I have to find that in the regs. But you know, you don't get the bonus points because you don't have. I think it's 8 entries in the class. So they don't get the extra bonus point for finishing in points, but as long as they can keep it going, they're guaranteed to come home with a podium, right? As long as they keep it going and and if they get asked to step on the dyno and they pass that, you know, you're kind of coming away with a good points day.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's just a shame because at the start of the race, both North Loop and TCS were running very close together for quite a while. So it sucks to see them separated, but you gotta look on the bright side, you know. Hey, if you can get the car running, get it back out there circulating, just doing laps, you know, get it to that threshold, get those points.
Yeah. North Loop is pitted out of the lead and stayed in the lead. Surprising to nobody who's looking at that gap. Still putting in reasonably quick pit stops. Time loss of about 2 minutes is pretty good for a GP2. Or a general production class in general. Generally. 49 is pitting out of GP1.
Yeah, so that will be the last GP1 car remaining to pit. That's going to put Big Mission Motorsports number 567 into the lead. That car was the GP1 car, the only GP1 car that pitted under safety car. So that would have been an hour ago at this point. Look at that great trackside shot. Doesn't it just work?
Someone did a really great job setting that up.
Wow. I can't believe we have so much ham in the booth.
Meanwhile, I'm battling a persistent fly. Sorry, getting distracted by that.
There's one dog in this part of the state.
Oh.
No, there's actually quite a few out here too.
Oh, you were talking about the ants, yeah.
Oh yeah, ants are everywhere. There were some nasty looking ant hills.
Sped us up a little bit this morning. It kept us on our toes, almost very literally this morning, setting the cameras up. Yeah, they are very much here. So GP1 leader right now is JTR Motorsports Engineering. I actually think that's the first time we can say that today, which is taking us a lot. a lot longer than usual, yeah, to be able to say that. Waiting for Rotor Motorsport to come across the line. This is going to be a fascinating race, I think. To see how the pit stops. We've said this before as well. I think I remember saying this possibly at Mid-Ohio, and then almost immediately the rotor car broke down. But I think if we get into, to use your term, if we settle into a rhythm here, we're going to see Rotor obviously drop away from JTR on pace, despite the fact that they started ahead of them. But that will flip back the other way as Rotor get closer and closer to making up an entire pit stop on JTR. So yeah, we're going to get a great race here, I think, between these two cars. Pinnacle is interesting. They obviously have a lot of pace in that car, but it is driver dependent by the looks of things. So we may need to wait to see how that develops with them putting different drivers in, and obviously JTR and Rotor as well putting different drivers in.
Yeah, I take your point about the 727. I was just going to say, if something did happen to the 761, well, there would be a car kind of waiting in the wings. We are pretty tightly packed in the top 5, relatively speaking, for being nearly 2 hours in. So I don't think this is one of the... Whoa, that was a late downshift, and maybe that's the reason why one of the overnight Miatas off at the bottom of the hill at turn 6.
It was like he looped it in on entry. Probably took a little bit too smooth in.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that was a Boxster, was it not?
Oh, was it?
If it's overnight, it would have been.
I'm pretty sure that's a red Boxster, yeah.
It's definitely red.
196, so yep. Big Mission has surpassed the 49 on pit rotation. Looks like the Boxster's cleared the beginning of the accident, so no further drama there.
Also got the 9-4 Motorsports MPO1 working its way back up through the field, showing pretty good pace relative to the GTO cars, that car, which we haven't always been able to say about that car. So yeah, they've got back into the top 10. Just one GP1 car ahead of them, the 567 car, which half owes us a pit stop because it pitted under safety car. And it does look like that was... So yeah, these GP1 cars can run much longer, as is often the case, can run much longer than GTO cars. So pitting after 45 minutes as a GP1 car is much earlier in a stint, relatively speaking, than in a GTO car. So that Big Mission Motorsports number 567 car is a little bit more off strategy than, for example, JTR or the Stratus 59 in the GTO and GTU car classes respectively.
Has that 199 Big Mission Motorsport come in yet?
It's hard to tell. Yeah, I'm not seeing a pit entry lit up on timing, but it
very slow lap.
Yeah, that was safety car.
Sorry, which entry is this?
The 199.
Yeah, they must.
A fuel saver.
They must have been like the second car behind the safety car, because if you look at some of the other GP1 cars on that very same lap, hardly lost any time. So they were obviously able to come around the field and catch up to the train, whereas that Big Mission Motorsports car seems to have lost as much time on that lap as anyone. So they must have got super unlucky. Yeah, they lost exactly the same amount of time as the race leader. So I reckon they were literally the first car behind the overall leader when the safety car came out.
Well, they haven't made that first pit stop yet, and if they can last another 8 minutes, then that gets them to the 2-hour mark, which is what they need to be able to cut a pit stop out.
Right.
Plus, unfortunately, they've done maybe a lap's worth of fuel burn in the formation laps.
Yeah, unfortunately though, that 3-minute lap when the safety car was out has screwed their strategy anyway.
Yeah, it's basically cost them a pit stop.
Yeah. But yeah, interesting that they have been able to go this long. Anyway, I don't know if yeah, we've even got or had GP2. I don't think we've had all of the GP3 cars in the pits yet. Looks like the R5 Racing GP3 leader hasn't pitted yet.
Correct.
Which again is no surprise. Those cars can usually run a lot longer than our top class cars. But I think they might be the last 2 cars to pit. R5 Racing in GP3, and so that's a 1999 BMW 3 Series. And the Big Mission 199 car that we know is running way underpowered for GP1, semi-intentionally, and saving fuel.
Other news, the number 80 from 3D Racing came out, did its first laps of the day.
Wow.
So it's somewhat of a track day for them.
Nah, they're only 56 minutes behind the next car on track. So I think they've
they haven't.
They actually have a shot, because GTO's not the packed crowd that it is on the eastern seaboard. They've actually got a shot at scoring championship points here today.
Remind me how far down championship points run in WRL?
Hold that thought while in my mind, I think they 2022 points rules. I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, okay, it is. They pay points down to 10th.
Right.
It's a little more linear than like F1, but 12 points for a win, and then the bonus point, the threshold is 7 cars in the class. So everybody that scores points in that scenario gets an extra point because they've raced effectively a full field.
All right. Only one car
all
below.
they got to do is catch the 716, and they're in the points. Good points day.
That will keep them in the top 35 in owner points.
It's those provisionals that really get you.
So it's the top. Well, funny you mentioned that. RJ was telling us yesterday that we've something I haven't heard of in WRL, but I think he was saying for Sam, maybe you remember for the final round. I think he was saying that the top 5 in the championship in each class will get provisionals.
Yes, I don't remember the exact number, but it was something.
That makes sense. You know, there's always.
It does, doesn't it? It's nice when we have. It's nice when things make sense. Yeah, WRL is known for selling out or certainly reserve places going on the entry list for many of their rounds within minutes. So it has to offer teams that have not only performed extremely well this season, but also shown commitment to the championship by running as many rounds as they can. And being in the top 5 of each class, give them some level of certainty with getting into the final round, which I believe is COTA. Am I right?
Yeah. Typically is, and I believe is as well this year.
And that is the highest demand race of the season in WRL, correct?
I would say so. I think it's also got the biggest field size, or it's right up there.
It's also on track, so
yeah. Also, as far as demand goes, Daytona is obviously up there as well. But yes, it is a very in-demand event. So it's good to know that all of our front runners in the championship who want to be there will be able to get there for sure.
Yeah, as I understand it, the Florida rounds actually can be some of the hardest sells, just because it's the longest travel time, for those that are having to haul equipment down.
Yeah, definitely.
So the more we can continue to build those events up, the stronger that they'll continue to be, and it's really cool to finish a race under the lights of Daytona. So hoping that those continue to grow.
Yeah, I think Daytona sold out this year, right? And has done the last couple of years.
I think so. It's always tricky because they're so generous with letting teams drop out if they need to, and so you could have a sellout event that doesn't necessarily have a full field because a team found out 2 or 3 weeks beforehand that they couldn't make it. So I'm not sure.
Or blew their engine up on the Friday. It's
Right.
not uncommon.
So I'm not sure that it properly sold out. It definitely sold out in the initial kind
registration
of wave.
Yeah, most of them did.
Yeah.
And yeah, this round as well, RJ was telling me was pretty close to that to begin with. Unfortunately, we had a number of late dropouts, but my understanding was that the day one signups for this race were very strong. It definitely has been growing significantly year on year on year. So hopefully, we'll get closer to that full field for the High Plains round next year.
There's that Audi chucking it into turn 1 again.
You like that? And yeah, WRL was saying that they're really trying to commit to growing the rounds out on this side of the country.
For sure.
There's quite a significant number of teams based in Colorado, or at least very close. So having them trek all the way to the East Coast multiple times a season, I imagine makes a big difference to them if they can get 1 or 2 rounds over closer to the West Coast.
Yeah, I just going down the entry list, right? We've got 3D Racing, Pinnacle, both of them from Colorado Springs, Rotor from over in Englewood. GP1 is, it's a Colorado benefit. It's Team Ignite Performance from Parker, NRG from Castle Rock, Team Boulder from Longmont.
Yeah, not from Boulder.
Yeah. I was like, that's...
Evoke from Arizona.
Yes, TCS from Littleton, Big Mission from Palmer Lake. I don't think I've mentioned them yet. And then R5 also from Lakewood. So, it could well be honestly half the field here from Colorado. So, the more we can continue to build this event up as well. I think this is the first time that we've had a stream of it. Certainly the first time that I've personally had exposure to it. But it is, as you guys were mentioning at the top of the show, it's a really cool track. It's, honestly, High Plains, we are geographically in the High Plains, but that name you just kind of assume it's going to be flat, featureless. Not too much in the way of trees, but the elevation changes are really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And you look at it from Google Earth, and it absolutely does not give it justice. I was expecting it to be, honestly, a little bit boring. Then I got here on Friday and was completely and utterly wrong. It was incredibly fun to drive my little Veloster around. And all the elevation changes work very well with a lot of the different corners and off camber and some half camber. So in terms of the quality of the track, absolutely deserves to be on the schedule. And it gives me very much like sort of Barber VIR vibes.
Yes.
Just a little bit less green.
right. Fewer trees, fewer giant spider statues.
Yes.
But yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. It's got elements of VIR, it's got elements of Barber. There's no reason for people to not come. I mean, it's a commute, don't get me wrong, but in terms of the quality of the track, there's no reason to not be out here.
Yeah, that last section, the left, right, left, looks very fun. The Hurry Downs, I think it's called. It's called Bobsleigh. Earlier in the track, just before turn 11. Also looks incredibly fun, and you have to really, really commit to that final apex if you want to be able to carry any speed through it.
Yeah, the corner names here are pretty fun too. When we get over to that those downhill parts of the track, so that area from 9 down to 10, they've nicknamed that to Hell on a Bobsled.
That was it, yeah.
And obviously coming back up from hell on your bobsled, you have to climb the ladder to heaven. Here we go. Yeah, we're looking down. I believe was that one of the Pinnacle cars or the W2W cars going down to hell on a bobsled. And as they go out of sight there, that's turn 11. And right before this section is what they're calling the Prairie Corkscrew. Right before this section is a big uphill climb that they call the ladder to heaven. So that they're having fun with it. I know you guys you guys ran into Glenn. You guys had a lot of complimentary things to say about Glenn, the owner operator ? I'm not sure what how extensive.
I think it was track. Yeah. By the way, that car that we just seen on the broadcast coming past us is the Stratus 59. exiting the pits. So second place overall, second place in GTU car. I think he was either track manager or track director, one or the other.
Yeah.
He was introduced to us as.
Yeah,
yes,
the
absolute
track
legend
is,
for sure.
The track is owned by, I think it was 5 car clubs, local car clubs.
And I want to say a motorcycle club, right?
Yes. We can get someone in who knows a little bit more details on that.
I heard about that.
Clem was on the mic earlier for the national anthem, as he does for every race at High Plains, and he's very willing to get in the truck and head out to grab a stocked vehicle to save us from a safety car, which I certainly appreciate.
Yeah, when I heard about the motorcycle part, I was just tooling around with it in game, and I was like, this would be an amazing track for motorcycles, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, relatively safe as well, because there's not a lot to hit.
Right.
For around most of the track.
You don't really want to slide on your backside onto one of the curbs, but apart from that, yeah, there's
well, at least they're not serrated.
That's true.
It's helpful.
There isn't much furniture out there for them to hit, which is probably kind of nice of them.
A lot of deer.
Yeah, there is some deer.
Which is wild to me. I didn't think, like,
well,
I guess there's enough grass.
They have a whole mountain range to play in. Why are they over here?
They got lost.
I guess.
Cole Carlson. There we go. Is taking over from CJ Hereda in the North Loop Motorsport. Typically number 21. It's registered here as the 62, but we'll see them in the vast majority of rounds in the number 21 machine.
Can I give a weather update?
Yeah. Do we have weather moving in?
Not right now, but my app has updated to tell me that there is a spike in the probability of rain in the area between 4 and 6 p.m., which those of you who are paying attention will know is the last 2 hours of the race. Well, 4 to 5. 4 p.m. through to 5 p.m. So it'll be the last hour of the race, there's a chance. Unfortunately, it does look like that is associated with lightning, which is something we've had a bit of a rough history with in WRL as of recent. So
this is
I'd
not
love
really
it.
Part of... Topographically, it's not a great place to have lightning.
I'd love it if we didn't get a lightning flag and instead got a nice little sprinkling for the last hour just to spice things up. There'll be no complaints from me about that. But yeah, it could be a thunder cell, lightning cell moving through. I'd love it if it didn't hold us up in tearing down the cameras this evening. That would be really great. But yeah, hopefully we'll get through the full race. We might get a little bit of fun at the end in the wet. Difficult to imagine looking at the current state of the sky from this camera angle right now. But yeah, it does seem to roll through pretty quickly in Colorado. But it also quite often threatens and doesn't happen. So we'll see how that develops as we see a couple of cars getting
going 3 wide.
Yeah, getting a little bit just an awful situation through the final couple of corners there. Those that camera angle doesn't really do justice of how tight those final 3 corners are. They're not by any means like Istanbul hairpins or anything, but it isn't the widest part of the track, and you definitely, if you're on your own, you can carry some good speed through there, but I wouldn't want to be going side by side through that little chicane at the end of the lap.
I did notice earlier when we were on board with one of the GP cars, he was able to grab the curb on the left and then just accelerate full throttle through the right and the left. So the last 2 corners are kind of just an acceleration zone, as provided you set up well enough on that first curb.
Yeah, I think 13, which is the sharper left here, there, it's actually got the similar sort of characteristic to what you guys described as going on with turn 3, where it's not a particularly sharp corner in terms of angle, but it is a tight radius corner. If we were on bikes, I don't know if it would work quite as well with cars, but if you were on bikes, it'd be a great place to set up a block pass and just cut off the run into 14 and 15.
If I may give you guys a quick update, GP1, the 199 Big Mission Motorsports BMW did pit just past the 2nd hour mark.
Right, so that is. They look like they're on target to cut out their one pit stop. As we've mentioned a few times, they just appear to have got pretty unlucky with that one tiny little safety car we got, which, real shame. That would have been interesting to see how they. Well, I mean, they'll still be able to take some advantage of it, but I don't think they're going to be in range for the win, all else being equal. JTR Motorsports, by the way, have not yet pitted for a second time. So we're talking about Rota being able to make up potentially multiple pit stops on them, given how long they went. But JTR are closing in on an hour and a half on this second run.
So
I pitted under safety car first time around.
Yeah, and I think actually, so we don't have a real number for them yet. It's been 40 laps now since their last pit stop, which I think starts to put them in what we would expect in terms of window, as the Apical 325 makes a move on the 21. I believe is this North Loop, actually?
The onboard camera, you mean?
The car that we're trailing.
It might be. I'm trying to remember. I don't think I have a color listed for them.
North Loop I thought were blue, but that might just be the front.
I believe it is North Loop.
This is not. I can tell you it's not for at least class position, because they are.
I believe that's the 21.
Yeah, so North Loop is the 21, except their onboard calls it the 65, I think.
I believe they are a Minnesota-based team. Is that correct? North Loop?
They are. Yeah, they're neighbors to Ryan, actually.
Yes. I did want to mention, actually, when we were talking earlier about this track and also the entry we have here, I just wanted to finish the point off by saying that this very much isn't a case of, let's have a round out in Colorado so all the Colorado teams can come to that round and that round only.
Right.
The majority of the teams you listed off, Pinnacle, North Loop, who aren't Colorado, but they are from this far west at least, Rota, Big Mission, though all those teams come to many of our rounds. So it is kind of, it feels like service to them, but deserved service, because they've made the trip for us East Coasters many times. So absolutely deserve that they get their own round. And it'd be great to see some of the some more of the East Coast based teams make the trip out to this great track.
Yeah, repay the favor. They're helping fill up the field everywhere else.
Yeah, North Loop, another example of that. They come all the way from Minnesota, and this is I guess this isn't close. I'm not that geographically great with America, but I think this is still going to be a double-digit hour drive for them. But a lot closer than Daytona, for example.
I think
North Loop is very much on the defensive here. This may not be in full position, but he does not want this car behind to get by.
Well, no, that's the challenge with these. If you've got a faster GP2 car and a GP1 car that's a bit down the order, you don't want to get passed by the GP1 car in that situation, because they're going to slow you up in the corners. They're going to blow by you in the straights, but they're going to kill your speed where you can actually make it.
GTO leader in the pits, JTR Motorsports. So they went roughly an hour and 25 minutes on their second run. I don't know what that would be in laps. Did they make it to 40?
Who is this? JTR?
JTR. Yeah, they did. They went 42 laps, I think, on that stint.
Yeah, 41 or 42, depending on how you count, yeah.
And Rota's first was 47 laps. 46, 47. So actually, Rota doesn't have that much of a fuel advantage. They managed to get a bit of an advantage through not bothering to pit under the safety car, but I think JTR made the right choice there, coming in early. But it's just going to depend how things play out in the long run. I think that pass has just been made that we were watching on North Loop down at the end of the backstreet into turn 4.
Apical is actually from Arvada, or Arvada.
Arvada.
Alright. Which I think this is the one Colorado team that I neglected to mention when we were going through our local rundown.
Which team's that?
The Apical car that's just gone by North Loop here.
Okay.
325.
Right, yeah, their YouTube stream doesn't have their team name in the title, so I was wondering who that was. back to a Stratus 1-2. So GTU cars first and second, and the next GTU car is still 9-4 Motorsports, closing in. Actually, they're about to pass Big Mission Motorsports GP1 car because that car is in the pits. So that's our GP1 leader. Another car that pitted under safety car and hadn't pitted since.
Big
so
one,
kind
325 in front of us.
Kind of interesting that. Kind of interesting that Big Mission Motorsports number 567 and JTR number 696 are almost identical on fuel mileage. In fact, I think they are identical on fuel mileage. Given the GTO and a GP1 car, I think that's quite impressive that the GT4 BMW is able to go that long. But yeah, JTR is going to exit the pits presumably behind Rota, but we'll see. And that would be for the GTO lead. Yeah, Rota comes across. Oh, 0.8 of a second behind Rota. So I don't know if we were able to find that on tracksides, but JTR are going to be all over the back of the Rota Motorsports Golf DCR for the GTO lead. There is a pit stop difference, but we sort of I think there's enough time for Rota if they've got a 5-lap delta between how long they can go on fuel and how long JTR can go on fuel. That will be enough time for them to make up one pit stop. So this battle for the lead will be very genuine as we move forward for the GTO win.
Yeah, they're going to kind of converge onto the same fuel strategy. So maybe that was the motivation for JTR to come in on that yellow, just knowing they were going to be on the back foot in terms of mileage.
I mean, we've had this discussion many times. I think if you can do it without risking getting stuck behind the safety car and therefore losing a lap, then it's always worth pitting under yellow. Ideally as early as possible during the yellow, not on the 4th lap, as we've seen a few times over the last couple of rounds. I think it was Choice Racing, wasn't he? He kept frustrating me by doing that at Road Atlanta. But yeah, so I think it's always worth, if you can get into the pits under a safety car without a risk of losing a lap, it's always worth doing. So I think that was a good move by them. It's going to help them in the long run.
Big Mission, have you mentioned the Big Mission cars have swapped the lead? 567 is coming to the pit.
Yeah, I did mention that because I put 9-4 Motorsports up into 9th place. 3rd place GTU car. Yeah, that's, as I said, Big Mission. That's their second pit stop and the first one under green. Rota and JTR come across the line. I think Gabe might have just picked them up. Here they are.
Yeah, there it is, that white GTI.
So they are nose to tail. Still no move on this lap by JTR. Do we have the turn 4 camera?
It's gone down on us.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. All that work, Sam.
I can run out there.
Got a few good hours out of it. But yeah, we can. That's one of the cameras we can get to. So we can maybe see.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, 0.4 of a second, and Pinnacle and Will to Win are battling over 3rd place in GTO, 40 odd seconds behind. The Pinnacle car was very slow on that last lap. Was it? Yeah, even relative to their own pace, but that car has been running a few seconds off the Rota/GTR pace anyway.
There are 761 and 626 coming to a shot, and we'll wait for them to go down. Oh no, here they coming. Okay, yep. I'll learn the track eventually.
You see it?
I do see it.
Oh, that's really cool too. Oh wow, GTR. I really missed that apex. That's really cool following those two cars, past that turn 9 marker's post. I like that.
Yeah.
And then we should catch them into 11. Oh, has 11 gone down as well?
Yeah, it has. Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
That one I can't get.
Yeah, that's a hard one to get to. That's way out, miles out into the weeds.
Glenn will do it.
Glenn would do it.
Probably.
Yeah. there they are, coming through the last 2 corners. So we've still got Rota ahead of JTR. Where it looked like JTR got a nice run off the corner.
Even in that, just
inside, but I don't think he's gonna have it. Yeah, nowhere near enough of a run.
Just looking at the compression there at 15, you can just see how different the TCR front wheel drive reacts to that compression compared to the 696. Kind of throwing the tail out a little bit. Not much, but just getting enough slip to rotate the car. Rotor able to maintain that gap half a second at the line, pulled out about half a tenth compared to the lap prior. So JTR in the 696 not really able to make headway just yet.
Yeah, that car. Well, I think this is very genuine, as in these 2 cars have the same number of pit stops to make in this race. So it's not like JTR needs to. If my not even back of an envelope, that's literally back of my head maths, anywhere near accurate. I don't think JTR needs to get ahead and then pull a gap. I think this would actually be for the lead if we accelerate so 6 hours towards the end of the race from here. But yeah, so it's a good battle, this. I don't think JTR needs to be in any rush. Well, actually, the pace between those 2 cars through the first couple of hours of this race has been very even. So yeah, we're just looking at a really good race.
They've got a couple of cars in front of them which might provide an opportunity.
They are both. I mean, they're both lapping quicker than the majority of the GTO field, but in the 203s, which those cars have been below 2 minutes quite consistently earlier on in the race. So maybe the track's heating up a bit, although we've got Stratus 58 just set for the 6.6, which kind of goes against that idea. That looked like JTR was slightly offline there, and the Rotor Volkswagen managed to get a good run through turn 15 and pull out a little bit more of a gap.
You can tell how big of a factor traffic was through there.
On board with North Loop, looking at the Lexus mainstay of the championship.
196 and 22 overnight in TCS have both pitted out of GP2. I think we're looking. Is that the battle ahead of us? I think it is. Yeah, they've already gone past us there.
Yeah, that's the 9.4 Motorsport Nissan GTP liveried MPO1, making a nice late move on the Lexus into turn 4. That car running 9th at this point.
That'll be team car on team car, as a matter of fact.
Oh yeah. Out of interest, where's 9.4 Motorsports based?
Good question. Newmarket, Alabama.
Oh, okay, so nice and central.
Which part? I don't know where in Alabama that is exactly. So before we call that central, that might be Gulf Coast. Well, no, it's outside Huntsville. Okay, yeah, that is actually very central. Basically, you know, for the schedule as a whole. We did get confirmation that from North Loop, it's a 13-hour tow out here, so they had to make quite a trek also. But the clarification was that nothing on the schedule is close to North Loop. The closest thing would be Road America, would be a 5-hour drive.
Okay, that's actually not terrible. I always forget, where Road America is. I mean, you just assume everyone goes there because of
the brats.
How prolific the track is. Like, it's a track. If you see that on the schedule, you go to it. But yeah, it is I've made the drive from Orlando to Milwaukee before, and it's a long track.
It looks like the BMW has made its way by.
Yeah, it has. Got it done on that lap. JTR through on Rotor Motorsport. So
and
they are going to look. Yeah.
Yeah, they got a good second and a half over the line.
Well, the last lap for Rotor was a 207, which is very slow. So they obviously traffic affected there. Plus, obviously being overtaken by JTR is going to force them offline somewhat. So yeah, let's see how that gap develops. Again, Rota need to keep in contact because they don't owe us a pit stop, but they kind of owe us a pit stop, if you know what I mean. The ATR have made more, but I think they have the same number to make as Rota. So they have to keep up.
Rotor is basically dead in the middle of their stint right now.
Right.
Whereas JTR has pitted very recently, which I think that's the basic point that you're getting at.
Yeah. The battle for third in GTO has also swapped. Will to win 986 has passed Pinnacle 727. So yeah, that Pinnacle car, which was really strong early in the race, continues to fall away as we progress through this second driver's stint. I think they're going to be pretty close to a pit stop at this point. I think a lot of the certainly the Porsches, the Caymans, seems to pit much earlier than most of the other GTO cars in the first round. So I think we're going to see them making their second round of stops fairly soon. I think it was. In fact, I'm surprised it hasn't already started because we are 2 hours and 23 minutes in, 2 hours 24 minutes in as I speak. So yeah, I would expect the first of the GTO cars on a completely normal strategy of just pitting when they ran out of fuel. That should start happening again within the next lap or two, I would have thought.
Looks like
maybe Joseph can update with some responsible maths.
The works.
I was just gonna. Oh, go ahead.
They're now 3 laps off, which is quite a bit further than they were the last time I looked. Have they come into pits or had a penalty again?
Penalty is possible. So this is something you won't be familiar with, Sam, but we Race Hero doesn't make that obvious. He just deletes a lap.
That hasn't happened, but continue with that explanation.
Yeah, the only penalty we ever get, I believe, in WRL is the minimum penalty of the lap.
Okay.
And they'll literally just delete it, so the car will just drop through the timing. We do have access to to the race control log, which I don't have up in the booth at the moment. Joseph tends to be on top of it, which tells us when that happens. But it's something. Sometimes on Race Hero, you'll see a car very suddenly drop 5 or 6 places, or gain if they get given their lap back later on. Because all penalties are open for appeal, particularly if you have onboard footage to defend your case. But yeah, apparently that hasn't happened to this car. I also don't see any really slow laps either.
Would this be the number 73?
Yeah.
Yeah, remember, of course, that is the car that collided with the 70. So that would be the car to look out for a penalty. It's the only one that's actually got something under investigation at the moment. It's been a clean race otherwise. But it's possible that's lost a little bit of pace since actually, you know what it is? It's a driver swap. If you look at the lap history since their pit stop, they've gone from a car that's been consistently in the lower half of the 2 zeros, 2 minute zeros, and now it's kind of, they can get to that pace, but it's very inconsistent. On board here with the 123 for NFC Motorsports, running 3rd in GP1.
They've been having a really interesting strong run.
They are, yeah. Who is that in the 350 ahead of them? That'll be Team Ignite, another local team out of Parker, Colorado. This is these 2 cars are in the same class, but the Ignite car is at least a lap behind here, so we're going another lap down. Or
Guys, do we have room for a couple of guests to have a chat?
I don't see why not.
Cool.
Do you have room?
We do. I've kicked Sam out. He's going to go and try and fix some cameras. What we have here, and I'm pressing this, but I know one of these mics is going to work. I hope the other one will as well. We've got Steve and Dan from Big Mission Motorsports have come to join us. Welcome, guys.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Hear us?
I can hear you. Yep.
Yep.
So, first of all, which cars are you guys driving in today?
Like half of them.
Oh, you're splitting. You splitting yourself between each of your 6
No,
mission cars, eh?
We have a 99 M3 with the aluminum block M52 that we built in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Since that had the highest chance of failure, the foreigners are driving that.
Exactly.
But it's awesome.
It's going at the moment.
It's a momentum car, which is a blessing and a curse. Hit a little traffic. It's a lap killer. But I did 2 hours and 2 minutes with 2 gallons of fuel remaining. So
right.
I don't know if the pit stop strategy and fuel savings is going to help us. Fun little car though. Needs a better diff. 346 in there, which is terrible.
Right. So yeah, we were keeping an eye on that car. I think it was the longest. I think you guys ran the longest of anyone in the field. So on the first in. Sorry, was that something, Joseph?
Yeah, did you guys get moved up to GP1? Because you're on the entry list in GP2, but I don't see you running there.
Well, like I said, it really was. That car was put together. It was a rolling chassis 3 weeks ago with a disassembled engine. So we took a guess based on the chip that we put into that car, and we were off by 20 horsepower.
Okay.
So it was either ballast 188 pounds, and smuggled in the trunk.
A little more weighted.
We have our overall race leader in the pits, which I assume at this point is scheduled. Yes, looks scheduled. So all good there. And how about you, Dan? Are you driving the 199? You driving anything else?
Yep. I'm going to be in that last step. So I unfortunately jinxed myself with the incorrect calculations. We had too many seconds per lap loss. We'll gain some at the end. So, but at this pace, we're going to end up 3 or 4 laps down at the end. So it is what it is. But we're saving gas. So.
Yeah. Well, it looks like your other entries though. Let's
crush it.
That's the first one.
134 is leading.
Yeah, 567's a new one too, right?
That's the former LMR Motorsports team out of Kansas City. So they joined us, moved to the E46 platform, and partnered with us to maintain, store, prep, transport crew, and they'll drive it.
Sorry, which one was that? 134? Was that 567?
That's 567. It used to be the 151 LMR car for the last few years.
Yeah, and they've been that car's been basically our leader. It was the only GP1 car I think we pitted under the safety car, so it's a little bit. Yeah,
because you're gonna have to have a splash.
Right, that's the case, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of as long as you can do it with making sure you don't drop behind the leader, so you end up getting stuck behind the safety car. I'm a big fan of pitting whenever the safety car's out. You're always going to catch up. It's always going to be cheaper, especially with how long WRL pit stops take. So I think that's going to work out big time for that. And the car's had pace all day. 2029 for a GP1 car is really not far off GTO pace either. So we can see a lot of cars that have Big Mission Motorsports, exactly the same name next to them. Obviously, the car you guys are driving today is the brand new model. Is there much variety between the other cars you've got in your stable?
We're slowly working to have them as uniform as possible. There are some little idiosyncrasies, but 134, 336. And the new 567 are all S54 powered. They're all in the same clutch, the same transmission, the same electronics. When we get done with this race, actually when we get done with VIR, we'll take the 777 car, do an S54 conversion in that. Who knows with this new one, it was just kind of a lark to put it together.
The 199.
199,
right.
Yeah.
So that one will remain a little bit different then?
It may. I mean, more than anything, what we haven't had the last couple of years and almost been as a Daytona is a car sitting in the stable that's not regularly raced. So at Daytona, lap 11, we're leading the field in GP1, contact with the car, the kink, into the wall. We didn't get that car back until a week ago.
Right.
It'd be nice.
Was that the one that crashed with Moorhead?
Moorhead, yeah.
Okay,
reverse pit maneuver going in.
Yeah, we remember face farming a little bit of that about that little incident.
Neither Chad nor I. Chad and I had a great conversation. He and I both were not very happy.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. So you guys, you're obviously unveiling it feels like a bigger plan to create a stable of cars that are very, very similar. So that just makes sense from a maintenance perspective, right? Yeah. And then offering that out to potential customers or drivers.
Potentially. Yeah. I mean, if we have 4 in-house, the 567 car is only going to be driven by the guys on the LMR team.
Right.
But if we have 4 in-house and we have drivers that are interested in joining us, we'll let it out and we'll continue to tweak it. And as long as we're kind of the opinion, as long as they're all built more towards the pointy end of the class and can compete, it's up to the drivers, then they can deal with the idiosyncrasy.
We're fine racing GP2 if we had to. Right? We've got guys that are interested. This is pretty intense, especially if you don't have a lot of track time. The races across the country, this is maybe one of the more modest ones as far as, being able to feel comfortable, especially at your own track. But you get into, the big IMSA tracks, predominantly are the tracks we're on. It can be pretty intimidating. The GTO class blowing by and the GP1 guys. And so if we get another car, in fact, the owners were willing to drive the GP. In fact, I'd love to drive it. We're going to give. We talked about. We know those guys over at North Loop. They do a great job. Super competitive. This car will be competitive with them. We decided to go down, and it might be a little easier against folks. We were talking to Jim yesterday. He was announcing at the drivers' meeting. Let's not forget, this is developmental driving. We were OGs, like the original OGs. And the whole series has moved so far in the last 6-7 years. In fact, we won the 24-hour race 6 years ago here this same weekend.
Right.
So that was kind of the launch pad of really getting stoked and excited about all this stuff. And there's been a lot of changes since then. Certainly the caliber of competition is dramatically, exponentially grown. So we're going to look at maybe making that GP2 car.
It makes a lot of sense. If you can have a bit of a ladder within your own system, then rather than waiting for drivers to get comfortable in the lower classes and then saying, "Hey, come over to us for GP1," if you can bring some drivers in at the GP2 level and then build them up to GP1. Any thoughts on GTO?
We had a GTO car last year.
Right. I thought I've been commentating on you guys at GTO.
I have a lot of respect for the GTO teams. It's a different level of logistics, organization. It wasn't for us. I'm a stupid hillbilly from North Carolina. They're all
You're
great.
happy with GP1.
I like GP1. I like GP2.
Yeah.
You've heard some of our competitors, right? We all really are friends. We spent an hour with Peter Chang yesterday. He had some ABS issues, but it's neat when you go throughout the paddock. And this whole GP1 class for business primarily helps each other out, because I told Peter on his departure, I said, "Man, this stinks. We'd rather be racing you than sending you home." So, and we were trying to find parts for him and everything else. They had a lot of success in Atlanta, and they just had a failure.
Peter, you owe me a fuel pressure regulator for an S54.
Yeah, it's something we talk about a lot, that there's a handful of GP1 cars that we watch every week, and it's always such great racing every race. Talking Ginger, Moorhead,
all great teams.
Yeah, and it's a shame that we've not really got them to come out here. Do you guys have any idea why that was the case?
Yeah, because Chad won again at Road Atlanta, and he has a nice cushion. And he doesn't want to sleep on the side of the road out in the middle of nowhere.
Right. Do you mind? You and I talked about this earlier, about the history of the track.
Oh, I was definitely going to get you to fill this in. Yeah, go ahead.
But so Colorado does have 5 racetracks. They're not at this level of quality and whatnot, but there's a lot of racers here. And so what happened in the Denver metro area 12 years ago, there was 3 tracks within a 50-mile radius. They all got shut down and houses. Right. Obviously, economics made more sense. And so this track was actually, and they were ahead of the curve. They had 6 different clubs actually threw money in, raised money, set money aside, and then they got together and participated jointly as a co-op. And so this track is actually owned by the different clubs within the state.
And very distracted by Steve punching the air as this big
position.
Really?
Podium 3 today.
Where are you guys up to?
1, 2, and 3. That should have pushed us right in front of the NFC. I think we were saying the
next lap come around the 396, which
cool.
One Daytona.
Podium sweep for now. Let's stop the count.
Yeah, that's right.
So sorry, carry on.
2.5 hours. So yeah, the clubs, and then Glenn Concert, who you know. He has been just phenomenal leading the charge with all this. He's part of the motorcycle guys. He knows the vintage guys. He's very tight with the BMW, Porsche Club, NASA. I mean, they have events out here all the time. And I think I shared with you earlier, it's not uncommon for them to have 80 to 100 racers out here on the weekend. So the reason why we're way out here is I think people said, we can't go through this again. We're on a track. And, so they built it far enough out here.
Yeah, Denver would have to become probably the biggest metro area in the entire country to get this far out.
Yeah, it's pretty far out. In fact, you can't even see it when you're flying out of DIA. We're that far out.
Right, yeah.
The plane is.
You've got to be a long way out to not be able to see the mountains. And we can't see the mountains from here. So.
Local geopolitical. It has no water rights, which is a huge thing out here. So you can't put a farm here. You can't put a ranch here. You can't put a housing development. There's literally no water that's available.
And if we went any closer to Denver, that wouldn't be the case.
Water rights are handed down over time. They're parceled out, and whomever owned this huge ranch carved this piece out and gave them their water rights.
Right.
By they truck it all in. So it's piss poor, worth nothing. Everybody except racers, and it's a great parcel of land.
Yeah, and it's perfect.
Yeah, as much as Sam and I, and will be even worse tomorrow with an 8 o'clock start, waking up at 6 o'clock in the morning, wished this track was 20 miles closer to Denver. At the same time, it is such an easy drive. It's in the middle of nowhere. You are never going to be bothered by anyone. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense to put it here. I would love to see, like, I'm a cyclist, so I'm really into mountains and stuff. So I'd love to see a track nestled over there at that part of Denver. And I always kind of like, before coming here and having explained the reasons, my thought was, why couldn't you put it in? You're building a track in Colorado. Let's have it in the interesting part of Colorado. But it makes so much sense just being here. It's clear, as you say, totally out of the way. You guys are never going to get bothered by anything. That's coming from England, where a lot of racetracks are constantly being hammered by local residents trying to get them shut down. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, we see
Australia
that,
too.
Yeah, Lime Rock. I mean, probably down to like 6 hour window on a weekend that they're allowed to race right now. So
I need to get one.
Same thing that we're talking to Jim, the chief steward. Same thing with Road Atlanta. It's being encroached by. They don't want the noise. They don't want the noise. They don't want this. They don't want that. And so it's tough to find these places where you're just not going to be bothered. And as you guys had an opportunity to go around the track, it really, this is a technical track. People think, it's going to be a piece of cake. You have to have your A game here.
It's
to learn this track.
Yeah, it's commitment. Yeah. Like so many corners are super high. Like you can tell, it's just super high commitment requirements.
And the sight lines are pretty obscured. It's not like none of these corners are really. This one right here, turn 2, might be the most straightforward corner on the track.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Right. But, we saw the AOA Master earlier on in the race. Just forgot the turn. Sorry, forgot turn 8. Was it just right over the top of the hill?
And up on top of it.
Yeah.
That one's brutal. You have to brake on the uphill because it's a full crest.
Yeah.
And the whole track rolls away on the backside. If you're not under some braking before you crest the hill.
Oh, for sure.
There's a helipad actually on top of it.
Yeah, he got that far. Yeah. Do you guys want to tell us a little bit? You touched on it, but do you want to tell us a little bit more about how Big Mission Motorsport started and where you've come from? And so you say you've been here for you won. Did you say it was 24-hour race at High Plains?
Yeah, you did that for the first 4 or 5 years ago here.
So if you go back to the Reagan administration, they pulled people out of institutions.
Right.
It's no longer kept safe from the public. I was running Porsche Club in a spec Boxster. Knew Dan, Brian, our other partner, all PCA instructors, local. So I was kind of doing my thing, doing a little NASA, doing some SCCA. Dan invited me to an original, 2014 WRL race at Texas World Speedway. Went and did that. I said, this is really cool. I like this a lot. It's better than me tinkering by myself all day with cars. So started mixing that into some sprint racing. Our friend Brian and partner Brian he had a spec Boxster built just for WRL. And I thought to myself, one, I want to protect my assets, so we need to form a non-related LLC, and then scale, right? And everything for us has been scale in many ways. Buy a bigger trailer, one trip, reduces cost per car. We have two owners. We've got 6-8 seats we can sell out. Let's do that. Let's generate a little money. Not so much that we make any. Believe me, we're like every amateur race team. We've eat away so much money. But it goes into car development, which is cool. So when the team makes money, we're just like, hey guys, what do we want? Let's do chill outs. Let's do 4 different diffs, so we have one for every track.
Right.
So that was it. We came together. We had a couple of good years. Finished, I think, 1st and 3rd nationally in 2017, and then had a garbage year in 18. Lost. It was either 6 or 8. Either one of them is a terrible number. Motors, 3.2 M96 motors. We said, Dan, you've driven with us for a few years. We're going to make you a partner.
Get your wallet out.
Go buy us an M3 race car. So that sucker went and bought an M3 race car. And, we raced that, and it's just been sort of continual growth.
Yeah.
We moved out of the retail support world because it's not sustainable.
Right.
You just can't pay retail rates to do that. Did a little bit ourselves, and we opened an automotive shop, a German automotive retail shop, a couple of years ago, and then mostly it's just me getting a bug up my rear end. Hey, let's bring this other team in, and hey, we can get these guys. Let's get a 3-car stacker. Let's do this, and they just nod their head.
He's been a great visionary for all this. It's been quite a compliment to have first the Ronnie Phillips guys say, hey, you know what, we'd like to join you, and then the LMR guys, and just a little sprinkling of the T's. We might even bring in another team over the next year or two that have approached us on this. So we'll see. I mean, it's not neat to support those guys. I don't want to forget our charities, because that's a big reason why guys choose to race with us. We're north of $100,000 in raised funds the last 5-6 years. So I'm gonna let Steve talk about that. One of them is very passionate for him, and I've certainly adopted it. In fact, we ran into an old race competitor. He's been a teammate with us. Dave's probably what, 75, 76.
Yeah. Other fellow Marine,
ex-Marine, and just a great guy. And you go, you know what? This is why we do these charities. So you might share that.
No, it's just, some of it's really gross. Seriously, right?
Yeah.
You think about it, the amount of money you spend.
Yeah.
And I don't, I'm not a bleeding heart commie or anything, but and I worked hard for my money. It just seemed absurd sometimes, the amount of money that gets thrown out. And I said, well, let's at least tie something into it to buy indulgences, if you will. And so we
right.
We partnered with Simplify Fund, now called Simplify America's Fund, for injured servicemen and women post 9/11, with Cancer Research Institute, which is the oldest cancer nonprofit immunology research center. And then we've mixed it up with some others. We've had Salvation Army. We do some work with Tri-Lakes Cares, which is a local on-the-street organization to help people in times of need. And the LMR guys are supporting Uplift, which is a homeless support organization in Kansas City. So we just pony up. We finished the weekend with a first. You get $1,000. 800 for second, 600 for third, 400 regardless of finishing position. We've had a lot of people through social media. I never met this woman. I have no idea who she is. I've never talked to her, but she followed us on Instagram, and every time we make a donation, she's somewhere in the Bay Area, and she ponies up $25 and just sends it to the charity. So
yeah, it's coast to coast.
Yeah, trying to do, I don't know, be better, right? That's it. Definition, just be better. Be better every day. What we do.
Make a difference.
Yeah, well, we've got a great product here that's great to watch. So good for activating things like that, for sure. Yeah, it's great that you guys are putting that extra little bit of effort in to make something meaningful out of it.
Some teams have caught on. We've seen some other teams step up and do some charity work, even at the track and individual tracks as well as teams. So it's neat. If you look at our livery, it's all the cars have something on the car to support those awesome organizations.
Oh, brilliant. Anything else you guys want to mention at this point? We'll probably be able to catch up with you, if not later today, then tomorrow, and see how your weekends are going. It's a little bit early right now to be talking about results.
It's too early. No, just thank you for being out here. It's the first time I think the broadcast team stepped this way. We're really appreciative of
you guys do a great job.
Your participation in the series, and I'll just thank WRL and all the competitors, because if it wasn't for the quality of the organization that's managing the series and the quality of the racers out there, I'd have found something else to do.
Yeah, well, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's just coming out here and doing what we do, which is obviously way less of a it is way less of a commitment than what you guys do coming out here. Yeah, it's got to be worth the trip, hasn't it? So yeah, and as you say, it's the quality of the organisation here that does that, and we feel that, and we certainly feel welcome by you guys. So yeah,
well, it's neat because we didn't make Road Atlanta for a couple of reasons, but most of us watched the entire race, you guys, and then obviously if one of us misses a race or something, it's neat to watch. I mean, it's literally exhilarating to watch between Race Hero, what's going on, and your guys' commentary and online streaming. especially having an inside skinny on how all this thing works on strategy and pit stops and who's making time, how much time's left. It's just exhilarating to watch it even at home. So I know we have lots of folks watching this at home, and we'll look forward to having a bigger turnout next year. But we've had some races with well over 50 cars here, so.
RJ was telling us yesterday, and I've said it a few times on the broadcast, but this event over the last 3 or 4 years has been growing very, very consistently. So yeah, I'm absolutely convinced we'll have more next year.
If we could bring 20 cars, it would be.
Well, you're nearly there. But yeah, awesome. Yeah, well, thanks for coming, guys.
We'll visit again.
Yeah, absolutely. Please do.
Appreciate your time.
Yeah. Thank you. And yeah, good luck to both of you for later on in the race and tomorrow.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate
See you later.
Take care.
Yeah, Big Mission Motorsports still holding down first and second and fourth in GP1. The brand new car sitting in seventh in that class. Pretty respectable for a car that doesn't sound like they had particularly high hopes for. So we'll see how they do. There's only the fifth car out of 5, the 777, spent a lot of time behind the wall. At least an hour or so. That'll be the 777. I think that'll just be ensuring that the drivers there get seat time. Probably not looking for a result, although they could if the 70 for Boulder. No, Boulder's actually circulating. They're doing all right. So they're going to have to scrabble a little bit to pick up a championship point. But if they do, it'll be worth 2 because they'll have a full field to contend against. JT, are you seeing anything in particular?
I've just been trying to keep an eye on the gaps in GP1 among the other classes, of course. It's been quite interesting watching how the ebb and flow has happened throughout the field. As we see I think the Evo Q got around the Works Audi 2 laps ago.
Yeah, that would make sense. 4.5 second gap now. There'll be another lap up to their next competitor, which will be the 983 for W2W. Those cars running in 3rd and 5th in GTO.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, that 61 was a metallic blue E36.
So I've noticed the Stratus 59 cars disappeared. Is that something we've covered in the last couple of seconds while
I showed in the pits right now, 8th overall.
Yeah, they're not stopped on track.
No, they are in the pits, yeah, but they're 4 laps down now, whereas they were running 2nd. So I'm guessing that is an extended pit stop.
Yeah, when did they come in? Appears to have been at 1:41. That was 9 minutes ago. Yeah, it's extremely long for a pit stop. So something's gone wrong in the 59 camp.
Yeah, they've probably already lost 2nd in GTU to the 9-4 Motorsports car. We'll just wait for the next lap to go by as they drop down to 9th overall. So yeah, this is really great start for Stratus. 1-2 overall, 1-2 in GTU, but you've got to make it to the end for it to count. And we do see this with that GTU class quite regularly. So yeah, 9-4 Motorsports about to move up to 2nd in class.
Is it on? Is the 2nd GTU win for 9-4 Motorsports
I was literally just in the process of saying, we've seen this happen before.
The team car, the number 83, has pitted out of 4th in GP3. Pinnacle, the 127, has come back out after their third stop of the day. They're doing about 28 laps or so on a tank, which is pretty lean, actually. I'm surprised by that. I wonder if that's a schedule situation more than a tires and fuel situation.
Try to keep an eye out for the battle for 4th in GTO. The 727 Pinnacle has a just under 2-second lead over the 983 Willowman Porsche.
Yeah, if we could try to track down, is the 983 the silver or the black one? I can never get the two straight. 983 will be the white Porsche Cayman with the blue hood and roof. Which means, yeah, I don't know if we could try to track that battle down. If you manage to find it on track, we just hang out on this camera as the rotor Volkswagen goes past us. But yeah, that is easily our well, I shouldn't say easily. 336 for Big Mission is actually, have they just been passed? His 336 has just been passed by the Energy for racing number 49.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, the nearest battle for position here is going to be the two Porsches that we're looking at. Every time the car goes side by side, I'm wondering if that's the battle, but it's not. That, I think, was one of the Pinnacle cars, not the one that we're looking for.
We've had an update on the 59 car. Glenn came
that's
by.
The car. So the car that just went through shot, that was the 983. And
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Glenn just came by to update us on that car. Apparently, they put in a new set of brake pads either today or yesterday, but they've glazed them, which is really unusual, and they have no idea why it happened. But the car was not stopping, so they've decided to take it into the paddock and replace the brake pads.
Was it 777?
No, this is 59 Stratus.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking you were talking about the Big Mission guys.
No, that was the Big Mission guys headed off. That was Glenn coming by too. He's had a word with the Stratus team to check in on what's going on with them. So yeah, we should. In that case, that shouldn't be a massive undertaking to change the brake pads. So I think we'll see that car back out. Potentially, there's no. Yeah, if they can get out in the next few laps, there's no reason why they couldn't challenge to get back into second in GTU. But yeah, obviously the overall win is well out of the question at this point.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on this camera for the 983. I think not that one.
Yeah, so the Pinnacle car in front of it, I believe, is black and silver.
Yeah, that was the 90, the one that's going past the post right there. That's your 983. Has that pass been made? Is that the Pinnacle car with the Martini livery that was behind it? Yeah, okay. So that probably will have happened. I think we saw the move possibly in progress coming into turn 6, a little bit of a dive. Obviously the 727 saw that he was there, gave him enough space, but the 986 with a little bit of a lunge into turn 6 got alongside, and you would have imagined had the position coming up through turn 7 where they would have consolidated. 127 is being cited as dragging a piece of the bumper. That'll be the team car for the 727. Running further back in GTO, but still something to keep an eye on. You don't want to lose a piece of debris onto the circuit. Obviously brought out our first, and I think so far only, full course caution.
Yeah, I think the 199 is like, yeah, no, don't let any body parts fall off.
Yeah.
Stay green.
Got our GP1 leader in the pits now. Number 134 Big Mission Motorsports. That's going to cycle the 567 Big Mission Motorsports car, which is off sequence roughly by half a step back into the lead. Into the GP1, that is. Evoc Motorsport, I don't know if you guys mentioned, they were also in the pits. From where they were running. They were running 8th, still are right now, but that's the 1995 BMW M3 GTO class car.
I don't think the 983 made that pass stick.
Yeah, no, it's I'm timing shows a half-second gap now.
Yeah, let's try to pick those two cars up if we can. It's a little bit of a ding-dong battle for 5th in GTO. Watching that 127 looks slow. Are they coming into the pits? They
Yeah,
are.
pit entry.
That's the 727, I think, behind them? Question mark.
Or yes.
There's a 983. That's a huge gap. So what's happened here? There's the Martini liveried Porsche.
There we go.
It looked like about 4 seconds. Yeah, 127 with a slow crawl into its box. You can see the rear bumper dragging behind it. What a sound. Overnight lost about just under 3 minutes on their stop. That'll be the 196. Northloop is walking away with GP2 at the moment. That is partially a function of the field size. It's the smallest field in the event today, but great consistency. The TCS 22 is not typically that slow of a car, right? So TCS has had issues, obviously, and Northloop has just been rock solid.
Yeah, TCS. They were close at the opening stage of the race, but TCS had a problem. They were in the pits for 55 minutes. And more recently, they've pitted 3 times in the last 5 laps, I believe.
I just walked past them in the paddock, and they were up on jacks doing some pretty extensive work. So yeah, they've got some issues.
This will be the 134. That's a class leader that was ahead of us there in GP1, ahead of the 123. So I think that's a lap delta between the two. 123 would be trying to get their lap back. Not as impactful as it would be in IMSA, but still nice to get back ahead of your class leader if you can manage it. This is the 134. Making their way out of turn 4 and cresting the hill into what is basically a blind turn 5. No, that's not turn 5, excuse me. That is turn
8.
8, yes, thank you. So that was 7 into 8 rather than 4 into 5.
I wasn't sure because I was out on track a little bit ago, but did you guys see that NPO1 spin at turn 8?
How long ago? Was this the 84?
Probably about 20 minutes ago.
No, not only did I not see it, but I'm not sure. Oh, you know, it was the 58. As a matter of fact, that would have been our leader in GTU. They've had 4 off listed at turn 8.
Yeah, that'll be it. It was fairly innocuous, just span, rejoined.
Yeah, they've got a pretty healthy lead now that their team car has pitted. They've come back out, has the 59. 16 minutes in the pits for whatever they had to fix there. So they've lost a lot of ground on both the 58 and the 84. They're now 3 laps behind the 84.
It sounded like they were replacing brakes.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So that car should be back up to full speed, and I would, all else being equal, put money on them being able to catch the 94 Motorsports GTU car just on pace.
Not sure if they'll catch the 58 though. The 58 was rapid today.
Well, the 58 was faster than them anyway. So yeah. That's they're away. Stratus 58 with a clean run are away and gone with GTU, and honestly, it doesn't look like anyone's really got much for them. Actually, I should stop that sentence because the last few laps JTR Motorsports have been quicker than the Stratus 58. Stratus 58 doesn't look capable of getting below 201 anymore. Whereas the JTR car is in the 2-minute flats. I think the track is getting hotter. And Sam, you've been outside. Is it feeling hot yet?
Actually, not as hot as I expected. Certainly not as hot as yesterday. It still feels kind of cool, and there's still not as much of a breeze, but it's still a little bit windy out there.
Yeah, because this is about the time we arrived yesterday, and it was already stinking hot.
Yeah, it was well into the 90s, and we're at 84 degrees right now.
No, it's just a nice cool 84. But yeah, so the track will be getting hotter and also dirtier, obviously, than it was earlier on in the race. So we're not seeing anyone get below 2 minutes anymore, whereas fastest laps of the race were in the 54s, 55s, 56s. But it does look like JTR, this stint at least, has held on to its pace better than Stratus. So that gap is closing. Stratus 58, that is. So yeah, we'll have to track that. We also, those MPO1s, they're not the most resilient cars in the world. So as the temperature rises, they may want to drive slightly easier, take care of the car a little bit more. We could see maybe further into the evening where it's going to cool off a little bit more. I think we're going to be seeing a little bit more overcast conditions later on in the afternoon. Whoa, that was a big slide from the AFC sports car. Coming out of turn 11.
Got a bit ambitious on the right foot.
Yeah. But yeah, we might see that car pick up pace again as the track cools off later in the day. But right now, or it could just be, we have actually mentioned that 58 car has a tendency to have more varied driver abilities. So it could just be going through that kind of cycle at the moment. But right now, JTR are closing in slowly but surely on 58 for the overall lead.
Yeah, Scott, if you happen to have the timing monitor up, not the race hero one, but our custom one, there's a lap time history plot, and if you isolate for some of the big hitters in this race, you can actually kind of see the progression of the lap times and see how they've really diverged. The history of this race has been that the 727, the Pinnacle car, was actually the fastest one I'm looking at the 696 for JTR, the 761 of Rotor, and the 727 of Pinnacle. If you look at the early part of the race, Pinnacle was the faster car there, but after the first pit stop or so, they've really fallen off. It's they're the third fastest of that lot. JTR was the slowest, and now they're the fastest. They've kind of managed these increasing temperatures the best of the three, it looks like. 761 is consistent. It seems like they've got a tighter lap time band, but they've just gotten a little slower than the 696, and I think that's what we've been seeing on track.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the limited screen space we've got here, I'll very much have to take your word for it. The half a laptop screen is not good enough to use your. There's not enough screen real estate to be able to use your.
It's state of the art, and by art I mean I'm making a lot of it up.
Will to win number 986 is in the pits, so that is a Cayman, which has certainly through the first round of pit stops. That was the earliest pit stop. Wow, we're through to the third set of aren't we? No, this is the second set of genuine pit stops. So actually, this is a lot later than I was expecting. This is really only their second stop. Fair enough. 42 laps for the first stint from that 986 car, and they've managed to go about 46, I think. 45 laps on this second run. They've exited the pits actually and come across the line and retained fourth place overall by the looks of things. Which is obviously third in GTO. Yeah, the other will to win car's just come across the line 38 seconds behind. So that's a 983. They pitted quite a while ago. So that was, okay, so it looks like we've got quite a discrepancy, quite a disparity, I should say, between the fuel, the distance the 983 can go on fuel versus the 986. The 983 is consistently doing around 33, 34, 35 laps per stint. The first one's always going to be slightly short because of the rolling laps, so we'll call it 35 laps per stint. Whereas the 986 is able to do more like 46, 47, so that's a lot more laps that car's able to do.
983 might be intentionally short pitting because the 986 they can do what, about pretty much an hour and a half per stint, which means there's going to be about half an hour at the end. That'll be a very, very short stint. So it could just be that the 983 is just fueling to the end, so they have equal stick lengths along the way.
Could be, yeah.
If you look again, looking at the lap time plots, Scott, I think in terms of the internecine battle, I think the 986 has a pretty stout advantage here. If it's going longer on fuel, it's also running consistently faster lap times. So
its pit stops are longer, I think. Certainly the last, not significantly. The last pit stop for each car, the 986 was 15 seconds slower, but the previous stop it wasn't. It was basically the same. So yeah, interesting. So the 986 is faster, going longer, and not really losing any time on each pit stop. By the way, Rotor Motorsports are in the pit. Motorsport are in the pits for their second stop, which is slightly early. They went 47 laps on the first stint, and they've only gone about 43 on the second stint, which the second stint you would expect to be longer because they didn't have to do the pace laps. So it's actually a little concerning.
Because they didn't have to do the pace laps, and they've also spent more time in traffic. So yeah, I agree. That is interesting.
Yeah, because and actually, so their first run was, as I said, it was 47 laps, and the 986 will to win car has just done 46 laps. So we were super impressed by the length of Rotor's first stint, but will to win have basically matched them, the 986, on this second run. I don't know why they weren't able to match them on the first run. But yeah, that car's going nice and long. But yeah, we've got to keep an eye on this Rotor car. Hopefully that's not an issue for them. They're only 5 laps or so early, but why would you give that up?
Yeah, let's let that. We'll take a couple minutes to figure that out. We're a bit overdue for ads, so let's throw to some ads, and by the time we come back from that, we'll have a better sense, because the Rotor car should be gone by the time we're done with ads. So if they're not, then they've got an issue, and we can try to figure out what the rest of the race looks like for them. So let's go pay some bills, and then we'll be back in a couple minutes' time.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Inside of 5 hours remaining in the Saturday 8-hour here at High Plains for the World Racing League, the 761 for Rotor Motorsport has come and gone. have we figured out anything from that?
I don't believe so, at least not yet. I was just trying to overhear what race control talking about, and they were talking about a 2-lap penalty for a car that was committing avoidable contact. I'm going to put 2 and 2, maybe get 5 together and say that they're talking about the Works Audi.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, they've just been docked 2 laps, and that shows up in the race control log. So, yeah, exactly correct.
So I have a theory about the Volkswagen.
Go on.
I'm wondering if it has to do with a driver swap.
A strategic driver swap or a scheduled driver swap, you think?
Yes.
Right. We think this is maybe related to the varying consistency of the 761's lap times, maybe.
That or a bit more, drive, if it's a paid seat or whatever reason, just trying to make sure everybody gets their time in the car as relatively equal as they can. I don't know.
No, it's a fair point. It wouldn't be totally unreasonable to just make the call that, an hour and a half and change, you just go ahead and you make that stop and you put the next driver in. I don't hate that idea. You see, Works 45, the number 73 has gone red, and that indicates the lap loss there.
Yeah, because sometimes you don't necessarily race to the end of a stint in terms of fuel, but in terms of time. Just because you're having to, it's endurance racing. It's more than one driver you're sharing. So they'll try to equalize drive times if they can.
We are. Yeah, okay. So Rotor's pit stop was about 1:57 time loss, which is a little long for, maybe not that bad. It compares well to the 986s. But we were just talking about how their stops were actually a little on the long side. So I guess we'll watch this space. That is the thing about endurance racing and endurance racing at this level. 123 is back in. That feels early. Feels very early. Yeah, it's only been 7 laps. This is a problem for NFC.
Yeah, it looked like they were a little bit offline going through the final
complex.
Chicane, yeah, but I'm not sure if that was just him signaling that he's coming to the pits.
Yeah, this last time by, they had been within a half second of the 199 Big Mission, which I think had passed them for position.
And the hood is going up.
Yeah, you're right, JT. 199 had gone through on the 123 before that. Were the 123's lap times particularly slow? A little bit. They're a few seconds off, so you could imagine maybe they're nursing some kind of mechanical.
I mean, it could also be full fuel, because it wasn't substantially horrible.
Probably like 2 or 3 seconds off their previous early stint pace.
Yeah, but it could also be a new driver.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, a new driver that's gone into the scenery or something. 58, our leader in GTU, has just been docked a lap for passing under yellow. That might help out the 84, except for they've just been issued a meatball flag for dropping fluid.
Race control's getting busy something.
Yes. Yeah, because there's a yellow, and I'm not totally sure.
It's being reported as the 85 AOA.
Yeah, they don't. It's not actually listed as being stopped. Is it possible it's the 120 up at turn 6? The 120 would be the R5 Racing GP3. Did lead it on pit rotation briefly. But I've got the 120 as being stopped on driver's right, or I guess down at turn 6.
Possibly.
We might have a better view of it as long as.
Yeah, the apical onboard is about to go past that. I think there's a car stop driving right on the inside.
Yeah, we're about to come up to it here too. Yeah, you see the yellow lights flashing at the
left.
flag stand.
Yeah, it's driver's left. Right on the exit.
That is a E46.
What do we think? Maybe just a bad upshift? I'm not seeing too much in the way of smoke or anything, but certainly it's had a failure. Either that or that's the farthest that it could coast.
It does start going pretty significantly uphill at that point, so if he doesn't have any kind of drive, there's no way he's getting further than that.
No additional information on race control here. It is confirmation it's a car stopped, and that it is 120.
See, the 120 is listed as a E36.
The 120 also had a really slow lap last lap. I think it's been nursing a continuing issue, and I think they're going to maybe regret not pulling that car into the pit on that last lap.
So we just spotted the NFC 4th in GP1. Yeah, he just pulled into the paddock and it's gone straight to his tent.
That's a bummer. That had been running very well.
Yeah, so work has started on it immediately, fairly feverish. But you know, that's going to cost some significant time.
Yeah, if they're working with some urgency, that might mean that it's something that they feel like they can fix relatively quickly and stay in the game. I need to double check this, but I'm pretty sure they're in a reasonable fight for a championship or two. So this is it's a big deal for them to get out there and pick up as many points as they can. On board now, back in the paddock, they are working on it. Is this the driver getting buckled in? No, getting out of the car. Maybe it's worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not a lot of work going on at the back of the car. A lot of concerned looks, but that's about the extent of it.
Yeah, maybe it was a feverish look to see what's wrong, and then they realized that it's not something they can fix in any quick amount of time.
Interesting.
This will be on schedule for North Loop, by the way.
Do we have any eyes on the 58?
Yeah, I just saw that message pop up. It looks like they had a pretty slow lap last lap. Best part 10 seconds off of their ultimate pace. It's kind of in line with their recent lap times.
That'll be for the passing under yellow penalty that they were just assessed.
Gotcha.
I think they just lost a lap straight up.
Yeah, they just came across start finish line now. So that's a 49-second gap to the 696 JTR BMW. Third place in GP1, NRG Racing's Porsche Box Cayman. Yeah, Cayman in pit lane.
Yeah, now who are we expecting to come in soon? 567 is about due. So they would drop out of the lead in GP1 there. '58. They've got about 10 laps. Just going through our class leaders here. JTR, the 696, is doing about 3 laps. And 85 in GP3 is probably, that'll be the AOA car, about due for their second pit stop of the day. Just wild to say because we're nearly halfway through the race, but the GP2 and GP3 cars can stretch their fuel a long ways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good to see the 85 running at the front of GP3.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch the progression of these classes, right? Because you'll have these teams that you think of as basically, very strong mainstays, and they kind of, you get the fresh blood comes in, and they kind of shuffle to the mid-pack, and eventually figure out, or they figure out how to get back on top of things. And I think we're starting to see that with AOA. We're seeing that a bit with W2W as well. It's helped that the BMWs have been such a challenge to get working in terms of managing the power to weight at the different classes and under dyno conditions. So that has helped out the Cayman runners a ton. Although 696 seems to be managing the issue pretty well. But yeah, you're starting to see those teams. I hesitate to call it any kind of resurgence. It's because it's not like, it's not like franchise droughts, right, where they've been nowhere for 5 years and they're coming back. But as these classes are ever changing, right? Because you have the modifiers, you have obviously the power to weight baseline, but teams are constantly figuring out better ways to optimize for those qualifiers and also optimizing their operations too. I think we get this feedback all the time about, it feels more and more semi-pro all the time. It doesn't quite feel like a bunch of people kind of just tooling around on a Saturday. It's these are guys that want to be here and are showing it. So we're watching these teams kind of cycle up and down the order. We've got all these cameras back. Isn't that nice?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. The 197 Overnight Motorsports Porsche Boxster started at the front of the class today, but only had a few laps before it had to come onto pit lane due to mechanical problems. So they were in, basically repairs for almost an hour, and that is one of our more front-running cars in GP3 so far this season. But AOA is definitely capitalizing on their absence right now.
Would you like a weather update?
Is weather moving in?
No, but the temperature is definitely picking up, and the wind has completely shifted 90 degrees. So it's now a cross wind from the right to the left on the back straight. So that will affect the slipstream down the long straight a little bit. As for the projected rain, we're now at 92% chance of rain at 4 p.m., which is an hour before the finish. But it does include
chance
lightning.
Yeah. So this is where, okay. this is where the predictions will kind of run into. This is the 85, by the way, that we're looking at, serving their second pit stop out of the lead. I think it'll be close. See if we see the 93 come through a shot here, or if they've already gone through. But it to me, that begs an interesting question of what do you time the race to? Do you time it to 5 o'clock, or do you time it to when you think the weather might move in? I think it would be risky to time it for 4 o'clock, but there are certain cases that we've run up against this year where it would have worked out.
Yeah, but you have to know within like a 5-minute window, and I don't think you can be that accurate. So I would, if it were me, it would be to the end of the race, and that's ignoring the fact that we're in the Denver area, which seems to be the kind of area where you get threats of weather on the forecast and the sky to absolutely anyone looks like you're about to get destroyed by a thunderstorm and then nothing happens. So I would not bank on any of this weather actually happening, personally, after a week here in this area.
92%, Scott. You have little faith.
Well, I was out on my bike the other day, and I got exactly the opposite happen. 15% turned it into absolute apocalyptic thunderstorm right on my head. So, yeah, I think you can't. I'm not saying that weather won't happen. I think we probably will get something towards the end, but I don't think you'll be able to predict it to a fine enough degree of accuracy to be able to plan your strategy around it. Not from this far out, anyway.
Yeah, I don't think I would try it if I were, say, JTR or Rotor.
Actually, I'll tell you what I would do is I would build in as much flexibility as possible. So just try to go as long as possible, and if you end up having to take a short splash at the end rather than splitting evenly, then so be it. But you want to give yourself the option. If the rain comes with 20 minutes to go and you've painted yourself into a corner where you have to pit with 30 minutes to go, and you could have made it to 15 minutes to go, then obviously you're giving yourself an extra pit stop. So what I would do is, yeah, try to build in as much flexibility and just try to go as long as possible, even if it doesn't, necessarily get to the end, because we don't know if the race is going to be called early.
Yeah, there's a third scenario, obviously, right, where if it's just a pop-up, if it's a thin line, I don't know what's being predicted, but if, say, it is just a thin line of storms that is going to pass by relatively quickly and comes through around 4 o'clock, or at least at the line of thunder, pressure differential and all that, if that passes through and, and then moves out of the sort of the range of peril. I wonder if there's another phrase for it, JT. But if it passes through relatively quickly, then we might go back to racing after that. So you can't necessarily assume that it's going to be done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that will get you a long way towards the end of the race. On my app, I'm being shown basically 4 till 5. Those 2 hours, those 2 blocks, the 1600 and 1700 are at 92 and 89% respectively. So, but, well, yeah, and the other thing is, we know what our lightning, we're very well versed in lightning procedures these days, and it tends to be if you get one, it's going to take out half an hour of racing. If that happens within the last hour, it's going to be difficult to get back to racing. Anyway, let's not speculate on that, but I think at the moment, oh wow, I was thinking we were a lot further out from this than we are, but really we're only about 3.5 hours from this actually being a reality. But it looks like we might get some weather of some description in the last hour of the race.
Well, we're always going to get some weather.
And I would also point out the yellow flag, the lightning rules for this track may be quite a bit different than, say, Daytona.
Yeah, Brendan's
I'd be
listening
surprised
because he's chimed in to the exact same effect.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it's anything like the last at Road Atlanta. It was 20 minutes after the last strike. I'd be surprised if it was any less than that. But you never know. I mean, marshals are a lot more exposed here, although they do all have shelter. I'm not sure they do at Road Atlanta.
It's not enclosed shelter. I wouldn't take to that.
No, it's not. It's true. It's a good point. Yeah, the marshals are pretty exposed here in terms of the the lack of anything high around them. So
I think there's a decent chance that Glenn's going to go out and install a lightning rod about 20 miles away, just to make sure that we don't get anything.
So Stratus 58, I'm guessing they got a 1-lap penalty.
Yeah, were you not here for that? They got docked a lap for okay. They got docked a lap for passing over yellow.
Okay, makes sense.
9-4.
It's funny, they are fast, but they aren't going very long on fuel, so they can't really afford that if they want to win overall. I think maybe one of those penalties will be okay, but any more, and they're really going to struggle to catch JTR and Rotor again.
Yeah, I think it's. I think it's team by team. I think some teams are really invested in the overall, and some are happy to just take the class win. So I think it really depends on almost the individual, because we talked to, was it Screaming Go, who was talking about. I think it was them that we asked, and they were like, you know what? I actually don't remember what their response was, so I'm not even gonna say. But I think everyone's got slightly different attitudes. If you're going for a championship, which I mean, Stratus, I think GTU might literally only be between the 58 and the 59. But
49 on the right-hand side here.
That's what it looks like to me. Yeah, and they are in the pits.
That's their second time in 3 laps.
Yeah, we've got a message through from those guys. They are going behind the wall to swap a warped rotor. So they not only glazed their brakes, they've warped them as well, apparently.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if they, there's any chance that might happen to the 58 here, because there are a decent number of braking zones that you could imagine a decent amount of steering input in, and so which you might not have had.
Based on what I was sort of hearing from Glenn earlier, I think this is a kind of freak thing that happened immediately with those brakes, this set of brakes. So, it sounded like they were at a loss to why this happened. So I would have thought for the 58, if it hasn't happened already, then it won't be a problem. I'm not super versed on what causes rotor warping and glazing of pads, but that does seem to be a batch thing. Like they've got unlucky with a bad batch of something.
Well, so this is the 49 NRG Racing that has been pitting again.
They were actually just.
Oh, sorry. Did I mix up 49? Did I hear 59 when you said 49?
I think so.
Right. So I was talking about the Stratus car.
Yes.
Joseph obviously thought I was talking about the Stratus car because
I was just yes-anding.
But yes, there's also the 49 car, which is the only other car in GP1 that was challenging Big Mission Motorsport, I believe.
Both NRGs.
Oh, there's 2 NRGs. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't help. Which also both end with the number 9.
Well, Big Mission Motorsports are now up to 1, 2, 3, and 5. And it's only the 39, the other NRG car, that is breaking that up.
Which is so. Hold on, and NRG is also a Colorado. Do we have anybody left that isn't a Colorado team?
It's a conspiracy.
PC Racing, I think, might be, but they didn't start the race.
Yeah, as we heard, they're not going to be racing this weekend by the sound of it.
Yeah. So who? NFC is at Abita Springs, Louisiana. Team Chipre. We didn't end up actually seeing. They were going to come in out of Spring, Texas. So it's Colorado versus the world, and the world happens to be in Louisiana. So yeah, I was looking down the field. I was like, oh, it's an all Colorado top 5. Oh, it's an all Colorado top 6. Wait a second. Yeah, that's the 325 for Apical. Currently 8th in GP1 that we're staring at, I think. Or is that the 336?
The 325 is in the pits. Is that what you were just saying?
Yes. Yeah. I was making sure.
Yeah, they've gone on board. Yeah, they got an onboard camera. They're sat in the pit box. Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting. GP1's a bit of an interesting case for this race. It's really the one class where we haven't had any of the big names from outside of the Colorado area show up.
Yes.
So we're talking Ginger Racing, Moorhead, PC Racing. Which is a shame because we always love watching those guys. Watching those guys race each other. I'm sure I'm missing at least one team out.
Edge Auto Sports.
Yep. Yeah, good point.
PC Racing, yeah. Honda Research West, for some reason, not coming this far west.
So they can travel across I-8, but I-70 is a bridge way too far.
Yeah, the Rockies are too intimidating, I guess, for them. But, Big Mission. So Big Mission, the 199 car, as the 696 pulls in front of the 325 for their pit stop. Big Mission number 199, that car that is essentially a slightly overpowered GP2 car, is up to third now. And that's going to have Dan and Steve. Well, I think Steve started it, and Dan will be finishing it. Our guests earlier on. So that's the car that's running the longest in the field on fuel. But at least they're while the strategy definitely isn't working out the way they were hoping it would. The car's just not quite got enough pace. They are at least making their way up through the order, and actually they're running the same pace as the first and second place cars right now. So maybe the hotter weather conditions are playing into their favour.
986
325X
is
is the
being...
bit.
325 leaves their stall. The 986 is being looked at for having loose parts at the rear of the car. I assume that's the bumper. I can't imagine that would be the wing mount, but I guess it could be.
Well, I mean, it could be, yeah. It could be anything. It could be lights housing, something like that. JTR pitting will put the Stratus 58 back in the lead, but I'm guessing Stratus owes his pit stop relatively soon. Yeah. I'm imagining that should be pretty imminent.
It's right in the 58.
Yeah.
3 laps for me.
There you go. And we've got about half a stint until Rota will be in the pits, so Rota Motorsport TCR we should see cycle back into the lead. I left a little bit earlier to check that they weren't still sat in their pit box when they seemed to pit quite early. Not much. They definitely did pit early relative to how far they went on the first stint, but nothing really has gone wrong since then. But the car hasn't been particularly fast.
Oh, I missed it. Did you call out the 696 going to the pits?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
So Stratus are back in the lead now. And yeah, this will put Rota up to the lead of GTO, and Stratus are due in 3 laps, so Rota should take the overall lead in 3 laps, roughly.
Yes. The 983 has also come into pit. No, not a lap after the 986. 986 is like halfway through their stint. So, 59 is being cited for having dropping a bit of fluid out the rear of the car.
986 is actually really become very interesting in this race. They're now only 8 seconds behind Rota and running as long as them on fuel. And they pitted most recently on basically the same lap, 1 lap earlier, I think. So really, the 986 Will to Win car is exactly as strong a position as Rota, and that's a very genuine race. Both cars have a slight fuel mileage advantage on JTR, I think, but JTR probably has more pace. Not really shown on the time screen. They're a little bit ahead in general. So yeah, that's looks like that will be our 3-way fight, at least for the time being. That looks like our 3-way fight for the win in GTO, which is interesting if we consider that the last hour might be wet, because
that's true.
I believe, is that 986 car the one that was? I think it was the 983 that was absolutely ballistic at Daytona. Is that right, in the wet?
Let me see who's listed on the driver sheet.
Okay, so we've got Glenn on the back straight. from the 525.
Put a transponder on him.
The 983, by the way, is in the pits. But yeah, I mean, Will to Win are capable of tuning up a Cayman to go very fast in the wet. TCRs are known to be very fast in the wet. That JTR Motorsports Engineering BMW, less so. So that could become interesting if things become a bit damp in the final hour.
So it looks like safety vehicle on track is for most likely bringing water and food to corner workers.
Got it, okay. Halfway point of the race, that makes sense. I've done some irresponsible math.
Excellent.
So I agree with your assessment, Scott, about it mostly being a three-horse pony show at the dog races between the 986, the 761, and the 696. At the moment, we have a strong, we give the 696 a pretty strong advantage over the two, and then it's the 986 and the 761 basically being neck and neck for second, which means also that if anything happens to 696, that blows the fight for the win wide open, regardless of whether or not we get weather come in.
We've got another guest in the booth. If you guys are willing to give us a little bit of time.
Anytime.
Cool. Well, we got Daniel from the number 134 Big Mission Motorsport car, which, depending on fuel cycle, right now you guys are not in the lead, but I think you have been for a decent amount of time because you just got out of the car, which means you just had a pit stop, so that makes sense that you guys are running second right now. Tell us about how the race is going. Particularly, my brother and I, his first time at this track. We've been really driving around yesterday, really impressed by how interesting and fun the track looks. So yeah, tell us a little bit about the race, about how it works in traffic. Oh, sorry, you're going to need your mic a little bit closer to your mouth. Oh, and I'm going to need to unmute you. That would make much more sense.
All right, I think we got it.
Yeah, I got it now.
No, the race has been going pretty well. I think we're running 5 cars right now, but it actually represents what used to be 3 different teams. And so it's kind of interesting. You've got a couple cars running different strategies. Like the 199 car is low on power. It was attempting to class GP2, but needed some weight. Needed a little more weight than you could put in there.
It's been cool seeing that car. Started off, obviously, raw pace, way at the back, but it's been climbing up. It's on the podium now as we stand. So yeah, that's pretty cool to see that come forward. And it's running the longest of any car in the field, I think, on fuel.
Yeah, I mean, it's really under power, so which is it makes it a lot of fun, and it's almost the max size tank for that class or for that car. There's like 0.3 of a gallon. You could add more than that, but otherwise the track has been interesting because it's in the morning been quite a bit grippier than in the afternoon. It's gotten a lot really greasy. Yeah, you've heard a lot of comments from some of the drivers about it being greasy, and you see it on the track. There are places where people are just holding power slides through turn 11 and through turn 13, 14.
We're wondering, did you drive much yesterday?
I did.
How is it right now relative to yesterday? Because it was way hotter at this time of day yesterday.
It was worse yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had a little cloud cover, and you could definitely feel when it rolled over the track, and you had a little bit of shade. Like you could definitely feel that it would get a little grippy if it was.
Oh wow! It was that immediate, was it?
Yeah, it didn't take long.
Wow.
It didn't take long at all. I think the place where you really noticed it were in like turn 4, where you're higher speed, higher corner speed. So like it definitely used it. You also felt it in turn 10 or turn 7. Quite a bit, but how familiar are you guys all with the track?
Zero. Sam and I turned up yesterday. Sam and I are esports drivers, so we're familiar with a lot of tracks around the world, but this is not one that's very well represented in the esports as well.
Yeah,
so
I had to find a set of Corsa mods so I could play on the track.
So yeah, and Sam and I just drove around in his Velocity yesterday, and we were like, we've seen like satellite views of it, but you don't get any idea of the elevation from that. And we were like, especially being in High Plains, out in the plains of Colorado, we were expecting it to be pancake flat, but no, the elevation is the amazing feature of this track. It seems to make things feels like it makes things really challenging, super high demand corners, right?
I think that's exactly right.
Yeah.
And to add to what you said, it feels like each.
I guess you being a GP1 car, you've got cars both overtaking you and you have a lot of traffic to pass yourself, right?
Right. Well, and even within GP1, there's a wide variance of driver skill. You'll see some of the times, like you've got cars that are doing 203s that have drivers in doing 208s. Turn 6, you get a lot of traffic, and there are a couple lines through there, but the problem is it really tightens as you come through. The entry is rather wide, but the exit's rather narrow. And so there's really only one line out of that corner, but there's a couple lines in.
Yeah.
And so you really want to plan, and that is relatively long straight. If you count up that hill, you're mostly flat all the way up through 8.
Is turn 7 flat then?
Depends on the car.
Right.
Depends on how you set up. If you manage your load well, it can be flat. That inner curbing is actually really gentle. It's like one of the characteristics of this track I really love is that the curbing, most of it is very gentle, very smooth. You don't have really aggressive curbs like you see at some of the
Yeah,
other
we
tracks.
mentioned that, and certainly we actually mentioned it in the context of the MPO1s hating serrated curves, and there are no serrated curves here, so they must almost no serrated curves here. There's a couple of exit curves, right?
Yeah, I think the inside of 12 or 13, or 13, kind of at the start of the S's at the end of the track, that's a little serrated inner apex curve, which is really non-standard.
Right.
And then you have but a few sets of exit curving, but it's pretty gentle.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, tell us a little bit more. Is there any more interesting things happen out there during your seat? Were you out there to just one fuel run, I'm guessing?
Yeah, one fuel run. Trying to make sure everybody gets some time in the car.
Yeah.
Right.
Tell us a little bit about your hour or so. Anything interesting happen?
It's definitely interesting because the track went from relatively cool to definitely heating up and starting to get a little greasier. And you saw we were staggered on the fuel strategy compared to some other cars, so you definitely. I saw a couple different drivers, and so the same car that may have been tough to pass earlier was very different. Like we were carrying corner speed there, but there were a couple conga lines where you have this collection of some GP3, GP2, GP1, and then you've got GTO cars and GTU cars trying to make it through. And the challenge is that you've got cars that are close enough in speed that even though the car behind is faster on its own, like it was difficult to pass, but you have a string of that condition. And so it created some of these conga lines. I ran into at least one of them or two of them for 8 laps.
Definitely find at the bigger tracks, the MPO1s cause a lot of that, right? Because there's usually more of them for a start, but it's the fact that they can't overtake in the places that they're fast, not easily anyway, because they're fast in the middle of the corner, which is right where everyone wants to be in the same place, right? And then you get to the straight, and all of a sudden they're getting overtaken by slower cars.
Most of their drivers are pretty, they'll react pretty well with hand signals, so you can mid-corner, or like on corner entry, give them a point, and they'll zoom by you, where you point, so you don't have to make a lot of room for them. They're pretty small cars.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so...
really quick.
Yeah, go.
We saw a car stopped on screen to driver's left at turn 6. That appears to have been the 727 Pinnacle Motorsport Cayman.
That is a real shame, because that is the car that was running second in GTO earlier in the race. Am I right?
Yeah, there had been reports of it smoking in turn 4.
Oh, okay. Do you have any idea if that's going to be tire related, like bodywork related, or is that going to be engine related?
It's getting picked up by a flatbed right now, by the looks of it.
Engine then. Yeah, so hopefully no fluid on the track at least. But yeah, we can see that car's turned salmon on Race Hero now, so they're dropping to the field. That's a shame. That was one of our super competitive cars earlier. It did seem like they had their best driver in for the start, so it maybe wasn't necessarily in the running for a podium anymore. But yeah, shame to see that car drop away. Hopefully we'll see them back out tomorrow. Nothing too major. With fingers crossed for them anyway. Yeah, meanwhile, we have a battle for second, by the way. I don't know if we can catch that with the external cameras, but we've got 3 cars within a second. Rotor, JTR, and Will to Win. And these are our 3 cars that we suspect might... In fact, actually, which car am I looking at here? The 325 has just had all 3 of them come past them into turn 1, nose to tail. Yeah, so that's going to be...
this car.
Yeah, let's see if we can follow that around the track a little bit. Dan, while you're here, tell us how much racing have you done with Big Mission, with WRL? Are you experienced? Is this a new time with this team, or?
Definitely been racing with Big Mission for a while. Started with them in 2017.
Okay, yeah.
WRL. I've done some racing outside of that, the KTM Crossbow Series here in the U.S. A couple other things, but this is the most enjoyable racing for me. I think you get a lot of seat time. Most of the people that you meet are pretty friendly.
Specifically the endurance aspect of it.
Yeah. I think it's really nice. Like in a 30-minute sprint or even like a 40-minute sprint, you can work the car, but here towards the end, people start to make mistakes, and so especially when you're on schedule there, like it rewards people being in good like cardio fitness and making sure that their mental fitness is there and they have that endurance. So
actually,
it's a lot of fun.
One quick thing we were sort of asking ourselves yesterday: do you guys have air conditioning in your car? No. So yesterday that felt like that would have been horrendous, but. Probably today as well, but tomorrow I think we'd be a bit better off. Is that? I mean, I can see you wearing a cool suit. So.
Yeah, I'm wearing a cool suit. So yesterday in practice, because generally in practice I don't wear it, I went without, and it was hotter yesterday. It was very miserable.
Yes, we were setting up cameras. We were well aware.
But yeah, the cool suits are great. You've got a couple teams running the traditional cool suit, a couple running the chill out systems. They're more weight saving, so I think like the amperage that it runs off your alternator is a little bit higher.
Right.
I think they're like 30 amp circuits or something. Okay. More. But yeah, no, they're great. Those are saving. When they go out, it's really painful. It's really
I was going because it turns into the opposite, right, where it pumps hot water around your body.
Yeah, so you generally just turn it off, and then you just have this warm reservoir of water around your chest.
No air conditioning, so yeah. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. Definitely noted. We weren't sure. Maybe some of the GT4 cars might have that sort of thing, but yeah, I kind of figured that lower classes probably not so much.
Yeah, I mean everyone's trying to strip weight out as much as they can. So if you can find a way to get rid of that.
Well, it's interesting because if you have that weight, you can obviously add a little bit of power and keep to the same power to weight. So I'm sure there's a little bit going on in the background with that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So yeah, so you say you've been with Big Mission for I guess about 5 years now, all in GP1, or I've only been with WRL for the last couple of years, so I'm not sure where they were before that.
Yeah, they pretty much have run GP1 the whole time. I think there were one car here or there that might have been a different class, but it's like 199 that actually used to be a car that I ran with the 3D racing folks that are running number 80 at GTO right now.
Okay.
And so 199, that car, I think ideally it's meant to be a lightweight, low power build. It just missed the mark with single, so we'll get there next time. But yeah, generally they run a lot of GP1. GP1 field in the last few years has gotten really competitive. Like the competition's got great. It's a shame that Peter Chang's car, PC Racing, didn't get to start today.
Right.
They're always extremely competitive. The LMR team, they used to run I think 151 and 115 or 105. And so they're running 567 because they had a couple issues with that. Off track there in the video there.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll be the 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Yep, they are politely rejoining the track, waiting for their turn, yielding to the Lexus. Looks like they got back going again. I wonder if that... I can actually rewind this. I wonder if that was another car just missing... doing what our Mazda did earlier. Yep, that's a very missed braking point.
Turn 8.
Yeah, bailed out early. That's we've seen that once before. Actually, a lot more serious than that. One of the Mazdas looked like they thought they were in turn 13. Turn 8. So you're with Big Mission. Does that mean you are based around here and this is a home track type of deal?
I'm actually based out of San Francisco, so most of the tracks that I'm really familiar with are on the West Coast, and unfortunately WRL doesn't quite run there yet. So
yeah, I hope hopefully they're trying. I know they're trying to sneak further and further west and certainly grow this event.
JTR through on rotor, by the way. That's
cool.
Your leader in GTO has changed hands.
Yep. So and Will to Win is right there behind that battle as well. We'll keep an eye on how that develops. So it's kind of an obvious answer. What brings you to WRL, given that you're a West Coaster? I'm guessing because there's nothing like this anywhere else, really.
It's just very different. You have a higher level competition at kind of like the budgets that people are trying to run. I think you have some other series that are trying to do different things. I think this one has a pretty good mix of the quality of the racing, the quality of the safety equipment, everything that people are using, but as well as like the cost to run. So it's great. So logistically, it's more of a pain because I'm flying cross country, but yeah, I've definitely heard of some people flying from out of country to come race here. So that's good. Looks like we got the car that just went off track. Looks like they're pit stopping or pitting right now.
No, this is the other one. This is the 325 car. Is that due, Joseph? I feel like the I would call the bonnet is up. I'm not gonna use the American term. They are in the pit lane and they appear to be giving some attention to the engine. So I didn't think this was due. I thought they were. So it's Apicol.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, they pitted 5 laps or so ago. They were not super competitive in GP1 anyway. I know that because they're not called Big Mission Motorsports. Which I know they were running 1, 2, 3, 5, I think. So, but yeah, these guys seem to be struggling a little bit as well.
What's the most top spots in the class that the team is locked out? Because there's a chance that we'll see a record.
I definitely haven't seen a team knock out the first 3. I mean, it's kind of rare that we have 3 car teams turn up.
Right.
We've finished P2 and P3 before, but I don't know if I've seen a 1, 2, 3 from anyone yet.
I haven't in the last 2 years for sure. I think maybe we saw a 1-3 from Hammer last year, the Audis. That seems to bring it probably as close as we got. But yeah, this could be a pretty. I mean, when you have 6 of the 9 cars in the class,
we might have to ask the W2W cars, because I think they do. They do run a number of cars, and they're pretty successful in that class.
Yeah, and I wonder if Round 3 Racing may have done that in GP3 or GP2 at some point. JT's the guy to ask.
Round 3 did it. Barber, they got a 2nd and 3rd on Sunday.
Okay, so we've not seen a podium sweep, certainly not recently. We'll keep an eye out for that.
It's hard. In GP1 though, I mean, there's some cars like the NRG racing cars. They have very competitive drivers, and the cars. I think if you look at 49, they're running very long fuel stints. I think they're getting around 50 laps per fuel stop, right around like an hour 40, hour 45. A lot of the GP1 cars, towards the end of the race, they're left with this half-hour stint that they need to splash and go for. So you saw the 5, 6, 7 come in early, get their splash and go done during that full course yellow, to try and minimize the cost of that pit stop. But a lot of the rest of GP1, if they're not running 2-hour stints like 199, they're going to need to solve for that time as efficiently as they can.
I've got good news for you. The 49 has spent the last 7 laps in the pits. So, well, good news for you from a results perspective. But yeah, in terms of getting, in terms of competition, unfortunately, that car has dropped out.
There goes Glenn.
Glenn is up to 49th overall. We also have Big Mission Motorsports 1, 2, 3, 4 right now, because the 39 presumably has pitted recently.
That's probably a pit stop, in fact, it sounds like.
Actually, that 39 car is way off the pace. 220s, 224s. I hesitate to say that that's a driver issue, but if it's a car issue, they really should have brought it in by now. So we might actually have, I'm talking about the 39, fifth in GP1. So that would leave us with, I mean, at the moment that leaves us with Big Mission 1 to 4. Although, is this a pit stop? 227? Have we got a reason why the track is? No, because it's not everyone.
Well, so there was the so some people were taking the yellow flag at turn 6 in interesting ways.
Extremely seriously, be prepared to stop kind of ways.
Yeah,
as you're told in your race when you get your racing license.
Right.
Everyone.
So that could have. A couple people off.
I just see the 336. The last 5 laps or so. The last 4 laps hasn't got below. There's another slow lap there for the 336. 222, 227, 214, 210, 215. Those are. I mean, it's fastest lap of the race is 203.
No, we did have a yellow flag at turn 13 actually. So if we could cut over to cam 8, that we might have something going on over there.
Yeah, because that 39 energy car is very slow, and also the 336 is very slow right now. But nobody else really seems to be having the same issue.
It could just be a new driver in the car, and as we heard, the track conditions can be a bit greasy right now. So it's just, trying to figure out how the car operates right now in these conditions for a driver whose seat time was probably only just a little bit yesterday.
Sure, yeah.
The 134 car actually has a driver who did 50 times yesterday, which is quite an
There you go.
So they're feeling it out right now. If you look at that session, they definitely had to feel it out.
Yeah, he's very consistent at the moment. It does look like, a couple of seconds off the ultimate pace of that car, but again, the track conditions are just getting worse and worse as we go through.
And he won't be. That's one of the interesting things on that car is you've got 3 drivers that are generally pretty similar. A lot of the teams are trying to minimize the variance between the drivers that they have.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you all mentioned that you found a mod in a setup to try and run this track.
Joseph did yesterday, yeah.
I was going to ask, compared to actually running it with the car, what differences did you notice?
Unfortunately, Joseph has never run this track with a car, and we've never run the track on the game.
we have no AV comparison.
Yeah, set a course where I'm assuming it's not going to be a laser scan version then. So there's, I mean, you tell me, Joseph. You can at least compare it to the onboards. What do you think of the version online?
I felt that some of the corners were tighter in game than you can see on the track sides. I don't know if that's true because the High Plains website has a very good map. Like it's an elevation and radius map, so there's no real excuse for getting this track wrong.
I'll be honest. I haven't driven very many race tracks, in a car. I used to do karting and then esports.
Yeah.
I was surprised at how tight certainly turn 11 felt and turn 6. I would say they felt tighter in the car than they looked from the outside.
Turn 11 is really interesting in that you have a slightly decreasing radius, but you have an increase in camber until the very last fourth of the corner where the camber falls out to be neutral. But that's still like it feels like you're losing camber there. A lot of power slides in that last section.
Yeah, we've seen a few of them from the onboards. When we were driving around in Sam's car yesterday,
there goes Glenn.
Is that what that is? Sorry, we just paused because we saw that. Felt like you literally couldn't apex that corner late enough. It feels like it's the world's latest apex corner.
It's interesting.
There's so many of these corners that look like they're they're constant radius, and then the curb is only in like the last third of the corner. Like, oh, okay, if you say so.
I think that's right, though.
Yeah.
And I'd say onboards generally seem a bit slower than what the car does in real life. At least that's been my experience.
Yeah, I think yeah, you definitely got to make allowances for that. It was just TV, 2D cameras just not conveying it at all. It was definitely that turn 11, and then turn 6 was definitely was fairly obvious from looking at the outside. That's a very late apex corner as well.
Do we have a car we can ride along with, starting at the turn 1ish or kind of the turn 12, 13 entry?
We'll see if Gabe can load something up for us. We've got a couple of onboards. If we still got the 134, that feels like that would be the most appropriate one.
Yeah, we moved away from that to try to track down that fight for the lead. We're coming into 4.
We're on the back straight.
Yeah, and this is an interesting corner because the braking zone, most of the cars you're seeing them come off about this 150 mark right there and actually roll onto the throttle before the apex to keep the rear of the car settled because the track falls off there. This turn 5, it's very off camber as you go downhill, and so again, cars are using a little bit of early throttle to settle the rear, otherwise you're seeing a lot of power slides. But here's turn 6, this is the one you guys were talking about. Watch how it pinches down here coming into the apex, and as you're trying to track out, you do have one of the few rumble strips on the exit there. Turn 4, there's kind of an interesting line across the pavement there that's a good marker for your approach coming up the hill. And this soft curbing, you can kind of use it to help get a little compression in that left rear wheel as you come up. And this turn 8, you guys mentioned there's a lot of guys going deep here. Generally, most cars are braking about 2.5 or 230. But people that make a mistake can brake a little later than that, run wide. Down into this corner. So this turn 10 is actually one where you see a lot of time lost or gained by the drivers on the track. The cars that are taking it quickest, you're seeing mid-corner speeds around 72, 73. The GTU cars much faster, but it's a big difference maker, even though it doesn't feel like it because it's kind of a long braking zone into turn 11. But as you're coming up the hill here, a lot of cars have gearing challenges going into kind of turn 13, 14, 15. I think that's the numbers.
Yeah, no, that's right, 13, 14, 15. I think when I was in the passenger seat with Sam yesterday, the corner that from the map versus what you actually get driving surprised me the most was turn 10. I was surprised how committed a corner that was.
Watch how turn 1 actually falls away from you here, and so this is the place where you're trying to carry as much speed as you can, brake late, and kind of trail it up into that apex area and keep the rear settled. But yeah, it's another one that falls away from you.
Do you have to sacrifice much of turn 1 to set up turn 2? It's not. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
This corner I feel is really awkward. That turn 3 into 3A, it feels like your entrance is just ever so slightly pinched off because that curb, while it's a smooth curb, it's kind of abrupt in the up and down, and you can hop the car if you're
wanting about half a car width more width.
It's not even just a couple tires worth.
Oh, really? That little hit. Yeah. I was when we were stood at the marshal's post yesterday. I thought that would just be an acceleration zone for every car, but every single car had to lift for turn 3, which I was surprised by.
Yeah, it feels like even one of the Stratus cars I was watching, they at least set the car before that corner.
I was really surprised to see them lifting for that yesterday.
Yeah. This is great. I think on the ride along though, I think something you can watch like with these cars is look at the different approaches that they're taking up this hill because there's quite a few passes you'll see out on track right here coming into this braking zone. As, people are kind of playing with that last 20 feet of braking. It's easy to be visible on the inside and kind of lock someone out of this corner.
Nice.
I felt so. It felt to me like turn 6 in particular, the line and the braking point feel super ambiguous to me. Like it felt like I never really quite figured it out, and I was trying a couple different cars, and even from car to car, it feels like you want a completely different line. What's your feeling through that corner?
Right. So comparing the 199 car from a year or two ago to like 134, for instance, they take them a little differently. The way they rotate as you're transitioning from your brake release, kind of that neutral state, to the throttle on. They have different differentials. They roll on power different power levels. So I do think that you're seeing a couple different braking points. If we cut to someone on their way into turn 6, you can kind of see there's a couple lines in the pavement that are really clear. They should show through in the camera right around like the 175 mark, I think, is where one of them. There's a lot of cars using that.
Okay. That's nice of them to just go out there and just
they
break up the pavement for you. I just
think there's like a big sealer strip.
Yeah, I got it.
But
that's the being in a state that goes through freezing and then also whatever degrees.
But for C6, I think there are a couple cars that will take that inside line, but it's really dependent on how willing to rotate they are in that apex, because it does clamp down the corners and go through.
I've noticed, particularly the Audi, I noticed literally rim riding the first half of the corner, like so wide. I can't believe that they.
It looks like they're missing the corner, and then they just come back and clean it up.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. People are riding outside. A lot of people talk about the inside of that entry to being kind of false pavement. It's not really there. But I do think there is kind of a double apex approach that works there. And I've asked a couple folks there using it, but it doesn't feel very friendly. It's only reserved for people that refuse to get out of the way.
Proper block pass territory.
Yeah, always the waves. But yeah, turn 1. I mean, this one, there's a lot of cars. You'll see like the Stratus cars braking like 160, 170. A lot of the GP1 fields braking kind of around that like 210. The GTO field is going so quick down that straight that they're even though they can generally brake later, they are braking about the same as the GP1 field. So it's hard to get passes on GTO cars there.
A good thing you don't have to wait too long. We've got this nice long straight. The GTO cars to take advantage of anyway.
Yeah, tire strategy though. I know earlier in the year we had some issues with tires that certain things. It feels like this track that's not a major issue. There's been a little
not very abrasive surface because I mean the temperatures here.
Well, and I think people chose the kind of compounds that would work.
Okay.
There's a couple cars that are trying to manage tires. So if you look at 5, 6, 7, their target times for tire management are 205 to 206 right now. That's kind of what the driver inside is trying to target.
Okay.
They're worried about the left front because they are on a slightly softer tire.
Right.
But I think some of the other chatter I heard from a few different teams was that generally people are feeling pretty good about the tires here.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, because certainly NOLA was that was a big deal back there. But yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it's we're aware of the tire war. We're aware of the choices you guys have in terms of tires, certainly in terms of brands. But so are you talking softer in terms of within one brand, or have they've gone for a different brand that's slightly softer?
Yeah, different tire. I think they're running the Kumo Extas. I forget which specific model it is, but maybe like the V870 or something like that. There's a specific tire that they run. It's an asymmetric tread design, real wide outer blocks.
Oh, okay.
Super grippy. There was at least one car I saw in the new RE71 RS, which is a new tire. I haven't really seen many teams run with it, so interested to see how.
Not one I'm familiar with either. Yeah, it seemed like everyone kind of converged to 3 roughly choices.
They have been over time, but everyone's still experimenting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it rains in the last hour as well, we'll definitely see a bit of that. But anyway, Dan, thanks for coming. It's been great having you, and it's super awesome insight into the track. I don't know, Joseph, did you have anything else for Dan before we let him go?
No, this is a good conversation.
He does.
But before we clean that up, what we're looking at there is the number 84 stopped on the way into turn 4.
Okay, so that car, I went for a quick walk down the pit lane and I noticed they were looking at that car in the pit box with not doing any work on it, so there's clearly some sort of there was clearly some sort of management going on with that car, and it looks like that has come to an end. So that's the car we were talking about that managed to win a race earlier in the year by being the only GTU left running. They had a bit more pace this weekend, but yeah, it looks like hopefully we'll see them back tomorrow. But it looks like that might be their day done. JT, you got something for Dan?
Yeah, I was just curious if he had a run at Oregon Raceway Park and just how similar that is to this track at High Plains.
I have not run there, but definitely have been doing some recon, trying to understand what it will take to drive there. But a lot of the commentary is there's a lot more blind entries and blind exits on that track, and it feels very different, is what other people have made it sound like. It's even different when you compare it to like Sonoma or one of the other hilly tracks or even Mid-Ohio is relatively hilly in certain parts of the track. But yeah, it sounds like it's very different. I don't have a ton more commentary there, but I know there's a couple other drivers that had done little DE days there to try and get some you get some footage and also get a feel for the track. I'll see if I can find one and send them in here for you, because they might have a bit more information for you.
So I've not heard of that track. Is it a new track?
Brand new. Yeah. I think they went for an FIA Grade 3 track, I think they said was their target, or maybe it was Grade 4. But I remember they had an original goal. I don't know if that's what ended up happening, but I thought they wanted to have a track that met XYZ requirements.
Let's get WRL out there. That sounds great.
That's next month, right?
Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that. I'll go to the place I'd certainly like to go and have a look at. But Dan, thank you very much for coming up. Feel free to come back tomorrow as well and update me on how things go, how things are going for your car. Best of luck. I know you guys are hopefully still in the lead before I say that. If you're not, it will be on pit stop cycles, hopefully. But yeah, best of luck to you guys for the end of the race. And yeah, come back. Feel free to come back by tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks a bunch, guys. Looking forward to some fun chats tomorrow.
Awesome. Cheers, Dan. There you go.
That's another member of the Big Mission stable. They make up approximately 12% of the field today, which is great to see. We see at least 3 of their cars out at most races, and back closer to their home base, they've added a couple more for today, including the 199, which is making its debut and is doing pretty well. The team owner's car that they decided they're going to take because they found out that had the highest chance of blowing up. Halfway through the race, knock on wood, still going strong in third. That is the 84 being pulled behind the wall on a tow rope, which is interesting, not on a flatbed. But they are now holding on to only about a minute lead over the number 59, which means that will do second place in about a lap's time. Waiting for Scott to get back so we can check on this weather, because you can kind of see that's the wrong way, isn't it? That would be facing toward the west. So the weather that we're expecting is going to be over towards the left of shot here. Is that right?
There.
Is it? Yeah, I was going to say that seems like weather. It seems like weather moving in a big way. Yeah.
So that's the south. Is that the direction I was looking?
North. I can't orient. The track map to our left is.
I believe.
Yes, it is. The track map that we're looking at is oriented north-south. So if you're trying to figure out where the clouds are in relation to any trackside, yeah, just orient yourself according to the track map. Update on the number 49 for NRG Racing. Broken wheel stud car back out on track. So that'll be the reason for their long absence. Sitting in 9th at the moment. We've got 10 laps to claw back on the 325. So they're really that is not enough. There's not enough time left in the race to make that up on pace. You're basically doing laps, putting in reps, and kind of crossing your fingers and hoping to pick up the pieces from somebody else's misfortune.
Yeah, I'm guessing that was the right rear. Looked like they were paying attention to that when they came in for their pit stop.
Is there anything else that we've got? Has that pass happened? No. This is still. We're still maintaining a pretty tight gap between the 696 and the 986. That really hasn't changed much at all. The thing that has kind of changed is the 761 has really fallen away, and you never know how much is car and how much is driver. But you could tell just from the onboards that the 761 was kind of babying it in certain corners. The car that's going past our screen now was kind of babying it in a certain corner. So you do get the sense that either the car is losing a bit of grip in the heat, or that the driver just doesn't quite have the confidence in it. So they're gonna have to lean a little bit on their fuel economy to make up some of this gap that they're losing now to GT4 style cars in front of them.
I do have a weather update. We are quickly heading towards 90 degrees. It's definitely getting a lot hotter out there.
I see that. It only feels like 85 though, so.
It's not when you're running from the side of the track to the marshal's post to set up the camera.
Sam, it's a dry.
Yeah, it's absolutely dry.
Yeah, like it still sucks.
Yeah.
There's no moisture.
Still 90 degrees.
Chance of rain 80%, sunshine is possible after 3 p.m.
Looks like I just had another shot of Glenn heading out there in a flatbed.
There goes Glenn. Glenn is everywhere.
He's getting some laps today.
What were you seeing out there, Sam?
I saw a lot of people committing into turn 4. That's where I was running to and from. And there was one Cayman GT4 who we noticed this yesterday. Even though that car has ABS, it has a lot of tire screeching when it's hard on the brakes. I don't know if it's just because the road tires that they run on has such lower grip than what that ABS is designed for. Maybe it's getting a little bit confused. But yeah, he was always a bit, as I was unprotected from it, it's always a bit scary hearing him.
If you can hear the engine, you're good. As soon as the engine goes quiet, then you should run.
Looks like Glenn has made it to the cut through between turn 4 and turn 8. He's doing some off tracking now, trying to stay out the way.
This is Glenn's trying to start the American Big Rig Road Racing Series. It's a big hit in Brazil, and Glenn's seen some YouTube clips, and he's gonna bring it stateside.
Yeah, it does throw me off in the background. Some of the shots, you can see the highway in the background, and
it's higher than the track.
You see a big rig, almost the same size as the race cars on track. You're just like, wait, what? Hold on, what's going on? Okay, no, that's the highway. We're fine.
Okay. So correction for one of Dan's notes from Big Mission. The tire choice is based on availability. And we've seen this before, right, with certain tire specs not being available.
Yeah.
At least if at all, possibly not in all sizes, etc. He says we bought what was available given a choice. They'd all be on Falcon 660s. So that's interesting. That kind of meshes with what we were talking about earlier about trying to get all 5 cars basically within as close to the same spec as possible. It looked like one of the AOA cars coming through the pit lane. 15, I think. Where's the 15? No, the 15 never came back out. So that's got to be the 85.
No, I thought that was the TCS. Has to come out, that is.
It could have been. Could be wrong about that. Yes, you're actually exactly right. Yeah, they just came in.
They're many laps down, right?
Well, they're 12 laps behind overnight. So, if anything happens to the overnight 196, they've got a shot at second. I guess you could say that about anybody up the field. there's time. There is going to be a point at which you literally do not have enough time to make up the lap. So just one of those days where you're putting in laps and hoping that someone else has an issue in front of you, I think. This would be one of the cars that they need to have an issue in front of them, and It doesn't seem to me like there's a ton of risk being thrown in here by team owner Chris Davis.
Yeah, and he's certainly leaving some margin on the exit corners. He's not getting tail happy like we've seen a few cars out of turn 11.
No, it looks very sedate compared to some of the driving that we've seen.
True endurance racing where you're having to manage the car along with your pace and traffic.
Not opposed to getting up on the curves though. Those still appear to be fair game. That gap between the 696 and the 986 has pulled out just a bit now to about 3.5 seconds. Imagine that's probably induced by traffic, but they are definitely still staying within eyesight of each other at the very least.
Yeah, I think that's just the BMW finally put in a really good lap there. Previous laps had not been as good, whereas the Porsche seems to be just a bit more consistent.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know if that's traffic, if that's the car, if that's the driver. There's so many different things. 986 will be due in about 6 laps time. 696 is about halfway through their stint.
So before I ran off, I believe it was the 58 had a penalty and dropped behind the JTR Motorsports Engineering car.
Yeah, they had a passing under yellow.
Right, has the extra pace that 58 has just taken it back ahead? Or is this on a pit stop cycle?
I think it might be on a pit stop cycle. Because I've still got the 58 as coming out in second overall, prediction-wise, and in the long game. That wind noise, I genuinely thought there was like a jet that had gone overhead.
I had to ask Dan about that actually, whether that wind.
Oh, the wind. Yeah.
It's definitely died down compared to what it was at the start of the race, but it's still there. Yeah.
It's definitely changed direction. It's 90 degrees to the right.
Is it now?
Yeah, it's a complete crosswind on the back straight now.
Okay. Well, I didn't notice it when I was up at turn 4, which others today we absolutely did. So it's definitely died down.
So with the reduced fuel tank size of the 58, which we've talked at length about earlier in the season, I still have them, assuming we don't have weather intervening, I still have them making maybe 3, possibly 4 stops to the end of this race, which is going to obviously hurt them in terms of competing for the overall. It's not going to affect them in the class battle at all. But if that's something that you're paying attention to, consider that. 696 is looking at basically being split between a 2 and a 3 stop race here, which I think could be worth at least 1.5 minutes, we'd say. Oh, you know what? That's an old prediction. So there might be a stop in there that I have to account for. 15 actually is back out on track after 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, and it had a interesting note from the race log. Unauthorized pit entrance.
I would love to know. Oh, that must have been coming out from the paddock. I think there's 2 entrances to the paddock, and it's getting crossed up here on 6.
Maybe he accidentally took Glenn's private road.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Yeah, probably.
There's
There's one immediately on the left when you come to pit lane. There's one right down the end. I think immediately on the left is where Glenn parks all his stuff. So that I'm assuming that is the not right one to take.
that is interesting, because it's usually I kind of assume that it's one is for pitting in and one is for pitting out. So there's only 2.
It's in and out, as in the paddock in and out, are the same road, but they are lit by a fence.
Yeah, right, yeah.
but they're both right at the very end of the pit lane.
Oh no.
The other one is basically
199's done.
Oh really?
199's. This is the message I have verbatim. 199 just blew a piston out the block. So they thought that might be the unreliable car, and that's I've jinxed it.
Not because of that though. They've massively underpowered that engine, is my understanding. So that's really surprising they've managed that. Did you read the two messages above that, Joseph? Did we cover them on the broadcast? Okay.
Yes.
Cool. Making sure.
698 looks like it's going behind the wall. Running 7th in GTO.
Oh, the other JTR Motorsport car.
Yes, second car.
Yeah, that had been working its way up quite nicely, although it was still behind GP1 cars.
So as the races progressed, 696's chances of winning have slowly dwindled away. They're still the favorite, but the 986 is really making inroads.
Yeah, that car's kind of come out of, well, not out of nowhere, but it wasn't showing huge amounts of strength in the opening stint. It was down as low as 8th through stint 1, and then yeah, it's just been slowly getting more and more competitive through as we've progressed. We are down to just 4 GTO cars ahead of the leading GP1 car now, which is interesting. We're over halfway, but we're not far beyond halfway. So, as we've got another car, that's NFC, missing turn 8 again. That almost looks. I think that was the car that's done that before, right?
Yeah, that looked like an action replay.
Yeah, when Dan Dorr was here, it wasn't an action replay because it just rejoined the track. It didn't politely wait for the Lexus to pass this time. So yeah, that's another, and I think that was recent enough that may have been the same driver.
Again, exactly where I said to put the cone.
yeah.
With the hell has been done.
Yeah, we may have lost a camera this morning, but we've definitely gained one by ignoring Sam's ideas.
So in really quickly in GP1, I think that's still interesting. So the 199 shows up in the fight for second, which is obviously they're going to be a non-factor now. But which also means they're not going to race for tomorrow either, which is a shame. Unless they can source a new motor. So
there was another big mission car that did only 91. Oh, he's actually out
in triple
track now. Yeah, I was thinking that car stopped very, very early, didn't it?
Yeah, it had issues.
Right. But it is running now. So 134's in the pits, by the way, the leading GP1 car.
So things will probably update after pit cycles, as they tend to do. But I've got almost even odds between the 134 and the 567.
Yeah, that's going to be a really interesting race to watch. Again, those two cars have been exactly out of phase on pit strategy since that first safety car, or that only safety car, right?
Yeah.
One safety car. Yeah. And yeah, they just, on pace, they seem to just be so even that they're literally just flipping back and forward, depending on whether we're in the first or the second half of the pit cycle, a fuel cycle. So, and at the same time, they're both marching up towards the top 5 overall. We only need one more car in front of them to go wrong, or that's what they're racing for. I also noticed that the North Loop car, the GP2 leader, has worked its way into the top 10. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, actually.
GP2 leader is basically the GP2 class. It is the only GP2 car running at the moment.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Not to say that. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that the pace of it has also been the class of GP2. So I don't think,
Yeah, and we're used to those guys. Yeah, the point I was going to make is we're used to those guys being competitive in a large GP2 field. So it's not. We're not saying that the strength at the top of GP2 is still there. It's just that there's nobody else.
Yeah, it's good to you have these teams that are coming across the plains to do this race, and that's a really good thing, not just for numbers, but also when you come to play with them, you're coming to play with the cars that have been extremely competitive in their classes. So it's not like you're up against like a powder puff field. This is these are legitimate competitors.
Yeah. The front of every class is who we would expect to be leading in any other round of WRL. The GP1 maybe is the exception because we often see Moorhead, Edge, and
PC.
Yeah, Moorhead, Edge, and PC Racing sort of fill out the podium there. But Big Mission are usually right there with them. But yeah, JTR is the runaway championship leader. Stratus are clearly the class of the GTQ field. North Loop are, if not, I think they tend to win more often than they don't. Is that right in GP2?
I would imagine. I keep telling myself I'm going to check the standings, and I just don't check the standings. But yeah, I think that's GP2 has been a little undersubscribed this year, and they've been really strong.
Yeah, it's North Loop and Harrison are usually fighting for GP2 lead.
Right. The other thing is I'm not totally sure if the 986 is pulling back time on JTR so much as JTR is kind of losing pace, because I have noticed that in addition to the 986 coming back into the fray for GTO, the 58 for Stratus is pulling a big... Who's that slow in the background?
Looks like a
986. It's the 986.
Oh,
what a shame. Just as we
let's
really sink our teeth into this race.
Yeah, let's stick on this view or maybe the one before to see where that 986. Yeah, it's just going to coast to a stop here at the exit of 8.
Well, plenty of downhill.
Yeah, and it can cut right to get towards pit road, but there's quite a steep uphill path into it, so he doesn't have to drive. There's no way
I think you can see, it looks like he's angling for the shortcut, but he's not going to get there.
Time for a hot pull. Get out there, Glenn.
I'm sure he's already on it.
Oh, he'll be there.
Yeah, the first call was a slow car at turn 7 right before this, and then obviously at this point it is now stopped.
And you're just on the track, right on the exit where you would kind of want to be driving.
One interesting note is that they were noted about an hour ago exactly now of having loose parts of the rear of the car, and now I am kind of wondering if maybe it's some sort of part of the exhaust system, maybe. I don't know that would have taken the car out.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been good. Unless it was pretty catchy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, basically anything in the exhaust, unless it messes up the electrical system, is gonna just cut the engines in.
Right.
Yeah, so Rotor Motorsport are now up to 3rd. We should see the 983 will to win car move up to 4th. This will put Big Mission Motorsports into the top 5 overall. That was, of course, I was talking about overall positions there. This was Rotor Motorsports up to 2nd in GTO.
There's
yeah.
Glenn. He's heading out there.
I want to believe. Anyway, a couple notes in chat. AOA made an engine change in the 15, so that's the reason they're out there. And whatever broke really early. I think they only had like 18 laps completed when they were stopped.
Yeah, something like that. It was early on.
You know, so here's a team that I hadn't thought about until Mark Martin, not that Mark Martin, mentioned it in the YouTube chat, which is that so Thunder Bunny's leading the GTO points, right? It's funny that they're not out here because they've sent cars up Pikes Peak before.
That is interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And we would really appreciate their onboards.
Surprised, Scott. I'm like, no, that's a salient point, actually. Thank you.
No, I mean, it's a good point. Well, I mean, at the same time, anyone's capable of getting it. It's usually not the existence of roads and vehicles that stop people from getting it. And
all
Pikes
roads
Peak,
lead to High Plains.
Pikes Peak certainly is an extremely high-profile event that I can imagine not being super difficult to get battles for if you have vehicles and the willingness to go out there. So yeah, there's a variety of reasons why that could be the case.
So the thing that's going to be interesting about, I need like my own spreadsheet to do WRL points, because with the drops and everything, it's like I tend to not even think about it until like there's 2 rounds to go, which I think we might be rapidly approaching. But so Thunder with the 421, which is I believe their Cayman ? 421's leading the 696 on points. By 2 points. I don't know if we're into a drop scenario with them yet. I don't think anyone's actually dropped points. So, JTR is going to want to come out of this with a win, just because, well, to state the obvious, even though the fact that Thunder Bunny isn't here, like, it's not zero sum, if you know what I'm saying. They could drop this absence effectively, but it still matters for JTR in the championship in terms of they want to maximize their points haul. They want to turn this into another 13-point day.
JTR have had, I think they've had multiple 0 points.
Yeah, if you look at the last 4 races they've done, Daytona was 0, and then they got DQ'd Saturday.
Now that's interesting, because every championship I've personally raced in, a DQ cannot be your drop round. So I wonder if WRL.
I don't think that's the case, but that's
definitely European. In any British karting I've done, the drop round cannot be a DQ. So which I think makes complete sense.
Yeah, it does.
Although it did bite me once. Thanks, Dad. But. Yeah.
Not better at all.
No, it wasn't my first win ever. It wasn't 1,000 wins.
Didn't that happen in? Do you remember in DTM? Was it Jamie Green got disqualified because his dad threw water on him at the pit stop?
I've not been that religious a follower of DTM, but
neither.
Sure.
I just remember
it's a cool story. So, how listed is in the pits.
Yeah.
Oh, Glenn's been affected. Yeah, Glenn's been affected. There he goes.
There goes Glenn.
It's interesting they always take 2 cars out, or trucks.
I think one's basically the blocker. One's the high vis basically.
Has he got "kick me" written on the back?
Yeah. Or please don't.
If you're gonna hit anyone, don't hit Glenn.
Right. Points.
So the 986 is still 4th, by the way. That just shows that really that 4th overall, 3rd in class. That really shows that JTR Rotor and the 986 had run away with GTO at this point. I guess the car that would have been in the middle was Pinnacle, which recently dropped out as well. But yeah, that 983 hasn't been able to keep pace.
This hour has been brutal for the GTO fight.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, yeah, the 983 is there, just plodding along. Really, it's in a big gap between the top 2 GTO cars, and then the next GTO car is the Audi in 8th, which has really dropped away. But then it's the GP1. In between all that is the GP1 fight. So yeah, we've really only got 2 cars left in GTO competitively. Very unusual. We usually, it helps when we usually start with 37 cars. No exaggeration. But by this point, we would be down to maybe 10. Yeah, now we're down to just 2.
983 is due to overtake 986 on this lap. The only reason they haven't actually is because the 986. There it is. Yes, across the line.
Yeah, which that lap shouldn't really count because it's in a shortcut. But anyway, I'm sure. And plus, it was powered by Glenn. But I'm not really sure we'll hold them to that.
Cooper presents the World Racing League powered by Glenn.
I was gonna say, any way we can get like a banner across the top for the weekend?
I almost said another.
Yeah, they did get credited the 7-minute lap time there, so that counted apparently.
Well, they could always delete it.
Yeah. Oh, it was not.
We'll see.
We'll see what Stratus and JTR have now got below 201. Which, oh, actually no, sorry, Stratus have been in that range for a while. JTR much more sporadic, getting below 201. So I wonder if there's no way the temperature's dropping yet, is there?
It's been fairly consistent the last hour. We're still in the high 80s.
So, Scott, your point about DQs, it's if they DQ, it's not listed in the points rules. Or sorry, if they refuse to drop a DQ, it's not in the points rules.
Okay. Sam says he's not heard of that be a thing in this side of the Atlantic.
I caught that.
Yeah. I think a DQ should be worse than a DNF.
I don't disagree.
In most cases, it's. I guess in WRL you can get DQ'd for some stuff that is genuine mistakes, such as turning up and having a different fuel or not making the correct altitude.
Adjustments, right?
Yeah, adjustments is probably the word I was looking for. But so maybe there are some softer DQs, but whatever. It is what it is. JTR still have multiple 0 scores, so they essentially don't have drop rounds. So this will count for them as long as they score points.
Yeah, maybe they do.
Yeah.
In terms of the West Championship in GP1, even though Big Mission are dominating right now, slightly less than they were about half an hour ago, it won't actually help them all that much. They'll pass round 3, they'll pass the 701, but they'll still be they might be on a par with the 44 by the end of the day.
Maybe end of the weekend.
Yes, by the end of the weekend they could be in the lead. Is that right? Do I have my numbers right?
Is the 44 ahead of the 4 in the championship?
If the 134 wins both days, it could lead.
Okay, good. I thought I was doing my math right. Yeah, Scott, the 4 is not the usual entry.
So that begs the question: why did they bring that car here?
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah,
it's a good question. Now in the GP1 National Championship, it's the 336 and 134 are tied on 58, which is kind of interesting. Is that a similar? They're 19 points behind PC 701. Ooh, someone's slow coming out of turn 2. I think that looked like someone who was taking pit out and never regained drive.
That
777.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's the car that has been in the pits for like 4 hours, so that all tracks. Interesting. Okay, so are they in a similar situation in the GP1 National Championship where they could? I think they are, where they could.
7986 already.
Yeah, I think it was.
Huh. That must have been a very.
Maybe run out of fuel.
Could have. That's a really good point, actually.
That would make sense as to why he's, dead stick and fairly quickly back out there. That looked like a white BMW on the exit of turn 2.
But yeah, we think that's the 777.
Okay.
Yeah. Based on
how long was that fuel? How long was that fuel run for the 986, Joseph? Was it too long?
44 laps. It's the longest that they've tried to do all race, so I think that's exactly right. I think they've run out of fuel and lost themselves to the race.
Is it the longest? Looks like it's 1 lap shorter than their previous run.
Than their previous? I was going off of their first, which would have been.
No, their second run was longer.
I take that back. Yeah. So maybe it's just a matter of not getting all the fuel into the tank.
Yeah, they were trying to do the same thing they did on the previous one, or it could just be a driver who was using full throttle if they've come up 1 lap short.
Well, yeah, that could be too because they were really wheeling at that stick. So that doesn't feel impossible to me.
Yeah, I think that's the most likely thing if it was basically their in lap anyway, which is pretty devastating because they really need to push it that far. Oh, yeah, maybe they do. Maybe the back timing, and they realise they need that exact. Although considering the weather we might be looking at in the last hour, I don't know if I'd be. You want to go as far as you can to increase your flexibility. I did say that earlier, so I'll stick to it.
Yeah, they're gonna blame you for it now.
Yeah, it was my strategy call. I ruined it.
15 has.
I was saying, Glenn has barely had time to breathe, but he's already back out there grabbing that car and exit.
Glenn's probably actually in the 59 right now. And he's like, what are you talking about?
On the subject of weather, I'll give a little update. It's basically the same story, except we've dropped from 90% down to 75% at 4.
Yeah, my app says 30%.
Interesting. So we're looking less likely to have a wet.
Weather's moving out.
So, well, that could be a good. I mean, obviously, rain will either happen or it won't. If it does, it'll be interesting. If it doesn't, then this race is still looking pretty interesting. The one thing we really don't want is lightning. So the more that reduces, the less likely we are to get a lightning stop, which is definitely a good thing.
Yeah, I see the same thing. We might be looking at the same site, but I see the same sort of. Go from an 80% chance of precipitation to, oh, maybe that's, well, I'm still seeing 70% around 345.
Yeah, mine's dropped from 92% to 75%. So it's trending away, but it's still quite likely.
More likely than not.
It is above 50%, so I guess that's what that means.
Thank you. Number 15 has been issued a lap penalty for getting too close to the safety truck.
Who's number 15?
That'll be the AOA car with the engine swap.
Maybe he just won the wave.
And who's among us?
That car's done 26 laps.
They
no, it's done 27 laps.
It's done 27 laps. 26 official laps. Out of the 139 that the leader has done. So I'm sure they'll be devastated to lose that one lap.
The train that we saw in the background will have been recovery vehicle picking up the 777. I don't actually think... okay, I was assuming based on these updates that Glenn was in the 59, but he's not listed as a driver, so I think he's just got the inside scoop.
Glenn is actually standing right behind me, so he's definitely on the 59 right now.
Glenn is everywhere.
There could be an interesting moment coming up in GP1 because while the 567 and the 131 have been swapping places based on which part of the fuel cycle we're in, the 13 there's a lot of cars on the back straight there. That must have been the 777. The 134 has got to within 18 seconds of the 567 having just pitted, so we could get to a point pretty soon where the 134 is in the lead no matter what part of the cycle we're in, which will obviously put them in a pretty commanding position.
Yeah, we're close to it. I've got the 50.
Yeah, we'll need to track that. What's that, sorry?
I've got the 567 coming in at 12, so they're definitely in the back half of their stint.
Right. Well, 134 I think pitted about 10 laps ago, so they're, yeah, more or less. So that's about right, but yeah, I think within maybe next time we get to this point in the fuel cycle, if all else remains equal, which it never does in WRL, but let's go with it, we could end up with a 134 sort of putting themselves in position to be in the lead no matter how weather or fuel cycles or whatever goes.
This is a little off
They still
topic.
haven't. Actually, they haven't passed the 986 because the 986 is back out on the track. I was about to say something dumb. Anyway, go ahead, Jason.
Tangential-ish. The 36 Ignite car is creeping up on the 39, and I think they might be... Oh, you know what's happened? The 36 has actually pitted out of third, question mark? Yeah, it's exactly what's happened. And I think they're going to be at risk of being overtaken basically on this lap. So 36 has given up third, and they're going to take it back on track.
That's interesting because we remember we had Big Mission Motorsports 1, 2, 3, 4, and we know we lost the 199 to a catastrophic engine failure. But I also mentioned while Dan Dorr was here that the 336 was going slowly. their previous drive, they've had a pit stop since then, but their previous driver stint was extremely inconsistent and on average relatively slow. And I think that's dropped them out of third down to fifth.
I think the three
slow.
That stint does feel like one that was maybe cut a little bit short for time potentially, because they've got 44 laps on their second stint, 42 on their first, and then I don't think they've about 35 on their third stint. So I think that they've basically done a driver change, possibly on time. I don't think the gaps are that. Actually, if you look at their lap histories, you can kind of see where the difference is being made. They're having pretty slow stops in that car, and I think that might be making the difference here.
Yeah, they've lost 5 laps to the leader, so that's more than you can lose just on pure lap time, I think. So there must be a little bit more going on there.
Yeah, whether that's trouble with driver changes or trying to nurse a mechanical, unclear.
Yeah, I would say there was something going on in that stint because there were several laps over 220, including a 250, a 244. So right there, that was just losing chunks of time right there.
Honestly, if it's a new driver, I have no idea who's in the car. But if it happened to be a new driver, I could definitely see a situation where, because it looks like they have pace, right? But they would fall off at. Wow, is that the tire squeal you were talking about, Sam? That sounded horrendous.
I'm right here.
Oh no. Well,
I've had literally nothing to say.
You're so loud. Why are you so loud?
I'm very sorry.
What do you want?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Brendan Kazmarek.
Got called me out for saying I was
Brandon Kazmarek.
I've been here since 3:30, but you guys are doing such a phenomenal job. I had literally nothing to add, so I kept my mouth shut.
I hope you missed the first 15 minutes because everybody else did too.
I say it sounded like everybody missed the first 15 minutes.
I was talking.
we were doing some warm up, but we just didn't know it.
Sam and I were completely prepared and just waiting for Joseph. Definitely no disasters that or fires we were trying to put out on this end.
Yeah, all cameras were up and working.
We just sat here quietly.
You get a number of minutes in a grace period at the beginning of a race based on how many miles the track is from civilization. So I think you guys are still okay.
We're lucky the class didn't walk out on us.
No. To be fair, just sitting here watching for the last 20 to 25 minutes, I joke about how far the track is away from anything meaningful. It has been actually genuinely enjoyable to watch cars go.
It's a really good track. I don't know if anybody knows this.
It is also, I think today is the first time this track will have any sort of produced video coverage. So this might actually be the world's streaming introduction to High Plains Raceway. Certainly from trackside.
It absolutely deserves it, because if you look from there, it looks like it would be kind of boring. But that is so far from the truth. When we turned up on Friday, we were absolutely shocked at how interesting all the elevation changes and how they work very well with particularly the back half of the track.
It is a fully 3-dimensional racetrack.
We need to create a plaque or an award. DriverSeye Live 3-dimensional racetrack award.
We'll present it in the form of a 2-dimensional award.
Right. Yeah, that's why it's a plaque.
We will actively not present it to any track in Florida or nowhere.
Yeah. Does banking count as the 3rd dimension?
I was actually.
Yeah.
The largest elevation changes in the middle of turn 17.
Respect the jumps.
All right,
Yeah, I would ask you all to fill me in on what I missed, but I gather that's slightly unnecessary. I'm impressed with the pace of the GTUs here. I don't know if I'm surprised or
no,
not.
It makes an awful lot of sense with this lineup, I think.
Sure.
Yeah, it's not all the GTUs. It's the Stratus GTUs. The others have been GP1 paced. So it does take a team that is very well versed with the car to extract pace out of it, even on a technical track like this, by the looks of things.
Yeah,
it does.
So,
I mean,
sense of scale, I think, is important to consider there. On a 2.5. Ooh.
Whoa, Nelly.
Nice wiggle. On a 2.5, maybe 3 mile circuit, or some of the longer circuits that WRL runs, you may get, you expect the GTO cars to stretch their legs a little bit more and be a little bit quicker, but the average speeds here are, I get the sense, a little bit lower, and the track is more compact than maybe it would just immediately seem. And so that would, I think, lend itself to the GTUs being a bit quicker.
I would agree. The second half of the track for sure. The first half of the track does not feel like a compact racetrack.
It's also dead flat, the first half.
Yeah, but there's that big long straight and some fast moving corners that aren't particularly connected, unlike the back half of the track. So, I think overall it's a faster track than Mid Ohio, for example. That's kind of what I feel. And as far as sort of filling you in on stuff, I think it's worth pointing out that in GTO, we have had 3 cars today that are very, very different machines, that are all very evenly matched, it's turned out, and across lots of different ways of being well matched. So JTR with their BMW M4 GT4, Rota with their Volkswagen Golf TCR, which is currently in the pits, by the way, and Will to Win with their number 986 Cayman. Those 3 cars make speed in very different places, get very different fuel mileages, have three different sets of drivers, and yet unfortunately, we've just lost the 986, at least out of contention, to what we think might be running out of fuel. Just a short error. But those 3 cars, tomorrow, I'm really looking forward to seeing how those 3 cars progress. And kind of at the pinnacle Cayman as well, but I think they may have a couple of drivers that aren't capable of keeping the car in contention. But I think we've what we found is that we have 3 cars in GTO that are very, very competitive with each other at the front and at the highest level as well. We know JTR is the highest level of team in this series. So that's been pretty cool to find out. And as I said, it's a shame we've lost the 986 from that. Because I think the Rota car doesn't quite have the pace to make it happen. But yeah, we'll see how that develops in the last few hours.
Scott, we were talking about the GP2 points and teams that we haven't seen today that we would tend to see. Yes, you're right about Harrison. You're right about Chat. Or you're right about Northloop. But Chattanooga and Harrison are actually tied for the points lead in GP2 nationally.
Chattanooga is a team I'd forgotten about, but yeah, we do always see them very competitive.
And Northloop actually, as much as we've seen them dominate, they've been beset by so many issues that they're actually a race and a half behind in the points. So if they win this race, they'll still be 9 points back of the heads of the field. So this is actually a big opportunity for them to keep it on the track and keep the car running.
Yeah, it makes the championship a bit more interesting. Well, presumably, let's fast forward and say that they win tomorrow as well. Does that put them in the lead?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, they are walking away with GP2 West of the 3. They'll say that on the national championship side, they are.
They're chasing down right now.
Yes.
Ooh, hang on.
On the chat comparison. Go on.
Big Mission 134 is in the pits. That's very unscheduled. And it's definitely because I literally just said that they were about to put themselves in a commanding position. Again, just as I talk about a team. I can't see that not being a problem. They pitted less than 15 laps ago.
Yeah, this is absolutely early.
Joseph, I think you might be struggling with some processing issues.
Internet issues.
Or that. But yeah, absolutely, that car is early in the pits. That is the car that we had our most recent guest, come up and talk about. So that's a shame to see.
I believe he said that there was a 30-minute stint at the end, correct? So it could be back at the end.
So I was actually listening to that. I think he said there was a 30-minute stint, but was that the car that took care of that under a full course yellow?
No,
Yes.
that's the 567.
Oh, okay.
I get your point, Sam. We don't tend to see WRL teams back time quite this early. But then again, there is exactly 3 hours to go. And if the car can, although that car can do more than an hour, can it do an hour and a half?
I think it can.
Okay, well maybe that's it then. Maybe they are. Yeah, so that means there would be just one more stop after this. I'm kind of forgetting how close to the end of the race we are. But yeah, that's possible. There could be back timing. There could be just one stop to go after this one.
Because you're trying to equalize, so it would make sense. Trying to equalize drive time, it would make sense to get that done now if that's what you need to do. If you want drivers to get in.
Yeah, it's a good point. That's something what I often forget is that these teams have drivers who are paid a certain amount to drive a certain amount. So sometimes their driver stints are, or their pit stop timing is dictated a little bit by that. Yeah, we'll see if they come back and it's a normal length of pit stop. Hopefully it will be. Yeah, that was looking to be a pretty good race.
I've got North Loop is due.
North Loop due to pit soon. That will definitely not put them in any danger of losing GP2 race lead.
As long as the stop under 50 minutes and also overnight doesn't leave the pits immediately.
I think they're in more danger. Well, they're definitely in more danger of losing the GP3 lead, given that AOA is only 4 laps behind them.
We mentioned
You're gonna start advocating for. As well. You can start advocating for bonus point if you beat the leader of another class. I mean, quote unquote lower class.
Yeah, the leader is in the pits, as Brendan mentioned. Stratus 58. Are they going to? I don't think they're going to lose the lead with this pit stop, and also JTR Motorsports should be due relatively soon. Rotor have just pitted, so they definitely won't drop that Rotor. Yeah, I think JTR is going to be due in the next few laps. Maybe Jason can check on that.
Yeah, I've got 696 to do basically now.
Right.
I've arrived at the point where the leaders are basically equal on pit stops.
Yes, but the Stratus stint lengths are much shorter, so that one.
That's my point. Is now I've shown up and everything is basically resetting from equal when they're pitting, within a couple of laps.
Yeah.
Rather than
because Rotor only pitted a couple of laps ago.
I'm impressed with that Rotor car, and I can't tell if that's because of them being particularly quick here, or JTR not being as fast as we would otherwise expect them to be, relative to the rest of the GTO field.
Yeah, I feel like it might be the latter because stint 1, certainly in qualifying, JTR didn't qualify. Well, they qualified third. Third in GTO. That's not even counting the GTO cars. And then stint 1, they were just mid-pack in GTO, so which is really unusual for them. We were kind of hypothesizing it might be. We know that. Oh yeah.
No, sorry. This 696. We were just talking about flashes.
Yeah. We know those BMWs have interesting ECU behavior, and we are at the highest altitude track we're going to go to here by far. So maybe they're playing it safe to try not to get disqualified with a dyno check at the end. And if they can still win the race doing that, then yeah, great, do that. So that's a possibility. But yeah, we definitely haven't seen this sheer dominance on pace that we usually see from that car, especially with GTR 99 not being here. They would be the only team that tends to be able to keep up.
The other point, and I was considering this earlier, and whether or not to bring it up, but remember that car frequently features MX-5 Cup drivers and people who make racing more or less their primary concern.
I had a question about that.
Well, so let me flesh this out real quick.
Yeah.
This is, for all of the other tracks that we go to where JTR has been really quick over the balance of the season, they are, professional racing venues and places that are fairly accessible in terms of preparation, right? In terms of simulator time, onboard cameras, things like that you can, and team experience for that matter, where you can get all kinds of information before your backside ever hits the seat and you're out on track. This is not one of those places. I mean, there's an Assetto Corsa mod that is free to download, and that's fundamentally it. And I wonder if, you know, as, I don't want to say young drivers, but maybe slightly less experienced drivers that are working their way up through a professional ladder system, if this is one of the first places they've arrived at that they haven't had the time or the resources to be able to prepare for, either from the team side or the driver's side.
Also, let me hit you with this, Brendan. Would you consider this to be a performance step up from MX-5 Cup?
I would say GT4 certainly.
Yeah, so that's a wild thing that I hadn't really thought about until I was kind of playing around with this track last night. Is that this is kind of higher performance than they've actually competed at, you know, in their normal sort of careers, you know.
Yeah, I think you could make the case that they've had more seat time in the GT4s than they have in the MX-5s at this point. Just based on
you probably could. Yeah.
Yeah, based on the number of hours we've been racing. And I think there could be a mix of things here. I think Scott and Sam's point from earlier about maybe playing it safe, especially given the I don't want to say adjustments to competition we have this weekend, but not having a full field of GTRs and Hammers and Thunder Bunnies, etc. Whether they've just chosen to dial it back a little bit and play it safe, not so much from a performance balance and power to weight perspective, but okay, how aggressively do we need to set the car up? How on edge does it need to be driven? You know, can we dial it back and still be safe? The answer in GTO seems to be yes. Overall, it seems slightly less like the case.
Yeah, I think GTO has transformed pretty rapidly, and I don't know if you were around for it, but the Pinnacle car and the sort of highest punching W2W car kind of fell by the wayside, and really so did the 761 for Rotor. Not because of a mechanical, but just because their pace hasn't been super consistent across drivers, as far as we can tell. So at this point, if they're not going for the overall and they're more interested in the points, now you kind of, I think, maybe can back off of it a little bit. You can come in for a stop a lap or two early because you know it's probably not going to take points away from you. I think that changes how you drive a lot, and sometimes for better, sometimes for worse.
Yeah, there are other thoughts here as well with regards to points that I had before I started chiming in and, you know, and joined the conversation here. There are teams that would do well to... Whoa, man!
It's the second time at least that we've seen them get a big swap on coming out of that corner.
Yeah, so this car was sideways on the exit of turn 4 as well, and as Sam and Scott have mentioned a couple times now, it's gotten pretty hot. The track itself has gotten hot and a lot greasier since the start of the race this morning. The cars have now been out there for 5+ hours. You know, there will be some tire wear there. And if you're already sliding the car around a bit more, you're generating additional heat into the tires, and eventually that, well, for some of us anyway, that presents a runaway condition. But so for points, you can't afford to not score here, right? This is the easiest, maybe the
696
easiest.
Is in, by the way.
There we go. The easiest time you're going to have trying to score points this weekend. GTO, GP1 especially, right? No Moorhead, no PC, whatever the case there happens to be. For Big Mission, this is a potentially very lucrative weekend. In GTO, for JTR, this is a potentially lucrative weekend, especially given all the troubles that they've had over the last couple of races. And for W2W as well, right? I mean, they're not really up against anybody except JTR at the moment, and Rotor, who isn't really a full season competitor. So, it is maybe more than any other weekend we're going to have this year, the right time to play it conservative and haul the points.
Another class leader North Loop into the pits from the GP2 lead. Have to imagine that they're going to retain that. Oh wait, yeah. Okay, that's the same. It's the same call as before.
It's on board with North Loop now.
You know, at higher altitudes, sunburn can be a real danger.
I can attest to that.
Farmer's Tan Eye live here.
It can also be a danger at lower altitudes as well.
Yeah, if you're translucent, JT.
Yes, not for some more than others.
Or just getting the mail out of the mailbox. It can be dangerous.
JT feels each photon.
There's Glenn.
There goes Glenn.
In my head.
Oh, someone's gone off there. Look at that.
In the background, yeah. That'll be the exit of 4?
120. It'll be the R5 racing car.
Glenn was already heading out before that.
Dude knows.
Glenn,
there goes Glenn.
I think I met Glenn at maybe Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, that sounds right.
It was Mid-Ohio.
He was doing a race for Big Mission, right?
The way I've heard you guys talk about him today, he is still a mythical creature. Like, that experience, meeting him was just a figment of my imagination, and he is now just some impotent mythical creature.
Glenn is everywhere. Everything is Glenn.
Hashtag everything is Glenn.
Watkins Glen is named after Glenn.
That's true. I don't know that.
Who is Watkin and why does he get to have Glenn?
Oh, it's possessive. I like it.
The 325's gone. Ooh,
It's
yeah.
the 123, I think, from NFC, just driven off at turn 6.
That'll be the car that we've got the onboard with. We might catch
Yeah,
that.
there he is.
At a constant radius corner.
Well, that driver has been on an adventure.
We rode on board with that car for some time, I think, did we not?
Yeah, and they went straight on at turn 8 twice.
Speaking of cars that we've got onboards with, the 325's gone missing also. And that'll be the car that Glenn's going to go pick up. So that stopped at turn 2. We don't have a camera there, unfortunately.
Yeah, their onboards died as well, unfortunately.
Yeah. So, but that car is off at turn 2 driver's
Oh no,
right.
it's back. And yeah, the tow truck is there.
Okay.
Camera's back?
The 325's camera is back. And yeah, we have a camera mount right in front on that Marshall post that we can see right there. That would have been perfect, but that was the
So
camera
sad.
we had to give up today because we lost a phone overnight.
You might actually be out of frame anyway.
No, it's
No, it was
literally
looking-
pointing.
I'm trying to be optimistic.
Be optimistic about that phone coming back to life tomorrow. Yeah.
Sorry.
That's alright, we still got 7 good cameras.
It was fine when I left Brazelton.
Was it your burner or your burner?
I mean, that's just the further up the trackside phone
I was
number
gonna say,
you get.
It's
Trackside
trackside
1 is
5.
Yeah, well, then it would be my burner. Have a couple of 5G burners as well. Also, it turns out the cell service in Deer Trail, Colorado is better than it is in Birmingham, Alabama for some reason.
Makes you think.
Yeah, doesn't it just?
To be fair, there's like 5 people out here, so there's not a ton to not a ton of load on the network.
Line of sight on the planes, not a
Yeah, there's not much getting away up here.
No boat show.
Sam, are you thinking of moving out this way, away from the city?
Looked at a few houses on the way out here. I'm not sold yet.
All of them.
Are you interested in grain.
Yes. If you ever want to come see some grain, come out here.
567 Big Mission Motorsports GP1 leader is in the pits. So we sort of lost, I wouldn't say lost track, but we didn't continue to track that 134 car, which appeared to have an early pit stop, but a pit stop which wasn't too long. Although, okay, yeah.
567 is it on schedule?
Yeah, so the 134's previous pit stop was very short. So they presumably short fueled, which might have led to what I was pointing out, that they'd got within 18 seconds of the 567, despite having pitted.
Sure.
So that's kind of all falling into place. So they presumably short fueled.
Oh,
that's why they had such a short stint, and now they're going to take the lead with one pit stop left to go. And 567 is also going to have one pit stop left to go at this point, I think.
What's going on with the 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, this NFT car seems to be a little bit off the pace.
Well, it's gone off as well, so.
Oh, the 232 lap was the off lap.
I wonder if they've just told him to settle it down. 325 is yeah, 325 has crossed timing, although I imagine that's just being towed across by Glenn.
Yeah. Powered by Glenn.
Powered by, yeah, it's Brendan. I don't know if you caught it, but it is the Cooper World Racing League, powered by Glenn.
I like the way you pronounce that. It's the Cooper World.
Nothing to do with Hagerty then. The actual powered by sponsor.
Well, that's true, but it doesn't make my joke work.
No, that's fair. The World Racing League powered by Hagerty, powered by Glenn.
There we go. Now I'm into it.
Glenn founded Hagerty, right?
Glenn is Hagerty. Hagerty is Glenn.
Huge slam on Brian Guidanelli out of nowhere.
Brian didn't invent Hagerty.
No, but he did invent Race Hero.
That's true.
And Motorsport Rich.
As we are on the subject of our partners, it's been a while since we've done ads.
Oh, wow. Yeah, let's do that. If ads are ready, and I'll stall until I find out that ads are ready, then I think this will be a good time. We've crossed over the 3 hours remaining point of the race. Still stalling.
In a real sense, isn't this broadcast just 8 hours of filling time until the next thing happens anyway?
7 hours and 45 minutes of filling time until the next thing happens.
Isn't waiting until ads are ready just what we're already doing?
Yeah, we just go to a commercial break of racing.
That our broadcast is its own commercial break.
Okay. The 85 for AOA has pitted.
By the way, okay. Also, I'm becoming slightly more convinced that there is something not correct with this car. I thought maybe it was just the driver being less than comfortable, but it's really.
Oh, listen to that. That sounds rough.
Yeah, exactly. It gets up to 80 and then, well, in the front straightaway, it gets up to 80 and then.
I mean, it looked like they took a pretty rough ride over the turn 6 runoff, so I wouldn't be surprised if something's gotten kind of knocked and killed.
It didn't seem. I mean, it wasn't slow earlier, but struggling to get past GP3 cars.
I'm mostly just surprised that they haven't pulled it in, unless they don't think that's something that they can address anyway.
When I went for a walk earlier down the pit lane, I did hear.
Hold on, listen. It's like the gear shifts are taking forever.
I did hear a BMW coming out of the last corner up the hill to the start-finish line, which is more significant than it looks on TV, by the way. Sounding very flat, like it couldn't accelerate up the hill. I don't know if it was this one, but it did seem odd.
That was probably the 199.
Oh my god, look at that. It's so... I wonder if they've got a driveline issue, and that's the reason why things are all squirrely.
Okay, it's got a lot of instability at the rear. And 80 mph up the back straight isn't particularly fast.
80?
We got to 85,
86. Oh, that's very slow, yeah. The slowest cars should be doing 105.
Yeah.
Yeah, something's up with that car, and I wouldn't be surprised if they get meatballed for. I don't think there's such a thing as minimum speed here, but it doesn't feel like it's in great condition. I mean, you can barely hear the throttle on through that corner. There's no real attempt to keep power going through the rear axle.
There is a world here where this is somebody's first laps behind the wheel of the car or on this track.
Well, no, there isn't, because they pitted on lap 114. They're on lap 128, and they've done 10 laps in the 212s, and their last 3 were around at 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, that's fair.
It seems to be able to get up to that sort of 80, 85, 86 fine, and then it just dies out.
You think there's maybe a vibration or something that he's feeling when they get up to that speed?
That means it was pretty so accelerating at that corner.
But that's up the hill.
Let's ponder this while we kind of sink our teeth into some advertisements.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper. It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things. Like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
At High Plains Raceway, World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. We left you on board the number 123 of NFC Motorsports. We returned to the same onboard, but slightly less on track than it was. The car that had been off pace for the last couple of laps brings itself to the attention of the emoji stop sign, which is a nice touch.
Wait, was it an emoji this time?
Yes, it was the purple angry devil emoji.
Oh, the last one that we were on board with, it was the face of a fellow that looked like Dan Suzuki.
In your opinion?
In my opinion.
I will review later and offer some.
It was, yeah, it was not. It wasn't the same.
Oh, you are very decidedly on the opposite side of that then.
No, as in you. We're not talking about.
I thought that you were on the opposite side of the. It did not look like Dan's.
Well, I don't think it did. He had a handlebar moustache, so I'm not sure.
Oh yeah.
The 567 car had a slow pit stop, so that has swung. That will have swung the GP1 battle towards the 134. Their outlap was a 547 relative to their previous couple of pit stops that were in the 410 to 420 range. So they lost 1.5 minutes, which, you know, best part of a lap. So that's going to be hard for them to get back without a bit of luck from a safety car. So yeah, we should now see the 134 stretch out into the lead in that class, assuming that we're correct about them just back timing at this point. And their early pit stop last time wasn't actually a problem.
Yeah, the one thing that I'm kind of feeling slightly conspiratorial about is the 134 is the car that's doing better in the championships. And I just wonder if they would be in a position where they felt like they wanted to get. It's only 2 points difference between first and second, so I don't really think it would be worth it.
Yeah, that feels unlikely, especially if you've got customers. You know,
yeah, exactly.
A lot in.
567 was one of the cars that has recently been converted from another team, and they've been absorbed by Big Mission.
Right. That was the other thing. I was like, I don't think you'd do that to somebody that you had just brought on.
Yeah.
Didn't they say it was LMR?
Yeah,
LMR. On the way home.
The 151.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I'd be interested to get a little more backstory there, because I didn't realize that LMR was not regularly participating anymore.
Steve, Dan, come back. Brendan's got questions.
No, that interests me a little bit, and I mean, I liked LMR. They're nice folks, you know.
Well, they're still around. They're just in Big Mission.
Sure. No. But I mean, the 151 was a recognizable car. The name was, you know, kind of a staple of the WRL paddock. And if they are running with Big Mission in the long term now, I mean, good for them.
Yeah, we even had confirmation from them through Scoops. So yeah, that is definitely
nice. Are we branding that Scoops now?
We should brand it Scoops. I guess there was no real reason.
Yeah. So for those who are wondering what Scoops is, are the text message number that we try and forward out every race weekend that allows you as team owners, drivers, strategists, friends, family, etc. Well, mostly if you're at the track, to offer us information about what's happening to your car or what's happening on track. That number forwards to a channel in our internal communications called #Scoops.
With a Z?
With a Z, indeed. And we might as well just call it the Scoops number now.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
The NFC car from the onboard, which has just had a pit stop, really doesn't look up to pace again. Certainly some strange racing lines coming out of 10-11. It might just be a new driver getting the hang of things.
I mean, whoever's in the car is probably feeling it out to see if it's still broken.
A little quicker heading into turn 1 that time.
It's a relatively short stop for what seemed like a pretty substantial mechanical.
Yeah, look,
time loss of about 2 minutes 40.
Well, from the onboard, it looked routine. The pit stop.
It wouldn't have just been tires, right? They wouldn't have just burned the tires off of it? To the point where it was, you know, either there was no grip or...
I don't think that would limit your top speed, would it? Oh, they're up to 100 mile an hour on the back straight now.
Depends how bad the vibration gets.
Right, yeah. It's not like you'd really... Well, okay. I guess you could ruin tires in 2 different ways at the same time, right? You could burn up the rears and flat spot the fronts. You're unlikely to flat spot the rears.
Ooh, watch me.
Where's Glenn?
What's a front-wheel drive car you might be able to?
And if you have a brake bias adjuster that has issues, you could as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could, but whether
You're
or
more
not you
likely
could...
to crush the car, though.
Yeah! I guess if you locked everything down, you could ruin all 4 pretty quick.
Yeah.
At high speed.
An observation.
Go on.
Up in GTO. WTW, the number 986, 3 laps off the overall leader, and courtesy of Joseph's timing website, that is equivalent to 7 minutes and 42.7 seconds.
Is the 983?
Sorry, the 986.
Right.
Yeah, that was the car that we are fairly sure ran out of fuel a little earlier.
That's what it seemed like.
Yeah, that car, if you scroll back through the timing monitor, is noted as having lost, depending on which line you believe in Joseph's software, either 7 minutes and 52 or 8 minutes and 57. Which are numbers that are not a lapping, which is interesting.
The Works Audi has disappeared, by the way.
Yes, it has.
73. Anyway, my point was going to be that is ridiculously close to putting it back into the GTO lead had it not run out of fuel.
Oh yeah, it should have been contending. Absolutely.
Yeah,
right.
they were like within a second of the lead for a long time during that very stint.
There was a scrabble among the top three.
Yeah, they were right there.
The third car being the Rotor? Okay.
Yeah, the Rotor has kind of they had a strong start to the race, but their pace in the middle stint really just wasn't there. Someone's gone off.
Here, yeah. Is that Pinnacle? It is 727, I think.
It's got to be. 127's out of commission, we think.
No, the other way around.
Did they come back out? Oh, sorry.
No,
sorry,
the
sorry.
127 is the one that's still in contention, although it's apparently in the pits.
Yeah.
In 11th. Whereas it's the other one that is completely gone. Yeah, 77's been in the pits for ages.
No, guys. It was not in the pits at the time of this video because the timer in the bottom left is showing this as being a couple of minutes behind where we are now, actually.
About 5, yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if that's a YouTube thing or if that's just the stream. Only Gabe can know.
Yes, I'm looking to see who had. So 727 is basically in on schedule-ish. 127 is not. So my guess would have been that it was the 127. It was the 127. Going through the race control log.
There it is.
Yeah. 4 off drivers right at both 11 and 13. So they were having a day.
That was certainly drivers left, but the point is made.
Well, it could have become both.
Drivers right if you're on the north circuit.
Okay.
So, have we made the point today that High Plains used to host the WRL 24-hour?
Yeah. It has been mentioned.
Yeah, okay.
Before Sebring.
Where are the lights?
Exactly.
It's on pit lane.
It seems like it'd be kind of fun, to be honest with you.
If we were going to have the equivalent of a... Well, I say the equivalent of a Nürburgring 24-hour. That kind of exists other places, kind of. But if you were going to do a true 24-hour through the
they call
darkness
High
here,
Plains the Thunderhill of the Front Range.
They do.
We are nowhere near the front range.
You're in the foothills, kinda.
No. We drove an hour from the foothills.
Huh.
Yes. But it wouldn't be a bad place for a 24-hour. I think I would have enjoyed that.
I bet they would do it again.
Yes. Glenn would do it again.
Glenn would do the whole race by himself.
Yeah, I'm sure he already does by himself.
Glenn's actually never stopped doing laps around this track.
Well, when you're ever...
Right.
There's a roaming desk that he just pushes around the track.
I can confirm, actually, we spent some time with Glenn yesterday and we were doing a lap with him.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
As in he took you around, or?
Yeah, well, yeah, we were discussing camera positions.
Nice.
I think it's fantastic. He's fantastic at getting an SUV through a 1.01 SUV gap. I have no idea how he managed to fit his car through a couple of the recovery vehicles.
He's like a cat. If a cat were an SUV.
if there is a tiny gap between Glenn and the High Plains Raceway, Glenn is getting through that gap.
If a gap exists and you don't take it, you're no longer Glenn.
The Audi has unexamined itself and is still running 8th overall, so I don't know if there's anything in the log about that, but
yeah, I think it was just where they are on pit lane. Maybe they're before the timing line, because at the same time that they, were missing, they were getting some pit infractions.
That's probably a good indication. I haven't seen that happen so far in the race, but yeah, that seems as good as good an explanation as any.
Yeah, we've
567 big mission car, having had a slow pit stop, is now running significantly slower than the 134 as well. So that GP1 lead battle is really just exploding out. As we have a car coming out the pits, coming out the garage, it's the 325 GP1 car. Apicol. We saw grind to a halt at the cut through, I think, from turn 4 to turn 8.
Your GTO leaders are together on track, by the way.
They're not. They're on track, yes, but they're separated by a full lap.
No, I understand that. It was
Brendan meant, clearly.
But that's crazy.
Yes.
That's crazy. They were right on top of each other probably no more than an hour ago, right?
Yeah. And
when was the last time Rotor pitted?
actually, Rotor's been going around quicker than JTR through that period, so has there been a penalty?
For Rotor, I don't see one. I see a... Yeah, no, I don't see
Since
one.
the last pit stop, Rotor's been doing 2-minute flats quite regularly. JTR hasn't done a 2-minute flat. So there's no way they lost a lap on time. Unless it was before the pit stop, but...
Look at that, but also look at the pit stop. It's a minute slower for Rotor compared to 696.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and
It's interesting because 696's pit stops aren't, certainly relative to Stratus, are actually not all that quick.
And,
well, remember
yeah,
Stratus is short filling because they have very
the tiny
GTU.
fuel tank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, that's fair.
Yeah, during that last run, Rotor were 3 or 4 seconds a lap slower than JTR, and then they lost a minute in the pits. So this stint, Rotor has been very fast, but yeah, previous stint plus the pit stop, I think actually you might find that Rotor being right behind JTR is because Rotor's caught up with them.
Yeah, I agree.
Because they've been a second a lap quicker or so the last 10 laps.
Let's click the irresponsible math button.
Well, this is a good race to use it because we've had no yellows, really.
Yeah, we had the
car for about half a lap.
Right.
Somehow. I don't know how that's possible, but Glenn did it.
The mythos of Glenn continues.
Big Mission 567 is in the pits. That feels early? Yeah, that's very early. They pitted 9 laps ago.
Well, and remember, we were just talking about how they seem to have lost a little bit of pace since the last stop.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't hugely significant. We're only talking 2 or 3 seconds a lap.
Yeah.
But yeah, they are in the pits now. This definitely isn't the kind of time you would pit to back time. I think they only had 1 stop to go anyway. So, and yeah, the 134's just gone past, so I think this will be them going 2 laps down. So, 134 in a very, very strong position in GP1. Big Mission could be in danger of losing their podium sweep if this is a significant problem for the 567. They are only 2 laps ahead of Ignite's Performance, which is a team I haven't.
I was just going to say, I don't know that we've seen Ignite before. Certainly in races that we've covered.
Yeah,
I've
noticed
local to Colorado.
Yeah.
I've noticed their 350Z on a few of the onboards and thought, I haven't actually mentioned
Is that what that
this
car
pedal
is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it's like a silver gray 350Z.
Nice.
So they could be on for a podium here if 567 can't get out the pits pretty soon.
Brendan, if you're looking at a car in GP1 and you're not sure where they're from, if you get Colorado, you've got about a 92% chance.
Fair.
So
Yeah.
just Just consider that.
Yeah, I guess if you're from Colorado, you are, well, the further you get away from the nucleus, large collection of racetracks in the United States, I guess the more likely you would be to just find places to race your car rather than to tour with a particular series or something to that effect. Right? Oh, I have this Nissan that can run in a sprint series, and it can run in WRL, and it so happens they all run at High Plains. Right? And you would just stick with the track rather than stick with the series. Although there are other tracks out there.
Yeah,
other tracks are available.
I was talking to Steve earlier about that. There's way more out here than I've initially thought. There's 2 or 3, I think, south of Denver and like Pueblo.
Mix Peak.
Wow.
Yeah.
But there's also another one.
Factor Fab NPO won't. He was back out of the pits and got the nose cut off of him by the 21.
I mean, in fairness, he was never really in a position.
No. He was Northloop was. They were completely entitled to take that line, but it could have ended really poorly.
Yeah, it was a bit of a
Anyways,
yeah, there's also another track out west near Aspen. So there's a good 4 or 5 tracks within probably 3-4 hours of the middle of Colorado, being Denver.
Yeah, and the Big Mission guys filled us in on the fact that apparently there used to be quite a few tracks in the Denver metro area, but they all got closed down for the reasons why you would expect the track in the middle of the Denver metro area to get closed down. That's apparently why High Plains is so far out in the sticks, because they didn't want that to happen.
Fair enough. We could be running at the Denver Gem Car somewhere. Why aren't we doing that?
Can you imagine if they closed down the streets of Denver and they just sent 50 production and production-based cars to just tour around?
We could be doing this in Chattanooga, you know.
That would be pretty fun.
I would love that. The circuit act for that festival is actually pretty interesting.
I am missing out this weekend, and you are welcome, on a kart race through Commercial Point, Ohio. Well, for one thing, it's where I believe Sarah Fisher is from.
Is she from Ohio?
Yeah.
I thought she was from Indiana.
No, you're thinking of...
Brazen assumptions about Sarah Fisher.
Well, because she has a kart track out there now, I think is why you're thinking about that.
Oh, yeah. That's fair. Kind of forgot about Sarah Fisher.
Oh. How dare you?
We have Simona now.
The 567 has rejoined the track. It was a 6-minute outlap, so that is still best part of 2 minutes slow for their usual pit stop. So they might have some sort of recurring issue. In fact, they almost certainly do, because they wouldn't have pitted twice in 9 laps with 2 slow pit stops if they didn't. But it is at least still back out there and still running second in GP1 right now. Although it's a lap ahead of the 336 Big Mission car. So Big Mission's still on for a podium sweep as we stand, especially as Ignite just pitted as well. But that was a regular pit stop. At least it appears to be.
Have we mentioned... How long did the 567 pit, actually?
Again, it just came out of the pits 2 laps ago, and it also pitted 10 laps ago.
Okay, so on its way in, it was recorded as having a 4-off moment at turn 13 to driver's right. So I'm wondering if they've actually had an off track that precipitated the pit stop.
That makes sense.
I think that's TC Klein in the pits.
Yes, it is.
Shot there. Which...
GP3 is kind of strung out. Right? It was close for quite a long time.
Well, the only reason I bring that up is because there is... Well, it was about 15 minutes ago now. That car was reported as a 4 off at turn 6.
Yeah.
I thought it was more recent than that, but I suppose not. Yeah, that car would have been doing it anyway. Last in at 104. I'm finally getting to explore your software here, Joseph.
And I hate it.
It's way more useful than I've realized. Being the person on site that usually has to take it. Nope.
Car off out of turn 3. Just saw it from the 325s on board. They were running through the grass. It looked like they just ran wide. No idea which car it was. It was so much dust. I imagine they probably just rejoined on the back straight.
Yeah, this cam's still a bit behind. Useful, but not.
Oh yeah.
Not totally current.
Get Gabe to take a look at that. Make sure that that's still synced up with the YouTube stream.
Well, I'm sure it is. I think it might just be extremely high latency. Anyway, you were talking about.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I usually am taking in visual information from trackside and all of those other things that present themselves to you when you're
Trackside.
Looking.
Do we usually provide you with windows?
No. The track/series usually provides me with.
Oh,
windows.
must be nice.
Huh. Listen, you get
In
all
the
of
control
the benefits. We have all of the benefits this weekend of Scott being on site to set up our trackside cameras and manage the technical side, while also having all of the screens and resources in front of him to be able to follow the race as a remote commentator.
We may have had all of the screens and resources if Sam had remembered the power cable to the monitoring unit. But unfortunately, he did not.
Oh, random power.
I fixed the missing power cable issue, but I forgot what HDMI and DVI are in display put up. So even worse.
Yeah. TC
Well, that's what Sunday's for.
Been in the pits 2 laps in a row, according to Race Hero. I'm not sure I believe that actually. Now that I look at it.
I kind of do.
One of them was a very short lap that is listed as a pit lap. Either way, they're out on the track now. Pinnacle Motorsports number 127 has also been in the pits twice in the last 15 laps, and TC Klein, coincidentally, have just come across the line to say they were 20 minutes behind last time Pinnacle crossed the line, so they've also been in the pits for 20 minutes. Just cleaning up a couple of things. Stratus back in the pits as well. He's in the 59, not the race leader. They've had a difficult run. They've just had brake issues all day. Very unusual for them to have such sort of a trivial problem. I assume it's the same problem. Been the same problem all the time. We know at least 2 of their extended pits were brake related. Out of interest, where are they actually running in GTU? That car is second in GTU. I didn't realise that all of the other cars were in the garage.
Scott,
yes?
I have a prediction.
Is it that 58 is going to win GTU?
Well, yes, but that wasn't the prediction. I have irresponsible weather. But I didn't program it. Other people did. And other websites are available. But I'm seeing moderate rainfall between 4:15 and 5:45 p.m.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what we've been looking at all day. If I go back to my app of choice.
Actually, now it's heavy rainfall at 4:30 to 5:15. So it's
so mine. The little icon has changed from a cloud with a lightning bolt to a cloud with a lightning bolt and rain. But the chance of rain has dropped from 92% to 75% now to 50%.
Yeah, mine's saying 20%.
So we're getting more accurate because we're getting closer to the time, but the certainty is becoming lower and lower. I don't know how you can predict 92% and then not.
Well, because that 8%.
Colorado weather. There is a very large weather cell just south of Denver now, and it is heading in this direction. So if that maintains,
is it coming from the? Is it coming from the east-southeast by any chance?
It is coming from the southwest.
Yes, you've got your direction of Denver mixed up.
Coming from mountainside.
Well, the wind is coming. The prevailing wind is coming in east-southeast, which is like, I think that's curious.
That's odd, because yeah, that's definitely not the direction the storms are moving.
Yeah.
And
Sheer.
Also, that's weird. Last time I stepped outside, oh, actually, no. Yeah, last time I stepped outside, I'm pretty sure the wind was coming pretty strong from the north.
Well, maybe they're... okay. Maybe they have their conventions
None of this
completely
adds
backward.
All of these things are completely contradictory to each other. But anyway, the radar says there are storms. And again, as long as it's not lightning, I'll be happy with whatever we get.
Well,
ideally, not raining all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
If I had $1,
you could buy better cameras.
We did not bring the clothing. The cameras. You'd hire a guy to get the cameras.
Yeah, well, I mean, he has.
Yeah, well, there you go. Funny how that works out sometimes.
I have been the get the camera guy with threats of thunderstorms coming in. I don't care for it.
Have you?
When have you been at a track?
Summit.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Yeah, those halcyon days.
Oh, gee. I don't know about that. Well, they were okay. I would go back to some.
That would be a great place for a. Oh no!
Could you imagine?
No, I literally cannot.
Yes.
But you know, people throw around all these concepts of you know how to take advantage of the sellout grid by bringing in the smaller events. Summit would be a great place for a GP3 plus event. To be perfectly honest,
I think it's honestly it's not dissimilar to this in that it is a track that doesn't lend itself to running at the limit all of the time. And so
well, but it's a much more compact track. Though.
Right. You tend to get bigger variations from lap to lap. Traffic tends to play a bigger role. Right. I think it lends itself to this kind of racing the way that a track like this does actually very well. I would be a big fan of the WRL ending up on the data center point. It would be a lot of fun. Now you do have the issue of the more races you add, the more events the teams are gonna have to pay for. Not just that, but have to sell seats out of those. And can you sell seats at a summer?
I think. Well, I mean, you're so close to Metro DC that I think that would help.
I don't really know there.
Do all events have to count for the national championship?
Well, the national championship is just participation based, right? So there's no drops. It's just whatever events you participate
That's not
in.
true.
Total point. Are you sure?
Yes, national championship 12 finishes will count 22 available.
Oh,
what it says.
That's new.
Whoa.
That'll be new for this year then, because I think wasn't the national championship designed initially to prioritize participation?
Brendan, I have been bamboozled every single time we've tried to figure out points with drop weeks.
Which is why I leave you to it, because I don't want any parts of it.
I squirrel myself away for an hour and a half with just a notepad and just trying to be like, okay, wait a second. And then I'm just wrong anyway.
969 is being reported for
big
loose
lockup.
parts, which is interesting because I don't think we have a 969.
That might be the 696.
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
It's got to be a fat finger situation.
Oh, no, sorry. It's at corner 969.
There's no 69, is there?
It's car 49. Car 49.
696. All right. You are looking live at an Excel spreadsheet.
Yes, but that's still listed as a This is the best thing we could be commentating right now.
Wow, Joseph, looks like you need to reach out to Mark Martin. He has a predictor spreadsheet for points.
It's going to be a situation where I have to. I'm going to be selling my prediction tool, and they're going to sell me just a points predictor, and I'm like, all right, we'll call that even.
Can we do a prediction, a Joseph Irresponsible Maths prediction tool on the championship?
Oh god.
That should take you like 30 minutes, right? You can
It's
get
gonna
that
go
by the end of the race.
Team GTR
Yeah,
will win GP2.
Just extrapolate further. By the way, the top 2 cars in GP1 are very slow. Well, 10 seconds off their ultimate pace right now. I can imagine the 134 is just like, okay, sure, we can take it easy now because nobody's close.
Information on that, Scott.
Go ahead.
Dan from Big Mission 134, which I'm not sure which Dan it is.
That'll probably be the one we had in the booth earlier.
It's Dan the man.
Okay. They are managing their left front tire to the end of the race.
Okay.
It says expecting a tire change. I assume that means they're going to try and nurse it, but if they can't, they are expecting they're going to have to change it.
This is.
And if you're in their position, I think you would just change it anyway.
Well, it depends what the risk is. But they've got no real risk of losing position. So if you can just nurse it through and not spend the money on an extra set of tires and just save it for tomorrow.
567 is struggling with ABS and is hanging on, trying not to flat spot any tires between now and the end.
Do we think that's why they've been had weird pit stops recently?
I don't know. It's possible that the ABS was causing some kind of... They couldn't identify the issue, brought it in because of vibrations or brake pedal softness or whatever, and now they've just identified it as an ABS issue, sent it back out. So, well, you're just going to have to deal with it.
Don't lock up.
The 336 is in the pits, so that's the 3rd place car.
What's happened there? Glenn, get away from there.
Oh.
You can hear each one of us see that at different latencies to the screen.
Yeah, that's. Oh no, that's on schedule actually for the 336. Okay. I was a little concerned about that, but that's okay.
I'm very curious about what made that camera move.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about going to grab that.
I bet it was a deer. No, it's
there
not
isn't
even
a marshal within 3 miles of that spot.
Very outpost.
Was
Very
it maybe the 123?
Oh God! Don't beat them while they're down already. Are they? Oh, they are back out on track though.
Yeah. Sam is just wondering if what moved it has legs or not.
It's a deer. It's probably a deer. It's fine.
Dan, would you prefer that it has legs or no?
No, I would absolutely prefer if it. Yeah, I would absolutely prefer if it had legs.
What if it was a snake but also had legs?
If it doesn't have legs, that's an issue for me.
Much like my jokes.
Isn't it Scott? Because I'm not going to.
Like a millipede.
Nope.
Can't even say the joke.
2 hours remaining.
Yes.
At High
Exactly.
Plains.
So every car should have roughly 1 more stop to go, unless a car needs a pit stop in there.
So I had worked out, in case we were curious, the last time I ran predictions, the 58 would still do basically an extra stop compared to, assuming the race runs to full distance. The 58 was going to owe us an extra stop owing to its smaller fuel tank compared to both the 761 and the 696. I don't think that'll actually cost them the overall. But I am expecting that they'll need one. Got a note on the number 30 for 3D Racing, who spent a lot of time in the early phases of this race in the pit, managing cooling issues all day. This is into scoops. Managing cooling issues all day. Installed a higher performance water pump. Still running pretty hot. Makes sense. Ambient is pretty toasty out there. I've still got it at 89 degrees out there. Dave Dasher's working gears to keep the coolant temp below 240 degrees Fahrenheit. So I take that to mean probably running a lower revs than you would ordinarily. Different kind of racing, they say, and a little bit of a lock-up into 11 here. Different kind of racing, and drafting another car is not viable since it reduces cooling in the car. It means passing is the challenge.
Clarified by car 30, I assume you mean car 80. Yeah. 3D racing.
Yes. And they've got a big gap to the next car in class, but being in GTO, you're still passing people constantly, right? You are top or near top class, so you've got GP1, GP2, and GP3 that you need to kind of navigate around. Loose part on windshield sighted on the number 15. That's AOA. It is AOA. Slightly concerning.
That's the one that had the engine swap earlier.
A lot of loose part reports here lately.
I do wonder if some of this stuff is like regional, like depending on what club region you were kind of brought up in, if you're like trained to look at certain things.
Do you want me to go down this pathway?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so...
Because you've lived in at least 2.
Sure, yeah. No, there are, I mean, as marshals, certainly regional differences and things that are right. And it's been a long time, so I'm not exactly, I can't exactly remember which region was which. But for example, in Florida, marshals down there may not wish to hear about 2 often continue, 4 often continue, and things like that. Whereas in the Northeast, most regions want you to be calling all of those things, just as a matter of general procedures. In pro racing circles, that is all pretty well defined by whatever the series wants. And those are, all explained at the morning flag meetings and things like that. But, as you move around, you may say, okay, we only want to hear about a part issue if it looks like it's going to fall off. If it's coming off on one corner, but it looks like it's stable, we don't want to hear about it, right? And that may be true in the Midwest and the East Coast. And then you come out here and you get a lot more detail being called through on the corner network. And I don't know that's exactly what's happening, but those sorts of regional differences are definitely relevant. Good point, Joseph.
I will take that.
Yes.
The top 2 in GTO is still nose to tail, by the way.
This is a product of it being difficult to pass here, or if they're actually just that evenly matched.
I think the rotor car dropped back for a little bit and it's now caught back up again. So were we talking about dragging parts for the 696?
Loose parts underneath, yes.
Right. It's interesting because they are exactly a lap apart. I don't think that's the sort of thing that's going to get them. So this is what I was looking for. Oh, hang on. 2:11 p.m. 696 has got 2 consecutive pit lane infractions.
I saw that, but one of them is just pit lane infraction without any
They're
real
both-
detail.
They're both warning. Okay, so the point I was looking for is if these two if the 696 got a 1 lap penalty for some reason, that would obviously make this race extremely close. So I was wondering, well, what's the easiest way to get a 1 lap penalty? It's if it's a second offence at a pit lane infraction. Well, they've already had 2 offences, so I actually don't know how
Previous
they
to
haven't.
that?
No, those. Well, there's 2 right there next to each other.
2 in 1 stop. Scott's.
Yeah, which
Oh, right.
usually would get you a 1 lap penalty, but apparently it hasn't in this case. But that definitely means that they're on their final warning. So if on their final pit stop they make some sort of pit lane infraction, they will be getting a 1 lap penalty, and that will make this race extremely close.
Sure. Right.
So that's kind of what I was looking for. Not that I'm wishing that upon them, obviously.
No, I'm just wondering if that was entered as actually 2 separate things, or if, oh no, one is an unsafe release. I see that now.
Yeah, it's
Revved
odd.
engine during fueling, and then one is unsafe release. It's in the other notes.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why that wouldn't be a 1 lap penalty.
I think it's I think basically it's you get warned at the first pit stop that you have an infraction. Like you treat the pit stop as a unit, basically, where you can, if you were feeling enterprising, could break as many rules as you liked. I'm pretty sure they would penalize you.
No, I'm pretty convinced at the last race we saw a car get a 1 lap penalty because they did 2 infractions on in the same pit stop.
Maybe unsafe releases don't count as a.
Wasn't unsafe enough.
Yeah, well, I just it's not a procedural thing; it's just a safety thing. You know what I mean?
This is the other JTR, the 698 that we're looking at in pits. I mean, it must be significant if it's.
By the way.
Yeah, for sure.
You're welcome.
Nice. No, listen, you get less kudos this time, JT, because it's closer to your actual time zone.
It was so
But
nice.
we normally appreciate you for
this morning. Oh my god, that was so nice.
JT only had to set 2 alarms instead of 4.
Sam and I are taking your position and having to get up at 5 o'clock tomorrow. So.
Now, Brendan, they're not the first. JTR isn't the furthest team to make the trip. AOA is based out of Georgia, and I think they might have had the furthest tow.
It's not so much the tow, it's the, okay, there are some higher profile teams that have decided not to come out this far.
Yes.
Because either it is too far or, you know, gets on the seats or whatever the case might
That looks
be.
like
But
weather out
JTR
there.
is deciding to do it anyway. It does. Cumulus with vertical development.
You got your cape on, Brendan?
Is that a pun?
Yeah.
That's a good pun, I like that. I didn't know if you were operating on that level and like I should be appreciating it or if you did that by accident.
Oh, we've got a development. AOA has been meatballed.
The 85.
Yeah, class leader in GP3.
Are smoking.
Oh, that's just a Miata thing. It's fine.
So they're in the lane now. So the question is going to be how long for what, you know, is it terminal? And if it's not, how long is it going to take to fix it? Because they've got about 10 minutes advantage over TC Klein and then another 10 over R5 Racing. Is that them in the back of the shot then, in the lane?
The white MX-5, yes it is.
698 from camera position. Yeah, that could be a big deal in GP3, to state the obvious.
That gap right now, says waiting for the page to load, is 4 laps, the equivalent of about 9.5 minutes. TC Klein has just gone through the shot, actually, which is the second place car in GP3. So in actuality, it's probably down to about 3 and some change.
That's the worst plot I've ever seen, Scott.
Talk about irresponsible math.
I was going to say, Joseph has seen some terrible plots this time.
That's really funny. Cool.
I didn't know temperature, that's a split S.
That's humidity.
That's humidity, actually. But
it's a wave moving in from the plains. It breaks over western Kansas.
Mountain wave turbulence. That's how you depict it on humidity graphs.
it's the lay wave.
It's when one goes by the problem.
I'm also, in a more realistic sense, concerned by the very sudden 12 degrees Celsius drop in temperature.
I think it's a huge pressure front that's coming through then.
Yes. Should be fun.
Well, glad I don't have to be out there for it.
Yeah, well, right when we're clearing up cameras.
But that's the way it always happens with these things.
Just
it
going to
rains.
say.
Yeah.
Can we not do 8? Can we just start doing 7-hour races? Because it would save us a lot of trouble.
In fairness, we did that at Road Atlanta. And it wasn't that interesting.
An update from the weather radar is that cell that was moving towards us is growing. So my certainty is going to rain is also growing.
Or are you saying that weather is in fact moving in?
It is.
Oh no.
So I think, yeah, I mean, which is this is amazing to say, looking at these track sides and the bright blue sky above us. But it looks like we might have quite a wet final half hour. Although this camera appears to already be in the black hole of
you can see it out to the left there. You can see where it's coming in. That does look threatening.
That is from the south and west.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think it's a pretty good case that this might be a slightly abridged race.
Well, let's let this play out.
I'm happy to. I hope. Before you came on, we were talking about how let's cross our fingers that somehow the lightning kind of skirts around us, but we get the rain to kind of make the field work for it. That's the 85 going behind the wall, I think. Still under their own power. And I didn't see smoke, but obviously going through pit lane speeds.
Just ducked my head out into the pit lane, and Stratus were getting ready for a pit stop. Considering the 58 is the only one from them on track, probably suited them.
Yep,
and there
3
was a new
laps
driver. Yeah, there was a new driver getting ready for the
We have a 3-lap margin at this point over GTR.
But if they pit in 3 laps, that means they'll have to do a splash, correct?
I'm more than splash. Their stints just aren't very long.
Oh, okay.
They're actually...
Yeah, they probably need 2 pretty even stints, to be honest.
I was going to say, they might actually just be back timing it. Well,
I think they went an hour.
Oh, big lock up into 4.
Yeah, it sure is.
I think they went the full hour first time, so they probably only need 3/4 of a stint at the end. But yeah, it's they just don't go very long. But it doesn't really matter. They've got actually they've got about 2.5 laps on JTR, so they've got plenty in hand.
RS Racing has come into the pit stop for what could be their last stop of the day, and they've just been docked a lap for having a visor up. Running third in GP3 at the moment. Actually, a lot of people are pitting, have pitted within the last 5 minutes. So this must be, we must
have just under 2 hours to go.
Yeah, we must be rapidly approaching windows for a lot of teams.
Yeah, I mean, based on the first stint, every car in the field can go an hour. So everyone is in the window to pit 1 to go. There are some teams that can go an hour and a half. So like Rota and I suppose the 986 would try to stretch that far, and then many of the production class cars are going to stretch that far, if they can.
Yeah. I know we've already talked about this, but it is wild to watch how deep some of those, especially the GTOs, drive into turn 11 and just kind of pull it. I mean, rim rating is exactly the right turn spot, with how deep they throw it in, and they just kind of drag. I mean, there's barely anything between the left wheels and the edge of the racetrack. I mean, just swing it back around to hit that late apex.
Yeah, when I did a lap yesterday, I turned in way too early. I just kept on waiting for the apex. So yeah, it's basically right at the end is when you really cut in to grab that apex.
And it's like a full 180 degrees, right? I mean, it's not a sharp corner, but it's a long corner.
It's pretty sharp. Yeah, it's not like full hairpin, but
it does tighten up on the exit quite a lot.
Okay.
Well, and it swings into a left-hander as you head back up the hill. Right, so you're
I mean, that
having
left-hander is basically an acceleration zone. That's not really something to worry
fair.
about.
Yeah, that's fair.
Stratus have gone salmon, so I assume they're in the pits. I think they've got a very early. Yeah, they do. They have a very early pit box, so that makes sense.
Yeah, they definitely have come into the pits, and I think they've also left by now.
They would have triggered the start-finish line if they had. Sam is going to go and check.
If they do another hour of running, they're guaranteed to win GTU. So,
they've triggered it now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's another distance in the pits, but they're actually on the way out. So really, the only intrigue is right now is getting JTR through their final pit stop without a penalty, or without any kind of infraction. That would change things significantly because it would drop them back to being about 1 second ahead of Rota for the win in GTO. All else being equal, JTR has a 1 lap lead and pitting at the same time, so shouldn't be losing any time there. So they're in a pretty comfortable position as long as they don't lose a lap. No danger from either of the will-to-win cars. Big Mission Motorsport is in 6th overall, first in GP1. Really cruising around, clearly very concerned about that front left tyre they were looking after, but under absolutely no stress because they've got 3 laps on the next car in class. They even have 2 laps on the Audi GTO car that's behind them.
Who we just found. Quick programming note that we have a limitation on the length of time that Facebook will let you stream because Facebook is Facebook. And so we are going to take down the first part and then we'll have a new video up for the final 100 minutes or so of the Saturday race. Meanwhile, on YouTube.
And then, so continuing on, behind the second place GP1 Big Mission car is the leading GP2 car. So the leading GP2 car is on the GP1 podium. North Loop Motorsport have got ahead of the 336 Big Mission car. I don't think it's by very much, but that's 9th overall for a GP2 car. As Ignite Performance, who are 4th in GP1, on the same lap as 3rd in GP1, only just though. They've come in pits, Ignite Performance, with their Nissan 350Z. 11th overall.
Yeah, we see a lot more Nissans in these club races. I'm kind of bummed that we don't really seem to see as much of them anymore. So that's a cool car to see, I think.
I feel like we always have one in every WRL race. It's not that one either.
Thunder Bunny had one, but I don't think they've run it in quite a while.
Oh, really?
No, that was by far the most trouble of the cars that they had.
Yeah. Yeah,
series was a
there
little
may well be a good reason why they don't run it, but
yeah, I don't remember it ever being particularly competitive at the end of the race.
No, one of my memories of that car is talking with Chandler Lunny during an interview at Daytona last season, and talking about the progress that the 1 Series had made, and some of the issues they were still fighting. This was before they had the M2 even, but how much trouble they were having with the 350 and how tough the weekends usually were for that car. And as we were finishing up the interview, without any warning, it pulled into the garage. back in the paddock that we were having the interview in. It was just like a nice little encapsulation of what the 350Z experience was like for Thunder Buddy.
Well, yeah, you remember Valkyrie at Thunder?
I mean, I hate I hate to say this, but this pit stop for Ignite is not on schedule. It's only 17 laps since their last stop, and that's not even the halfway in a stint. So something may be up with that car.
Here?
I don't.
Probably not. I don't. It seems long. I'm just checking.
Yeah.
Well, they were getting very close to the podium position with that 336 car dropping back. I think dropping back towards them. Certainly feels on a macro scale like they were dropping back towards them. 11s and 12s. Ignite we're doing about the same, 10s, 11s. So yeah, that race for third was potentially going to get kind of close, but if this is unscheduled, then that's probably over.
TC Klein on this lap, by the way, back over on GP3, is about a lap away from taking over the lead in that class. RS Racing with that penalty and pit stop is actually falling behind the 83 for 9-4 Motorsports. So the pit stop, I think, has done more damage than the lost lap. Damage in air quotes. But they are... The podium places in GP3 could turn into a pit strategy call, basically. And as I say that, the 93 has come through and taken the lead from the 85, but we still haven't seen it come back out on track.
Be our only lead change in the last 2 hours, which is kind of a rarity for a WRL.
Yeah, don't say that too soon. There might be something in it for Ritter. Okay, with that, let's have our either last or penultimate reset in terms of advertisements. We'll do another block of ads, and we will come back with just over an hour and a half to play here at High Plains in Colorado.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things. Like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh, yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered. With the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
we're really kind of at the apex here?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Plains Raceway, Racing League, powered by Hagerty, the very same. Hagerty Motorsports. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined by Scott Michaels, by Sam Michaels, first timer on DriversEye Live, Joseph Woodruck and JT Taylor. Joseph.
What?
Very interesting note just came through on our hashtag Scoops channel.
Yeah, NRG Racing, the number 39, saying that they've been in 4th gear and 4th gear alone for the last 2.5 hours. Let me remind you, it is still 89 degrees. And they've been driving around High Plains, which is a very technical circuit, with exactly 1 gear. There are probably worse gears to be stuck in.
I was gonna say, if you're gonna pick one to be stuck in, that'd probably be the one.
That would be the one. But yeah, I think the fact that they're holding down 5th, and the other thing too is look at the lap time consistency. The pace hasn't been there, but this last stint, it's almost exclusively 12s. There's a couple of excursions into the 13s and 14s, but I mean that is metronomic with 1 gear. I guess it helps when you don't have to shift gears. You really focus on the direct drive.
Yeah, it actually reduces your workload. It keeps the driver cooler.
Right.
And therefore, you can actually go quicker. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah. It's you gotta go drive slow to go fast, as they say.
Similar to saving your tires. In this case, you're just saving your driver.
Yeah. Well, look on the bright side. You can't money shift if you can't shift.
It's very true.
So,
the ultimate
look on the bright side.
Strategy.
134 back into the pits.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. Their in-lap was 10 seconds slower than you'd expect. And I feel like they've been there a little while now. So I'm mildly concerned. Especially as that car had been getting slower and slower and slower. Possible... Actually, Sam, do you want to go out and have a look? Because that was a car that we were worried of whether a tyre was actually... Like their front left tyre was what they were looking after. I wonder if they've blown it up and they're doing a change.
Yeah, go.
We actually had it on screen there in the on trackside 1.
Yeah, they are actually further down that end of the pit lane.
That is the car right there.
The one heading out on pit road.
Yeah.
What was it?
Yeah, it was
just left.
It was a slightly early stop, but nothing super concerning. Maybe 3 laps early. So.
And they do an hour and a half.
Yeah,
to
I think these guys were pretty easily doing an hour and a half.
Okay. So yeah, maybe that's fine.
They can do about.
I don't know where that 10 seconds on the in-lap would have disappeared to.
They can do 42 laps, so it's actually going to be kind of close.
Yeah, I don't think anyone can do much more than other than the 199 because it has an engine still.
I am really enjoying watching JTR and Rotor just circulate together for the last however long it's been. Hour, it feels like.
Yeah, they've been stuck together every time.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It is a shame they're separated by a lap, but it has been fantastic.
I mean
2 cars that have been that consistently evenly matched.
It does. You bring up the point about pit penalty. Well, so I think this is going to actually kind of come apart on the pit stops because Rotor stops have been a bit slower.
Oh, by the way, JTR just went 3 wide down the inside of the 325 and the Audi into turn 3, and somehow all 3 of those cars made it through without anyone going off. I don't know why that was worth the risk, all things considered, but they made it.
983 in for... I think that's going to be their penultimate stop. I think they might still need one more at the end if we don't get ready. Still waiting on the 134's out lap.
Well, we think that's comfortably their last stop, correct?
It's close. That one actually may well be back timed because I've got them as coming in at about 90 as. Excuse me. I've got them as making about 91 minutes to a stint, and they left the lane at 89 minutes to go.
I do want to mention that there is an ambulance stopped in the Stratus pit bay on pit road. Hopefully everyone down there is okay. It is getting very hot, so maybe if there's someone not running a kind of cool suit, they may have overheated.
Well, that car I don't think is. It pitted a fair while ago, probably about 20 minutes ago. So I'm not sure if it will be the driver. Yeah, hopefully it's okay.
TC Klein's in early. This may also be back timed, but if it's not, I don't think they're ready for him.
Oh, I hadn't noticed that car had actually taken over the class lead.
Yeah, a couple laps right before the break, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, talking about exhaustion here, it's not just necessarily the heat, but also the fact that there isn't that much humidity out here means it, you know, it's really easy to get dehydrated. So that's always something you got to be careful of and watchful for. With this
It's also
this lack of humidity.
It is a fairly technical circuit, right? I mean, you are doing some work.
The 120, by the way, R5, has just gotten a. Oh, somebody thinks. Hold on. So the 120 thinks, or the 120 has had a spin at turn 13. So I wonder if that's gone wide or if it hit the curb. I think someone in the big mission camp thinks I'm insinuating that they would kneecap the 567, but no, I wanted to just mention that possibility and then kind of dispel it with some logic.
Yeah, I think Brendan was also questioning that without realizing that was the car that literally is. The team has just been brought in under the big machine banner, so which makes it even worse.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wouldn't. Unless we were in the very last round of the championship, that would make a tangible difference. I don't think that's a very tough.
And it also was a lot more lucrative in terms of prizes.
No, exactly.
Still club racing. 85 has actually made it back out on track. I'm not sure what the issue is.
But it's smoking badly down the front straightaway, yeah.
No, it's not what the issue was, it's what the issue still is. So, TC line car has been sent, so if it was early, it was only for fuel, I think. I think it's been sent. I don't think it's gone behind the wall or anything.
No, it looked like it was headed out in the fast lane there.
Okay.
983 has made what should be its last stop. Yeah, the lead WTW car.
I'll check. I think that might be...
Oh, wait, no. It hasn't... No, it says it has pitted, but it's only doing 34 laps, is that right?
Yeah. Huh. Yeah. The stints have not been super long for that car.
Interesting.
They also had... Oh, no, never mind. Yeah. I don't think that car can...
Probably not, no. If it's only going to do 33 laps from here.
And the 986 has been running, so this is another piece of context that you missed from earlier, but the 986 has had the pace advantage and also the stint length advantage over the 983. It was purely basically the fuel pickup issue that shoved it back in the order here. So I would expect the 986 to come close to the 983, if not surpass them by the end of this race.
Which, that will make... that will raise the interesting question of did they ever lose that lap that they shortcutted and Glenn pulled them around off?
Let's check.
I think
no,
the answer's
I don't
no.
think so.
And then the follow-up would be should they?
Martin's sitting here listening to us saying, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up.
No, I think it would be difficult to argue for it because it's not like they actually gained. I mean, they did gain time over not taking the shortcut, but they didn't gain time over a racing lap.
They're literally going to gain a position.
Well, maybe. I don't know how long it would take to actually go around.
Well, it doesn't matter. If you don't complete the lap, you don't complete the lap. It's not a lap.
Well, if you don't complete the lap, so if you don't complete the lap under your own power, if you don't complete the lap at all.
Well, they didn't complete the lap because they shortcut between turn 4 and turn 8.
So did they do it, or did the tow truck driver do it?
They were
that doesn't
they were parked up at.
Well, it does a bit, Scott, because if you look at a place at Lake Daytona, if you make it around to the bus stop and then come to a stop, and then you either drive through the access roads or are dragged through the access roads, if you come out at start-finish and cross the start-finish line on pit lane, technically that's a lap.
Okay.
Right? So I think this happens a lot more places that we don't maybe immediately recognize it as being because, you know, it's not so obvious a shortcut. But it's the same sort of, okay, yes, technically you didn't complete the full lap, but you've lost so much time that it's kind of out the wash anyway.
Stratus 58 is getting slower and slower, by the way. It was a 2:13.
2:13?
Yeah, and the gap's now below 2 minutes.
Well, below a lap, for starters.
He's 17 now.
What is happening to the overall race leader?
Well,
they made it. Which is even more interesting, given how much slower they've been.
Or confirmed.
Oh, that's early. That's early.
I think he's making an argument.
I just heard the guys behind us say that Stratus have gone past their pit and are now behind the wall.
Yeah. No, it's very early. Wow.
I mean, we say wow. At the end of the day, it's not going to change anything. They're going to win GTU.
No, sure, but from an overall race win perspective,
yeah.
things are still interesting to us.
So there is actually an angle that's going to affect if they don't if they don't continue running. So the number 84 has completed 112 laps. The 58 has completed 192 laps. In order to be classified, you have to do 50% of your class leader's distance.
Is that true in WRL?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So if the 58 doesn't complete any more laps, the 84 doesn't have to do any more laps, and they'll still get third place points.
Oh, interesting.
Remember that 80, I don't know what the championship situation is like for that 9.4 Motorsports car, but it does have a race win to its credit this year.
It absolutely does.
At roughly the speed of a bicycle, but a win's a win.
I feel a little bad laughing at that situation, but I think they too would be like, I can't believe we got that.
No, that is endurance racing.
Yeah.
Like, isn't that how Mazda won Le Mans?
Okay.
Yeah, a little oversimplified, but listen.
They're 13 points behind the 58 Stratus.
I think, by the way, JTR has just taken the lead.
Yeah.
Because they've gone across the line.
Yeah, they'll be due in here shortly, won't they? JTR. So there is also an interesting... well, let's talk about this. 43 JTR should be good to the end, right? I would think.
In terms of pit stops?
Yeah, they'll make one more
stop.
Yeah, right, and then that'll be their last, pretty decisively, right?
I would imagine imagine so. I think that's right. Yeah, them and Rotor, I think, are due for their last stops.
I was wondering if there was an angle where they were on either side of a last stop situation, but I think JTR is pretty comfortably within that.
No, I think they're good. Stratus was going to owe us an extra stop, but obviously they're about to fall out of the overall lead in, was it maybe a lapse time? I'm not following the overall.
Whenever JTR comes across the line this time.
Okay. So 58 Stratus was going to need an extra stop, so they didn't really have a ton of margin for error if they cared about the overall. Certainly now they're in big trouble in terms of the overall. As we've mentioned, probably unaffected for GTU. But
impossible for it to be have an effect on GTU. Other than not dropping a carb load 50%.
Yeah, certainly that's if the 59 came back out and ran for the rest of the race, it could pass the 58. So there's that angle.
Could it? I thought they were 60 laps behind.
I only have the 59 as 21 laps behind the 58.
Oh, okay. I was reading wrong.
Technically, if they can get the 84,
they're 54 laps behind.
Oh, are they? Okay.
Yeah. So there's not enough time for them to do 54 laps.
Oh, you know what it is. Okay. I've got the 59 as it was 21 laps down the last time it crossed the line.
Yeah.
So okay.
Yeah. So Stratus 58 has won GTU. There's no question there. And they've
have
now
they pulled that car in because of that?
Maybe I can't. It is okay. So the angle with them is I don't know if they have any pay drivers, because that's effectively a quasi works entry. Yeah, Rotor is in.
Rotor can't make it from here. I don't think.
No, it says 50 laps is the number I have.
Yeah, they're good. Rotor's good.
Yeah, they just did 50.
So they can make it from here.
Yeah, I'm surprised they've gone farther than JTR though.
Yeah, they have been all race.
No, I'm sorry. I'm surprised they've gone farther. Sorry. They were due in after JTR, were they not?
It was within a lap. I would expect JTR in this lap.
Maybe JTR has backed it off as well. I'd be curious to know that Stratus situation. I don't know how close you guys are to that paddock area, but...
Very, but they are currently dealing with an EMT situation, so we don't want to disturb.
Right. No, that's fair.
At least that's the last I heard.
Yeah, Sam had mentioned that.
Yeah, this is 100% one of those days where you want to make sure that your drinks and your cool suit are working as intended. Look at how dark that is.
I don't think it was a driver just because of the timing relative to the last pit stop. But if you're in the paddock wearing a fireproof suit, yeah.
Oh, sure.
That's
maybe not your cool suit, staying hydrated still.
Yeah, yeah. Weather update. My app is again the chance of rain is reducing further. I think looking at the radar, everything might just sneak to the west of us.
We could get the worst of both worlds and get lightning strikes in the area, but not get any rain.
I don't think this is spoilers or anything, but the lightning has affected races at points further afield this afternoon, or at least qualifying sessions.
In the vicinity of Northloop's hometown?
No. In the old Music City. Qualifying has been put on hold there due to lightning in the area.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's what you get for dividing your attention.
Sure. I'm not really putting any focus on it. Just these things make themselves apparent sometimes.
15 has been given a lap penalty for a fueling infraction. They are they're pulling up the rear in GP3, so I'm not sure that it'll really affect them. I think 15's going to be racing to 50% here, I think. So it may affect them actually. The 15 is running tied 4th with TCS Motorsports GP3.
Is there a pathway for the 15 to get to 50% here? Yeah, I guess there is.
Yeah, they're not there now, but if they continue to tick off laps.
Yeah.
And something that has just occurred to me, I don't think I noticed. TCS usually runs GP3. They're in GP2 today.
Interesting.
Yes.
Huh. Wonder what the story is there.
Yeah, I don't think it'll make a difference because I don't think that they would have scored points in either class. But my point was going to be that the 15 of AOA is technically in a points fight for our 3rd in GP2. So.
And currently sitting 5th for the national championship.
Yeah, so that being the higher positioned AOA car, I do think that they are actually trying to get that to 50% so they can score points, would be my guess.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because otherwise you would just put all your energy, depending on your driver situation, I think you might put all your energy into the 5. Man, that is really ominous in the background. But if you're right, Scott, and it doesn't end up coming to pass, I think we might have dodged one. 696 is finally in. There they are on screen. The other, no, excuse me, it's been a very slow half hour for race control, it looks like, because there's no real action since about 1/4 the hour.
No, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Image stabilization doing some work here.
Is it ever? So, what else? 567 in for their last stall. Easily.
Yeah. Although I thought that had already happened. Oh no, the 134 had come in and out.
Correct, the team car.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Everything's pretty comfortable there in GP1, right? 557 and 336 are fairly close.
Yeah, with the 36 taking that unscheduled pit stop, are they good to go? The 36 is good to go. I'm not.
RG could be a bit vulnerable to the 70.
Well, yeah, they've only got 1 year.
Oh, right. Yep. Oh, no, was that the 39 or the 49?
I thought it was the 39. You might be right.
It is 39. No, you're right, it is the 39.
Okay.
It was the line above the text I saw. Yeah, that's fair.
So, let's see. Oh, I don't know why that was not the right number to type in the calculator. Don't mind me. So, 336 I don't think can make it to the end. Actually, I don't think it's going to be close. So they're going to need a splash. I don't think it's going to cost them enough to lose third.
Sure, yep. It'll keep them out of reach of their teammate, though. The 567.
Sure, but it does still mean that the big mission podium lockout is still in play.
Sure, yep.
Which would be would be pretty spectacular.
Tell you what, in addition to 39 being a little bit slower here, I think there's a chance the Boulder car could make it to the end without a stop. I don't think that's the case for the 39. Well, you lose considerably less fuel if you're only running around in 1 gear.
That is true. Yeah, that will help. But are you going to try to adapt to that? Because you probably don't have... I assume you don't have fuel volume data. You mostly just have... Well, maybe you have fuel flow data, but...
Yeah, tough to tell.
You'll never guess that I've got winning GTO.
Is it JTR by chance?
What are the chances?
Have they?
100%, actually.
Oh, okay, there it is. I was going to say, have they recorded a lap out of the pits yet? Just happened.
That pit stop was a bit slow.
It was quite a bit slow. 427 lap.
Yeah, I mean, the one before that, their last one was 4:03, but the one before that was 5 minutes flat, so they're just inconsistent. Their pit stop lengths.
What was Rotor's?
3:53. So yeah, they will have gained half a minute back.
Yeah.
They'll be on the same lap, which means now if I got a penalty, then Rotor would take the lead.
I return with an update for the 58 Stratus. They told me that a shifter bracket broke. I assume they have the class win kind of already wrapped up.
Yeah.
And with this, they can't win overall. So they're just focusing on fixing it up for tomorrow.
In GTO, in the podium places, by the way, we've got JTR right behind us on this onboard, moving to the inside. But in it's actually going to be really, really close for third between the two W2W cars. So they might be right on top of each other by the end of this. And then in GP1, I can't be right. Is this old data?
What are you looking at in GP?
It's still showing the 199s being in contention. That's been out for a while. So let me rerun that.
So just a heads up, in GP3, the Lexus of Nemcor Motorsports is 24 seconds behind the 85 AOA. That gap is closing down. Seems like the 85 is kind of in a limp mode right now because it sounds like it is still smoking out there.
Text from the number 39. They are getting phenomenal fuel mileage. Okay, so the 761 could overtake the 696, but the chances are vanishingly slim. Okay, and this seems... No, that doesn't make any sense either. Alright, something's up. I'll fix it later. We'll figure it out. That almost seems like a transponder issue. Or not a transponder, but a car registration issue. But I think the 336 has the advantage over the 36, which is the point that we were trying to get at. And the 567 has the advantage over the 336. Which I don't think will be a surprise anyway, but just to kind of... And then regarding the 39 and the 70, I think I've still got 39 with the advantage over the 70. So that would be That would be pretty cool if they could pull off a top 5 with 1 gear.
Keep eyes on the battle for 3rd overall in GTO.
Yes, that still is true. That's still neck and neck for me.
Yeah. It seems like 986 will have the pace if it doesn't have to make an extra stop.
Oh, that was the thing I was going for.
They are equal on laps until pit, 23 and 24.
So I think both cars have to stop.
Yes, I think you're right.
ATR's really finding some pace at this point. Kind of unnecessarily so. They're in a pretty safe position. But yeah, the first time in 58s since Q1.
I wonder if they've done a driver change, and that was part of the reason for the longer stop.
Yeah, there's not. Yeah, I was about to say I wonder if it's cooling off. I'm not sure it is. There's not really any cloud cover yet.
No, it is definitely not cooling off.
It might be getting more humid.
I mean, yeah, their fastest lap of the race is 58.9. They were with 400 of a second on that lap. So yeah, they've definitely found some serious pace even with obviously the track.
Have we been keeping eyes on the fight for 2nd in GP3? Oh, did you just mention that?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I just saw the 22 come back out of the pits and I got distracted. The 22, for the 22, that has to be either a shakedown or getting customers track time because they're too far back to catch the 196.
I think if you've got the car, you might as well.
And actually, as a matter of fact, I don't think that they can get to... It might be close. I don't think they can get to half distance. Maybe that's what they're trying to do?
Yeah, but if you've got the car, there's no point sitting around in the sun doing nothing. You might as well run the car and get, like you said, get some track time and some seat time in the process.
Qualifying for tomorrow.
Could also be true.
Yeah, that's a good point. We haven't seen anybody turn a fast lap in quite some time, though. I mean, probably not since the
other than
second or
JT.
third round. Right.
Another 58 on that lap. Quite quickly going to put Rotor a lap down again. Which might be what they're trying to do. I've seen that happen before where a team has not pushed the issue on that and got a penalty post-race and lost a win.
It shouldn't, well, unless they end up with a pass under yellow, I was going to say it shouldn't matter. They're done in the pits.
Alright, we're in the final hour.
Pit stop for North Loop.
21 is in the pits.
Yeah. I think this is the first time we've seen North Loop since their accident at Road America, isn't it? Where they rode off their primary car.
Is it?
I think it is. Daytona and Road Atlanta are the only 2 races we've done since Road America, which is... I feel like we've spent a lot more time talking about WRL than that, but... anyway, that 21 isn't... I think that's
exactly right.
I think it's a Spec E46, and they may correct me on that, but from what I remember, they rode off their primary car on the Saturday at Road America, spinning out of turn 6.
There's a semi-truck there that's in GP5.
The ghost of GP4 passed.
Yeah.
But they, having put that car to one side, they brought out what I believe was somebody's Spec E46 sprint car for the Sunday, just to, you know, run their home race, and actually did fairly well with it, from memory. And then this would be the first time we've seen them back at the track since then. Again, that's from memory. Don't believe they were at Daytona.
But this is, you're still talking about North Loop?
North Loop, yeah. No,
No, that's correct.
Yeah.
Speaking of qualifying for tomorrow, JTR Motorsports actually at the moment are in the field. Fastest 3 cars are Rotor, sorry, Pinnacle would be on pole time, Rota second, third. So JTR might be trying to pump into fast laps to see if they can get a little bit further up the grid tomorrow.
I think if I were Stratus, I would make a case for a world. I know that's not how that works. But...
Yeah, it's just not how it works.
There's a part of me that's that thing, you know, because we have, I mean, in some of these cases we've got more spreads within class. We've got a bigger spread within classes than we do between classes. So I do wonder if there might be any merit to just sorting the class or the field by qualifying times and letting them figure it out.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. The reason is due to like tire temps. Usually it takes a couple laps for the MP01s to start to really get good times going.
Yeah, no, I understand the logic, but it does it gets some of the class overlaps can get a skosh messy.
Yeah, but there's lots of little inconsistencies there too. Some of that is driver, some of that is temperature and condition dependent. There's different reasons you can argue going either way. I'm expressing a personal feeling for what that's worth.
Yeah, no,
I
think
run out and set the fastest lap of the race by 3 seconds. Not being able to be on pole the next morning would be.
I suppose you could
part of the deal,
the old IMSA thing of the driver who set the qualifying time has to start the car or something.
Oh, that is true.
But you could maybe police that here. To keep track of that at COTA with 95 cars, better you than me.
There's no
bear in mind,
so.
bear in mind that's exactly how they did it last year when the MP01s were part of the GTO class, and it was fine. But it is what it is.
Yeah, I get why it's done. I have no issues with the procedure itself. It was just a comment on, okay, we don't often see GTUs being the absolute fastest anymore because of the difference in power to weight ratio.
We do. The only track where they haven't been is Daytona.
I'm actually struggling to remember where all the races
that
GTUs
is
at.
That is according to Billy of Race Motors.
Right, yeah, okay. They quick at Road America?
Yeah, they set them and Stratus and Racer Motors were the two fastest cars.
Right.
In the race. So
Right. Oh, that is one of the cases where you would want the GTO cars behind the GTO cars because they're going to get swamped on a start.
Yeah,
because of the straight line speed situation, and then have to claw their way back up through the traffic.
In fairness, we've only had 3 rounds with the GTUs until this one, so.
They were on Mid-Ohio?
They were not.
No, they were at NOLA and Road America.
And Daytona, yeah.
Daytona obviously counts for double points in the standings because it's effectively double length. A couple of pit road infractions to report. 22 TCS warrant for speeding. I believe that's our first speeding note of the day. And then 21 North Loop cited for a visor up. First one, so that's a warning. Not that it would affect them if it were a penalty.
Now have our
Face down, visor up.
We now have a GP1 leader into the top 5, so they passed the stricken Stratus car.
Just gonna make that point, Scott. But I didn't.
Is this? There's still nose to tail.
Now they're side by side.
Oh boy.
But that'll be JTR putting the second place car a full lap down now.
Yeah, they were the other way around, obviously. The JTR car is... Well, Rota have lost a bit of pace recently, but the JTR car is definitely fast.
No, what's this?
They've gone around the outside.
That looks weird.
That looked like JTR was letting them back through.
Yeah, that was not a good pass. Go back.
Well, there were no yellow flags or anything, correct?
Not that I saw.
That was weird.
So Brendan,
that wasn't JTR. That's JTR. That was the 698.
Right.
So we saw the M2 I think it's still an M2.
Yes, and 240.
Yeah, come through and pass them and then get or maybe it was the 760 actually passing them. Then the 696 came through. That'll be it.
So, Northloop came into the lane for their last stop at the top of the hour, and we have not seen them come back out yet? Question mark. Again, it's a little consequence, but whenever you have a car go missing, it does make you wonder if they've had a mechanical that might keep them out of race 2.
Yes, it was perfectly on schedule.
Yeah, but yes, I mean they could well just decide to just park it up for the night.
Yeah, or send it out for the last couple laps or something like that.
Right. What is that?
A wall of clouds.
No, it looked like a helicopter on a truck or something. Anyway. Must be Glenn.
Glenn's a helicopter pilot now.
Chopper Glenn. He's gonna go out and check the weather for us. He's gonna get out in front of the front. He's gonna drive his C-130 straight through.
Oh no.
JT liked it.
No, we lost our on-site reporters.
They're probably having a chit chat.
It's okay, Glenn will get him back.
That's true. Maybe they're being replaced by Glenn. Oh, that was a downshift.
Yeah, how about it? Is this what it's like to be you guys when my internet drops out of the track?
I don't think their internet's dropped out.
Talking.
No, it's my we were hotspotting off my phone and it went into battery saver mode, so it decided to turn the hotspot off.
Ah.
We are fine now.
Did it last long enough for me to give my weather update?
Yeah, can we get a weather update? Is weather moving in?
It is moving in, but it's going to get here pretty much exactly when the race ends.
Boo.
Yeah, that cell covers the entire horizon and it's headed directly for us, but I think it's just slow enough.
I think Alright. There's a part of me that's like, I think you might want to head out there like as soon as our boy Glenn will let you.
Yeah, I might be in my car revving near the pit road.
Well,
when the chicken flag flies, Sam's race has just begun.
You haven't had any warnings yet, so you get one.
Okay.
This car looks like such a handful.
Yeah, it spent a couple of pretty, well, I don't know about extensive, but is that interlacing or is that rear wing?
No, I think it's the interlacing.
Okay.
I think.
It looked like it was having a time. It looks like his DRS is stuck open.
Old Max is in there just pressing buttons on the steering wheel.
Yeah, so I think my guess here is that Northloop has maybe called it. If they were on schedule. Hello. Walk the rears.
It amazes me how much it feels like we're getting mistakes and missteps from drivers here relative to what we would get at.
I honestly think it's two things, right? I think it's unfamiliarity with the track, but I really do genuinely think there's an element of driver fatigue here just because of how hot it is out there.
That's probably fair. It is. I mean, it is very technical, right? Which you don't get a lot in the other places that WRL visits. So I get that.
it's a little bit like if you, well, say, it's we've all compared the track basically at various points to Barber and to VIR, right? And those are not tracks that you want to be learning on the fly. And a lot of these teams, is this team one of them? Before they might be actually. So NFC is the one GP1 entry running that is not out of Colorado, as we've got the onboard for the 325 back. But you know, it's a tricky track to learn, right? And I think it's probably one of those tracks that you really might not feel like you've got a handle on until you're like halfway through race 2. You know, it's a tricky time, and like we mentioned, the sort of typical consumer tools that you might have out there with laser scans and such, they don't really exist for this. At least certainly not in iRacing. The closest thing we've found in the game world is the Corsa mod, but it'll never really quite be the same if this isn't a track that drivers are familiar with personally. And I kind of think also the surface might have gotten a repave in the last couple of years too. I'll ask Glenn about that. He probably did it himself. And I think if you're learning the track or at least are unfamiliar with it, I think you are just more likely to make mistakes. And then compound that with the fact that it's super hot and it's you know, conditions are challenging. Is a local yellow? Or are we just having issues here? I thought I saw.
Yep.
Meatball flag.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure.
I couldn't tell what the flag was, but I think you're right.
Exhaust dragging. Exhaust dragging is the call from turn 2. So we had the 325. Look at that. That is, I mean, you can see the rain in the distance.
Yeah, it's pretty striking.
We basically had that this morning as we were driving in, and it was to the south of us, and it just floated on past. So yeah, this is Colorado.
Yeah.
We had a little update. We went quiet because we had a visit from the crew chief, I believe he said he was, for North Loop Racing. They've actually parked the car for the day because they've won GP2.
Yeah.
Partially to save the car, as I see, by the way, Apicol has pulled back into the garage. Partially to save the car. Yeah, partially in North Loop Park, partially to save the car, and partially to be sporting to Overnight, who are currently parked. And if they'd carried on, there's a chance they'd have got to the point where Overnight wouldn't have been classified. So
right, okay.
This is, I imagine, a 1% of the reason why they pulled the car into this is to be good competitors and allow Overnight to get the finish.
If TCS could manage 12 more laps, they'd be in the same boat. Actually, they would be able to score points. I don't know what the issue that they're dealing with is, but yeah, that's good to hear.
That's GP2. That's the GP2 class done for the day, by the looks of things.
and GTU. So we've got 2 classes down.
2 classes. Yeah, if we could get the other 2 done in the next like 10 minutes, Sam and I might be able to get out of here dry.
The 196. We've got the numbers for how much time they spent in the pits, and it was 1 hour and 23 minutes.
Nice. The only overnight car here this week. No, 197's here, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah, they are. Okay. Someone might want to tell them that 21's parked up for the day. Unless they've actually just managed to get whatever they've got, because a lot of these teams will take the last hour or so as a shakedown, just to make sure they've actually fixed the issue.
It could even just be a couple laps. I mean, if that car's just come out, it's gonna be.
Right.
Oh no, sorry, 698. See, JTR Motorsports Engineering lost about a minute 33. The initial panic sets in.
Yes, it's the other one.
Decide for that. Yep.
Yeah, the time loss for the 336 though is interesting.
Have we mentioned recently how close the will to win cars have got?
We haven't, but we did predict it.
Yeah, that position might change in the next 3 or 4 more laps by those things.
That 986 just had too much pace.
Yeah, that 986 is should be racing with JTR and Rotor, and then 983 has had nowhere near that kind of pace. It's barely. Well, it's been right in between those guys in the cars all day. So yeah, it makes complete sense. It's just that running out of fuel that screwed up the 986 and giving them any chance of winning. But I'm still, based on their pace recently, they still wouldn't have had anything for JTR. Probably nothing for Rotor, really. This last stint has been 204s and 5s, where Rotor's been 2s and 3s. So they're probably going to end up where they would have anyway, all else being equal, which they may have tried harder, I guess, if they were actually really racing to win. There may have been more they could have done. But yeah, based on the pace we've seen recently, I think they'd have finished third anyway. Unless it rains, and then the Porsche suddenly becomes 15 seconds a lap faster than anything else.
Yeah, where's Cameron Lawrence this weekend? Is he in that car, or is he doing something else?
My app is telling me it's going to be 66% chance of rain at 5 now, so that's getting later, but more likely.
It does feel
it's narrowing to a point, as I think what's happening.
It does feel like the march of this cell is a little bit too slow for it to end up mattering significantly.
I think it's
except for you guys.
Yeah.
It's gonna matter for us, I think.
That is wild.
It'll be all right. You'll be okay.
There's one very faint lighter part over the hill, and I'm desperately hoping that that's going to be us.
No, that's the light at the end of the tunnel.
On the bright side, Big Mission have offered us dinner, so if we're stuck here for a little bit,
that's good. Don't tell them how bad I am at my job.
Big Mission never offered me dinner.
Yeah, because you didn't go out to Denver.
Guess we
or Colorado. You can't call it Denver.
Yeah, Deer Trail, sir. I didn't go to Deer Trail.
You didn't go to Last Chance.
I mean, they have seen a lot of deer here, so I guess it's aptly named.
Yeah. I basically live in Deer Trail, Pennsylvania. All of Pennsylvania is Deer Trail.
Okay.
Deer country, man.
Was that
my Ennis impression.
Yeah, no one's gonna get that.
No, I don't care. When has that stopped any of us before?
I'm just saying. In terms of obscure references, I think there's would I lie to you references, and then there's man who nobody else other than us has met.
David Mitchell impressions and Ennis Dowdy impressions.
Yeah,
none of those things other than the Ennis impressions are obscure to Europeans. So you're being a bit
excuse me, I believe we're all Americans here.
I believe this is the World Racing League.
Guys.
That doesn't go past the Rockies.
so well, I don't know, West Coast then. But
yes.
39 is salmon.
Oh my.
Oh no.
I was actually about to
zero gears. What is this exposure? Oh my god.
Oh wow, yeah, what's up in there?
We've moved a lot closer to Los Alamos.
That's pointing in the direction of like absolutely fine weather.
Well, no, I think it's compensating. Like it's blown out the sky because everything around it is so dark.
But it's everything behind it. How does it know?
I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to make the point that with all the cars that are stopped from 10th down to 15th, we're very close to getting the GP3 leader in the top 10 by the end of this. But yeah, that includes NRG number 39 has disappeared. Oh, Boulder is moving again. They were in the pits, I wasn't sure. In fact, they've just overtaken NRG for class position.
I was going to say that was going to happen, potentially on track, but now it's happened at almost the same time frame, just as a result of pit stops and stoppages.
Great shot through the last corner there of Rotor and JTR running around nose to tail.
Has NRG stopped on track? I don't see them as coming.
There's no notes about it. Well, unless we're going to about to get into turn 1.
Maybe they've gone behind the wall, actually.
Well, if they did, they would have entered the garage from the wrong location.
JTR still hasn't actually put Rotor lap down, have they?
No, they have not.
Interesting.
We've seen this go wrong.
Consider it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there they are. Trying to figure out who that third car in line is. I keep wanting to say it's the Thunder Bunny car, and they're not here. '56 is back out on track, presumably just for shakedown laps. But this last stop has cost them about an hour and 8 minutes.
Did you ever get an explanation of what happened to PC Racing this morning?
Yes.
ABS problems.
And they just couldn't run the car?
No, it was something more dire than that, wasn't it? Wasn't it a fuel issue also?
Yeah, it was something related to that.
Interesting.
The big mission guys told us about it, and I did not take notes. I have to admit.
They tried to help, but no luck.
I think I heard you guys mention on the broadcast before I had joined that it's interesting that the 4 is the car of choice, given that the 34 is well up the points. I wonder if some of that has to do with regional championships.
Also, 44 is the no, I don't think so, because the 4's only scored points at one event.
The Factor Fab car is back.
Yes. Hour and 10 minutes in the pits.
Yeah, I don't know. I know they're working through that number 4 car, like the development of it from being a choice racing car to being a PC car. At least they were.
I take that back. They've scored points at 2 events, but they've only entered 5.
Who? 4 or 44?
The number 4. The 44 is second in GP1.
4, I think, has only been an entrance since Road America. I think they did Road America and... No,
Did they not do NOLA?
No, they
not
not in the 4.
Okay.
Remember at Road America, I think it was one of the big mission drivers actually, came up and did an interview and said that he was running with the 4 to help them, A, to get track time for himself, but B, to help them develop the 8-speed transmission they had put in that car. And at the time they were working through some overheating issues.
Brendan,
but I wasn't sure at Road Atlanta if that car had reverted to a traditional gearbox or what the situation was there.
Rotor moving around the outside of, well, the inside and then the outside of one of the Pinnacle cars, I think. By process of elimination would be the 127. But no, to answer your question, Brendan, I don't see any real pattern of taking the 4 to either east or west.
Yeah.
It seems like basically whatever's convenient.
Margin for third overall is down to 5 seconds. This is going to happen, I think, within about 2 laps.
And is this one of the cars going through shot there? Thought that might have been one of the W2W cars.
Not sure where they are, actually.
Maybe the rotor car in 696 back there.
Yeah, let's stick with this for a second and see if we can pick up the one of the W2W cars.
Might be closer to a lap difference here, but we'll hang out. We'll enjoy the rain. sitting perilously over the hill.
We've had a couple of very striking visual images this year.
Yes.
Yeah, Mid-Ohio on Saturday.
That was pretty great, I'm going to be honest. I like how you can see, and I know it's the point, but I love how you can see the beacon before the car actually crests the hill coming out of 15.
I think that's just proof of concept, isn't it?
Yeah. You can definitely tell that the wind has shifted directions because those flags, for a while, were perpendicular to the line of sight of this camera, and now no longer. That is the 986 that's just gone past us. So that is the chasing car.
Surely it's changed. No. So we'll pick them up down here at the end of the straight then.
Yeah, I would imagine it'll be done this lap. The gap is now 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And the 986 is could be close. It might happen down the front straightaway next lap, actually.
Yeah, difference last time was only about a 1.3.
Yeah, it seemed like the 986 kind of backed out of that. Factor Fab putting in faster laps, now down into the 202s.
Is that a PB for that car?
It sure is. I think these will be our two Caymans here. There's the 983 through, and now here comes the 986.
With the Audi close in tail as well.
Yes.
Actually, in some order, that is 3rd, 4th, and 5th on track.
It is. Not on timing, though.
No. We need more Audis.
Yeah, I think they're great.
DCRs, R8s, either one. I don't care.
I am really curious to know, if it turns out that the M4 is not, isn't really the best match for this kind of formula because of the sort of adjustments that it's trying to make internally. I am curious to know where those teams that have gone in on that car, where they end up. JTR really seems to be the only team, and Thunder Bunny at times really seems to, whoa, overnight boxer getting squirrely coming out of 13. But those two teams really feel like, to me, the only teams that have really gotten a handle on the M4 GT4 platform here, in terms of making them consistently, fast and not running into the foibles that have caused.
Sorry, which two teams?
Thunder Bunny and JTR.
Oh yeah. Well, Thunder Bunny doesn't have any M4s.
GTR.
They only have M2s.
Oh, is that true? Okay, well then.
Yeah. Well,
oh, that's true. Yeah.
JTR has struggled for the last 2 races in succession, 2 weekends in succession, and GTR. Well, it was the same deal at Daytona, certainly.
Hammer had issue.
Yeah. Round 3 is probably the closest. I mean, the 609's been pretty consistent over the last couple of races. Anyway, I think where you're going with that was maybe if the M4s aren't the answer, then is there a new ideal answer or better answer?
Yeah. Is there a weapon of choice, or do we start to get more sort of
MPO1 clearly?
Well, but that's in a different class.
I think Mark would say the Porsches.
I think there's an argument for the Caymans. I know. Is it Pittman has just gone in on a Supra?
I think if you had somebody like JTR run a G55, it would do really well.
I wonder how many German TCR cars are available.
At least 2.
Because there's one of them running second.
Yeah.
in this race, and it will be on pole tomorrow because it's the fastest GTO car today. Oh, actually, that's not true. Pinnacle will faster. It'll be on the front row tomorrow.
Maybe we can get Cyan Racing over from WTCR since they don't want to race over there anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd be
pretty cool to see those cars over here.
Wouldn't it?
What a statement to leave your series because of tire safety concerns from Control Tire and run DOT tires instead.
Just saying, if there's anybody out there.
Third place has changed hands, by the way. 986
Okay.
now ahead of the 983.
The GP1 leader is running around extremely slowly. I don't think it's a huge concern. I think this is all part of the plan to get through on one slightly shaky set of tyres. But it's worth keeping an eye on.
Such a fun one.
Yeah. That'll be the 36, obviously.
I thought it was like a very sick BMW or something, and then I saw the Nissan go past, and I'm like, no, that's about right. Forgot we had Nissans again.
What's the brand who their slogan was "There is no substitute"?
Was that Porsche?
I thought
it was.
Porsche.
Yeah.
I was trying to find a BMW joke in there somewhere about the only substitute being. What? Oh. Is that BMW? I thought that was Mercedes.
Oh, you are all over the place here, man.
They're all German. They're all the same.
All the Germans.
Caught his attention. Is there anything irresponsible to be mathy about anymore? I feel like
I don't think so. I think we're past the the irresponsible math stage.
Yeah, with that, I mean, the only really outstanding question I had was whether or not the 986 was going to be able to overhaul the 983, and that's happened. I think we might have found the car that was able to flat spot their rears. I think we might have nailed him down.
4-wheel lockups into every hairpin.
Right. I have the 986 with a 52% chance of taking third. 47% chance for the 983. I think in real life, I think the chances are slightly more skewed than that.
Looking at the radar.
Holy cow.
I wouldn't give us much chance of getting through the next 25 minutes without rain.
Really?
What about without lightning?
I don't have lightning strikes on my map.
So, guys, I've missed something.
Okay.
How long has the 336 been in front of the 567?
A while.
Oh, but they're due a splash. That was the question. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I've got them slightly better odds at overhauling the 567 at this point now, and making it stick basically. I think the pace advantage is such on that car that even with the splash, I think they've got a chance of taking it.
Sorry, was there a stopped car just a second ago?
Watching race control.
Between 2 and 3. No, sorry. It was the way, no, it wasn't. It was the way the camera panned past the marshal's post.
Right, okay.
I happened to catch it at exactly the wrong moment.
The closest lightning strike 17 miles away.
That will be good.
And I think that cell's moving pretty slowly, so I doubt we're going to get affected by it. But
Yeah, it would need to move basically at 50 miles an hour, right, to get to us?
Yeah.
Man, I would love to know what's going on with that 123, because that does not sound healthy. I feel like whoever's driving that is actually having to nurse it pretty badly. Maybe the car will be in a little better shape tomorrow once they can kind of get under the...
Get the square rear tires off of it.
Yeah, that'll help.
And that is crazy.
Now they are they can't really mess around too much. They've got margin, but they're 7 laps away from overhauling the 39, so they could be in for 7th here.
I think they will be. 15 minutes is what the margin says on your script here, Joseph.
Yeah,
and
I think
we've got 22 minutes left. I think you're right.
Yeah, so keep an eye on that. That'll be, I think 1 extra point. And what are you out here for if not to pass people? .61 for Evok is back out, as well as the 325 for.
We settled on Evok, did we?
I think it might be. Should we go with Evoke?
As Evoke, EvoQ. There's a couple of different options there.
EvoQ doesn't make sense to me because it's not like the casing isn't.
Yeah, Evoke kinda feels like it works.
I'm gonna go with Evoke.
Yeah.
6 minutes in the pits. Apical back out as well. Nearly 15 minutes in the pits. I hope to see a stronger run from them tomorrow because they've been clearly battling some issues.
986 in the pits. Oh, we were expecting this. They both needed a stop, didn't they?
Correct.
986 and 983. So this is just the first of those to make what we were expecting anyway.
Right.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, and the 983 should follow in pretty short order. 4 laps time is what I've got them for.
If anything, I think this is actually a little early for 986. At this point, it really doesn't matter. A splash is a splash.
Right.
And they're not in danger of anybody.
The only devil's advocate I would throw out there is that we do get a freak lightning bolt that forces the race to be halted, which I hope doesn't happen, obviously. But if that were to happen, then pulling in your higher placing car could be risky. I don't think it will be. Yeah, maybe we should start getting Sam and Scott's final thoughts with about 2 minutes to go. Yeah, that definitely sounds, if you listen to this onboard, it definitely sounds to me like they've got some kind of vibration that they're dealing with here. Whether that's in the tires or whether it's causing them to lock up, I'm not sure, but I think they're working through an issue here.
Also seems like very heavy braking for what is still a pretty quick corner.
4 is tighter than you would think.
No, I've gotten that sense today.
It's the problem with 4 is that 5, and there's the 986, so we know they're back out on track. Oh no, we don't, because it's actually a few minutes behind. But so we actually see them pulling the pits. The problem with turn 4 is it's really easy to overcommit, and if you do that, then it compromises you for 5, which is like completely off axis.
Yeah.
So 5 is way tighter than you think, and if you're not woed up and in the right position for 5, then you're compromised for the run down to 6. By the time you get out of 6, then you're fine. But you know, it's a long sequence of turns, and you do kind of have to back up the entry to 4 a little bit.
983 is in. So this should go back to being in favor of 986.
There goes the 36. Salute to the Nissan.
I think that car's already coming on. Because this is... Ooh, I don't recognize that
That's
car.
Evoque. I just saw on the quarter panel.
Oh, right, okay.
Evoque. We need to get Sam a speed gun. A speed gun and a temperature gun.
I have seen a speed gun around here. Maybe I can nick it.
No, I just saw the dude working pit lane, just randomly pointed at somebody. Not going down pit lane either. He just wanted the speed trap. 983 with a pit lane infraction for speeding. I think that's going to be. I think that's their first of the day. So I think they'll be
one
okay.
lap penalty just came up on the.
Just kidding.
Just listed in the rundown in the race control log. Now, again, of little consequence.
Right.
Because they weren't going to catch their teammate when they did come back out anyway. But
and they're not going to get caught by the 73.
Exactly, right. So, okay. You say no big deal and you move on. But you'd prefer not to have the penalty.
Right.
Right, as a team.
Yeah, it's one of those execution things.
Yeah. Especially knowing you're carrying a strike against you already. From some earlier infringement.
Yeah, I'd like to take a poll actually of how many teams have installed electronic speed limiters on their cars. There's the man. There's the man with the speed gun. Bottom of your screen. Mark, send your angrily worded letters to this fella. Hello. Yeah, is there anything in dispute at this point? I'm not sure that there really is.
No, I mean, the only outstanding questions were cars that needed to make complimentary, last stops. What's a 336 and 567 situation? That's resolved, right? In favor of 336.
It's it has, So the answer to that, the answer to that ended up being that the 336 had the pace advantage over the 567. And they needed the splash, but it didn't end up mattering. Just kind of thinking, if this weather does move through, that's going to change the complexion of the surface for tomorrow in a big way, isn't it?
Looking at the forecast for tomorrow, I don't think that's going to matter. It looks like it's going to be wet for a lot of tomorrow.
Really? I thought we were going to be dry.
We've got about somewhere around 50% almost all day.
Okay, so at some point we should get hit with something, basically.
Yes.
My app says otherwise.
Yeah, I'm seeing it in the afternoon.
Yeah, my app says basically exact same as today, where it'll start when the race ends.
Okay,
With the added bonus of a flood watch starting tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, lucky us.
But anywhere between 32 and 46%. But anyway, we'll see how things go.
I think we're on the same. Well, I don't know. I think I'm.
That's from 12 till 6. So we should actually get the start. The first 4 hours, according to my app, is going to be nice and dry, nice and cool.
Yeah, I think
afternoon thunderstorms is what I've got.
Yeah, I think there's a similar situation to, ironically, Florida. In that I get the sense that if there's a chance, it's a lot of the chance comes from the possibility of a pop-up.
Right.
Yeah, and it always happens later in the day. I can't remember the last time I saw rain in the morning.
I guess it would, if it's overnight, maybe. Like if it's part of a thing that's moved in overnight, but even that. I guess that must be a function of the mountains just kind of trapping.
Yeah, if you watch the radar on any particular day, you'll see a lot of weather get towards the front range, and as soon as it gets to that like last little peak, it'll just dissipate. And every now and again, one's strong enough to break through.
So just today, but it hasn't got this far.
The one time I went to Pikes Peak to watch the hill climb, I watched from Devil's Playground, which is above the tree line, and it hailed on us. Like it was a storm that came through, and it just sat over the top of the mountain. It just, I mean, like exactly like you're describing. It just kind of stagnated and just dumped all this hail. I mean, like a solid like couple inches of hail.
Yeah, we were there on Thursday, and we were in a cloud for a while.
Right, yeah. And then, you talk to your friends who are, just in Colorado Springs, like a couple miles away, and they're like, oh, didn't even know it had rained.
I think Big Mission Motorsports is about to lose their top 5, which is fine. They're going to lose it to the GTO class Audi. But yeah, they're 12 seconds a lap slower and only 17 seconds ahead at this point.
Yeah, that'll be a product of nursing. Well, we assume nursing that front tire. Their ultimate pace is obviously quite a bit quicker, but you lap in the 215s for long enough, eventually you're going to get caught by a GTO.
I've seen those two GTO leaders pass the NFC car on the back straight, still nose to tail, still with the rotor car ahead.
TC Klein, by the way, is about a lap away from, maybe 2, away from securing GP3. So that might be GP3 done for the win. R5 Racing is still, well, close-ish. I guess they. Oh, what happened? Oh, that's right. Of course, the 85 never came back out.
What?
Did they not? Oh, well, didn't the 85 come out and then?
It came out again for a bit, but it was well off pace.
It was still smoking. Yeah, we saw it still smoking down the front straightaway. And
Yeah, no, I was trying to figure out how the 120 ended up third in GP3, and I think that's the difference.
Yeah.
Because 9.4 Motorsports is up in the
83.
second. Yeah.
Has anybody talked to anybody at 9.4 since Road Atlanta?
Don't look at me.
Yeah, I didn't know if they had stopped by or anything with Sam and Scott. They were obviously in a pretty substantial accident on, I think, the Sunday. Might have been Saturday. No, it was Saturday. I was curious as to whether that car, the 84,
the 9.4, presumably.
Sorry, the 9.4. You're absolutely right. The 94 was actually, is it?
Well, we've got the 83 here and the 84.
Yeah, the 9.4 and the 66 NRG had the
right. It was a 9.4. You're right. Yeah, I was curious as to whether make sure the driver was okay and everything afterwards. But B, wondering if that car was going to see competition again, or if that accident had pretty much spelled the end of it. The fact that it's not here is not an immensely positive sign, but it's only been, I guess, 3 weeks since Road Atlanta. I guess we're at 4 now.
I will say, if you've got to fall down to one car, having that one car end up second in class is an okay way to go.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, GP3 has at various points been a class that people have been less interested in winning, by the way things have felt. But eventually it finds a winner. Somebody gets to the end of the race. And, frequently it's overnight. I mean, they're awfully consistent, but they only have the one GP3 car here, and it's had some issues. So, today it happens to be TC Klein. It could still be 9.4 tomorrow. Other days 9.4 has had their issues, and it's, gone somebody else's way. So you'd want the number. If you're after wins and results, you'd want the numbers and want the extra car there, but obviously it's not an option, at least for the moment.
We've had a quick update from WRL. Firstly, they are tracking Lightning's tracks to ground within 7 miles.
Okay,
sure.
And if they do get one, they will just throw the checkered flag. They won't do the ring.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, if we see a sudden checkered flag, that's what that is.
Okay.
Okay.
Good to know.
My app still says it's about 14 miles away. So hopefully we're going to be good for the next 8 minutes.
Hopefully a bit longer.
Hopefully a bit longer, yeah.
Maybe, I think if we can get 10 minutes, I think we'll be okay.
It is rapidly approaching Peoria.
Illinois?
I was waiting for
That's
it.
that, guys. We're getting checkered flag next lap.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So
does the fact that we're not playing this out affect anybody? I think the answer is no.
Oh, and I'm sure that's part of it. Is everybody's...
It could save Big Mission's top 5. That's the only thing.
I gotta get one more big lockup on the way into the final complex for good measure. Oh, it's not, Scott. It's just gone that way.
Ah, that's a shame.
On the very last lap.
Checker flag.
So, yeah, almost when we didn't expect it. Checkered flag waves on just under 8 hours of racing at High Plains Raceway. And the number 696 from JTR Motorsports Engineering comes through and wraps up another victory after a couple of races worth of some less than stellar results. It finally feels like they've got their feet back under them, and despite some decent pressure from Rotor Motorsport, the number 761, who's going to have to do another lap, I think, in GTO, and the equally impressive push from the number 58 of Stratus Racing, who takes sort of a de facto GTU class win, despite being in the paddock here. It's all in all a nice result from the number 696 crew. The 986 WGW Porsche Cayman in third. The 983 will wrap up in fourth. And as Scott mentioned, Works 45, the number 73 Audi R8 LMS, ends up P5 in GTO, P5 overall, with the GP1 class winner, number 134 from Big Mission Motorsports, in sixth overall, leading a 1-2-3, which I believe is going to be the first time we've seen that in WRL.
I think we talked about that
overall.
We talked about that at some length, and I think that's right.
Yeah, I think the point then was that it's odd that you see 3 entries from the same team in the same class. It does happen. I think Overnight has 4 cars total that they run, but it is a top 3 sweep nonetheless for the hometown team. Well, home area team anyway. North Loop Motorsport brings the number 21 home in the GP2 class lead, despite
if
you
being look at the distance, Brendan.
Yep.
At the flag stand. There goes Glenn. That's not a joke. I mean, it is a joke, but that is actually Glenn.
It's not a joke, but it is a bit.
Yeah, it's a bit that he doesn't know about, but he's in on it.
GP3 winds up being TC Klein Racing, 4 laps ahead of the 9-4 Motorsports, number 83, and R5 Racing, the number 120, in third, which I've seen a lot of in the race control log, but all for very minor things, all things considered, and it's still a class podium from R5, which is impressive.
Very, very scrappy end of the race, but they kept the car together, and that's the important part.
Sure, and it's ahead of 3 regulars, right? Overnight and 2 AOA cars. So it's not like, you've just picked up the pieces from cars that weren't prepared or teams that weren't prepared. It's a legit third, which is great.
Yeah.
So as the countdown timer continues, as a result of our early checkered flag, and cars head into the pit lane, Scott and Sam have already left us. WRL crew begins cleanup here. Remember also, with the result of this early checkered flag, that they still have to do impounded dyno procedures. So it's not like they want to get everybody off and home. We actually still have things to take care of, both as DriversEye Live and as World Racing League. And
remember that as a result of that standard disclaimer that all these results are provisional, so they could change depending on the results of impound.
Yeah, so they are doing the weigh-in there on pit lane from the looks of things, and they'll send 2 cars to dyno, 2 of the class winners, and that will be that. I won't belabor things here with Sam and Scott already about to move on anyway once the last car is in the pit lane. You two, JT and Joseph, were certainly present for a lot more of this than I was. I played party to the last 3 hours and some change. But if you have thoughts,
Mine,
I'm happy to accept them.
Mine were just going to be, in the GTO class, it felt a little, it felt a little flat, but that's only because we had a couple contenders fall away, in the really in the middle stages of the race. I think it's become a little bit of a cliche, but tomorrow holds the promise of a very different race and very different track conditions as well. So different cars are going to be suited to this in different ways. So I don't necessarily expect the same race tomorrow, and I think that's pretty exciting.
Incredibly diplomatic.
What I enjoyed was just a lot of on-track racing. We had one very short full course yellow. Everything else was done under hot poles. There was, I believe, only 2 cases of contact during today's 7.5 hours, which is fantastic considering the speeds of these cars, how often you're having to pass people, all sorts of different things, grip level, and that was great. Racing was fantastic, and I'm looking forward to more of that tomorrow.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't get to see the race in its entirety, but I did get to watch cars going around in some anger at the conclusion of an endurance race at a track I've never gotten to see racing at, and an audience really has never been able to see racing at. So from that perspective, day one at High Plains has actually been really exciting to see cars going around what is, I think, an underrated venue and an underrated track in some anger. Has been actually really interesting. The racing, again, maybe less so, but we did still have some intrigue up through the end. I think certainly when I arrived, things were still pretty much in play with the Stratus 58 and JTR and Rotor, and certainly W2W would have been in for something much more interesting. The 986 had they not run the car out of fuel a little earlier on. We actually might have had a real race on our hands for the overall race lead, or certainly the GTO race lead. So, like Joseph mentioned, tomorrow is a new day. We get to do this again an hour earlier. It'll be an 8 a.m. local start, a 10 a.m. Eastern start, for those of you that are with us on the East Coast. And another 8 hours of racing to come tomorrow. Hopefully a full 8 hours, and something like 226 more laps of racing around High Plains Raceway to wrap up what is the 7th weekend of the 2022 World Racing League season, powered by Hagerty, as always, live on DriversEye Live. For Joseph Mudrak and JT Tammy, Scott and Sam Michaels, who are on their way to rip a lap of High Plains and grab some cameras along the way, and for Gabe Howe, who has joined us silently on production all afternoon, as he always does, my name is Brendan Kazmarek. Happy to have everybody along for the ride today. We will see you again at 8 a.m. Mountain Time tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern on YouTube and on Facebook, as always. Bye for now.